Obliteration Protocol by E.G. Rowley. Copyright 2019, Jumpmaster Press. Read by E.G. Rowley. What a piece of work is man! How noble in reason, how infinite in faculty, in form and moving, how express and admirable. In action, how like an angel, in apprehension, how like a god. The beauty of the world, the paragon of animals. And yet, to me, what is this quintessence of dust? Hamlet, Act 2, Scene 2. Chapter 1. Happy birthday, dear Kayla, the small group sang, except for Raymond, who, to the laughter of the grown-ups, cried, Kay! Happy birthday to you! Susan approached slowly, balancing a cupcake with a single candle on a small paper plate. Make a wish, she said, smiling. Kayla took a deep breath, closed her eyes, and let out far more air than required to blow out the flame, but the exact amount to make the crowd erupt in applause. Thank you all so much, she said. Here's to the best 3 research assistants on the entire campus, Susan announced, holding up her iced tea. And happy birthday, Kayla. Here, here, Raymond said, and comically took a chug from his own red solo cup, as though it contained something stronger than iced tea. Jen approached Kayla. Happy birthday. Any special plans tonight? Thanks, and not really, Kayla replied. Just studying for my British Lit midterm. Ugh, Jen remarked. I know, right? Kayla agreed. If you're free this weekend, a bunch of us are going to meet downtown with some signs and stage a support rally for Councilman Bennett. She came out as gay last month, and we want her to know we support her courage. I appreciate the offer, but I have a lot of studying to do. Sure, no problem, Jen said, smiling. Susan approached the two. I know the party wasn't fancy, but happy birthday, Kayla. Thanks, Professor. You really didn't have to go to any trouble. Awkwardly, Jen said, Well, those base pairs aren't going to sequence themselves. She finished off her drink and shuffled back to the lab, sliding past Raymond. He blocked most of the doorway and munched on a healthy serving of Chex Mix, his contribution to the impromptu party. Without knowing what else to say, Kayla blurted, I've almost finished deconstructing the nucleotides from the Idaho samples. Overhearing Kayla, Raymond added, And I've just got their junk samples ready for processing. Well, Susan paused. Happy birthday. I guess when you're both done with the party, she waved her hands at the scant offerings on the small table, we'll all get back to work. The 2 research assistants took this to mean she wanted them to get back to the lab, because both of them almost immediately finished off their cups, tossed them into the waste bin, and headed to their respective microscopes. I didn't mean right now, Susan clarified with a chuckle. She straightened the table, returned the tea to the refrigerator, took a cursory glance to ensure things looked acceptably tidied, and headed for her office on the opposite side of the lab. The plaque on her door read, Dr. Susan McCormick, Ph.D., Chair of Biomedical and Human Cell Research. She smiled inwardly each time she walked past it, reminded of her hard work to reach this level within academia. At her desk, Susan looked over the latest data from her team's research. Specifically, Susan's team of 3 research assistants looked at what is termed in the genetics community junk DNA. Within the human genome, according to their research, 20% of human DNA does not encode proteins. This feature essentially makes these DNA chains useless to the formation of a viable human being. In recent months, Susan's team of research assistants collected samples from various parts of the Americas, as far south as Ushuaia, in the Tierra del Fuego province of Argentina, and as far north as Shimmick in Nunavut, Canada. Susan remained hopeful that a breakthrough would present itself and answer the question of why humans carried so much undefined DNA. Thus far, interpreting the results of their efforts proved elusive. Her research team consisted of 3 students. Jen Rose, a psychology major, carried her short 160-pound frame like a street fighter, always looking for a confrontation. She gushed about her minor in social justice more than she talked about how a psychology degree would benefit her post-graduation, while proudly sporting numerous tattoos and piercings. Under her intensely dyed black hair, she wore thick-rimmed glasses. If a scheduled protest happened on campus, Jen Rose held her sign the highest while letting everyone know of her self-described non-binary gender. Jen stayed close to a small group that dressed, talked, and protested just like she did. She wore loose-fitting clothing adorned with provocative slogans, blatantly violating the University of Washington's numerous dress code policies. Today she sported one of her favorites, a black t-shirt featuring 2 middle fingers with the words "Girl Power" tattooed across the knuckles. Kayla Farmer, any professor's dream research assistant, dove into her work. Kayla's passion for knowledge and study showed in everything she touched, both in and out of the lab. This precise discipline manifested in her appearance, mannerisms, and dress. Her flowing brown hair rarely escaped its intended position, accentuating her subdued clothing choices. Kayla stuck to herself and had few friends on campus, preferring to remain quiet in social situations. Outside of the lab, she rarely interacted with the other researchers, preferring to focus on her classes. Juxtaposed to her understated personality, something about the way she carried her 5'5" athletic build made every available young man on campus turn her way when she passed. The third member of Susan's team, Raymond Clarkson, epitomized the college gamer. Raymond immensely enjoyed the study of his biology major, composed music, and dabbled in complex computer programming, but also reveled in the world of competitive gaming. His mathematical mind, wrapped inside shockingly curly brown hair, continuously sought patterns in nature, especially within the organisms he studied. He spent equal numbers of hours meticulously poring through programming code as he did nucleotide sequences within the cell, sometimes forgetting to eat or sleep, which added additional slightness to his already slender 6'3" frame. Susan's mobile phone buzzed, and she smiled at the face that appeared on the screen. "Hey there," she answered. "I'll give you 3 guesses where I'm taking you for lunch," the familiar voice asked. Susan smiled, knowing the joke. When she and David began the relationship, the inevitable question arose regarding locations for lunches, dinners, and nights out, culminating in both saying, "It doesn't matter to me, we can go wherever you want." David being David, he began asking her this fun quiz each time they had a few precious moments together. Her next words, her first guess, always the place they ended up. "Oh, I can't today." "Okay, no worries," David replied. "I'm wrapping things up here and leaving tonight for the conference. But when I get back," she paused, "you're on." "Hey, it is what it is," David said, his positive tone never wavering. Susan smiled again, this time at his military euphemism and ability to adapt to the situation without emotion. She knew very little about David's military past, figuring he would talk about his time in the Army when he felt comfortable, and their relationship had more time to mature. They met at a girls' high school basketball game a few months earlier, when a friend and colleague invited her to the game. The Roosevelt Rough Riders season looked to be shaping up as a winner, and Susan's friend's daughter played on the team. At the game, Susan found herself unable to keep her attention off the Rough Riders' coach, a handsome, fit man who appeared to coach his players with passion and caring. "Who is that?" Susan had asked her friend. "That's Coach Blake. His daughter plays guard." The woman pointed to a tall girl moving quickly to the outside of the court. "I think his name is Daniel or David. We just call him Coach, or Coach Blake." After the game, the friend made introductions, and their fledgling relationship began instantly. David, an African-American, stood just over 6 feet and carried his muscular build and wide, welcoming smile on broad shoulders. His initial invitation for lunch did not surprise her in the slightest. Their mutual attraction showed in everything they said and did since meeting at the basketball game. Along with coaching basketball, David taught American history and civics at Roosevelt High School, just minutes from the UW campus. The pair often met for lunch at the numerous restaurants between their respective schools. "Any interesting results?" David asked, changing the subject. "We found some interesting nucleotide sequences in the Nunavut samples, probably because of their prolonged geographic isolation and their proclivity to intermarry. You know, one of these days you're going to have to explain all this stuff to me." Susan laughed. "Deal." She paused, taking in a breath. "Sorry about today." "Hey, not a problem. Get back to work and make a breakthrough. I'll catch you later." "You got it," Susan replied. "Bye." "Bye." "No, I love you." Not yet. Susan already thought about David in those terms, but after only 6 weeks, it seemed rushed and out of place for 2 adult professionals. Neither of them minded. They just enjoyed spending time together, and for now, that made the relationship feel right. Raymond popped his head into her office. "Hey, got a second? I found something that I think you need to look at." Intrigued, Susan slid around her desk and joined Ray at his workstation. "I was looking at the TDF samples and sequenced the family. Remember them? The Molina family?" Susan remembered. Rarely in genetics does a researcher have the ability to take samples from 4 generations of a single family line, and 5 generations of living relatives is almost unheard of. However, just outside Ushuaia, Argentina, in the small village of La Paria, the team found the Molina family. The patriarch of the family, Mateo, had just celebrated his 103rd birthday, while his great-great-great-grandson, Gaspar, sat nearby, just a few months old. 6 generations of Molina men lived in the village with their wives, many in the same house. To the research team, it felt like they discovered a wild unicorn. Raymond continued. "So, I sequenced the samples, peeled away the obvious similarities, removed the female nucleotides from the births, and this happened." He pointed to the screen as Susan peered on, amazed. The computer monitor displayed the 6 sample results in a grid format. The top left, Mateo's sample, began the procession, while at the bottom right sat Gaspar's. Short black lines of varying darkness etched the sample results in neat rows. Only to the trained eye did any meaningful data present itself. "Those look almost identical," Susan remarked. "That's what I thought," Ray replied. "I have more analysis to do on these samples, but I'm planning on running them through a multinomics RNA-seq." "Good idea," Susan agreed. "I've got a match tonight. So is it cool if I copy this data over to a thumb drive and work on it from home tomorrow?" Raymond asked. "Sure, no problem. I'm leaving in a few hours. I'll get a chance to talk with Dr. Mesmer in San Diego. Maybe he's seen something like this before in some of his samples." "Good work," she said, and patted him on the shoulder. "You may be onto something here." "Thanks, Doc." Chapter 2. "Welcome to the human genome," the speaker announced from behind a dark podium. "The second most complex animal organism on Earth, behind this little fella." A projected slide on a large screen behind the speaker changed from its opening graphic to the image of an alien-looking creature. "Meet Daphnia pulex," the man said in his thick German accent. "The water flea." Susan sat in the 3rd row and looked at the screen. A bulbous little creature with semi-translucent skin stretched from edge to edge. A large, dark sac sat within a rounded outer layer, and a long, thin channel ran its length. Several oddly shaped dark cavities ran along the creature's back, brimming with shiny, pearlescent eggs. 2 spiny legs protruded from its front, each branching off into 8 or more still thinner appendages. "This creature," the speaker continued, "contains 25% more genetic material than humans. A total of 31,000 more genes." Many in the audience, unfamiliar with genetics, responded with awe that a microscopic creature would represent the most complex living animal yet discovered on our planet. "Impressed?" the speaker asked. "I thought so, but even the water flea can't compare to this." The screen changed to display a single white flower growing among long green leaves. "This is Paris japonica, which grows up the mountainsides on the Japanese island of Honshu. This unremarkable little flower has 50% more DNA than you and me and holds the title of the world's most genetically complex organism." "But we're not plants," he said with a smile, and waited for a moment before returning to the picture of the water flea. "Exactly why this little guy has more genetic material than humans is still a mystery. But the fact remains that humans are not the most genetically complex animals on the Earth. Yes, we are the most advanced, but not the most genetically complex." The screen progressed through a quick succession of images of everyday humans going about their lives. "Within each cell of the human body, aside from red blood cells and cornified cells," he interjected, "lies enough genetic material to make another human being. Our friend Francis Crick in 1958 gave us his groundbreaking review entitled On Protein Synthesis. In it, he states that the sequence of bases in the genetic material it determines the sequence of amino acids for which that segment of nucleotide acid codes. He went on to say that this amino acid sequence determines the three-dimensional structure into which the protein folds. The three-dimensional structure of a protein is required for a protein to be functional. This hypothesis then lays the essential link between information stored and inherited in nucleotide acids to the chemical processes which enable life to exist. This, along with approximately 8% 200,000-year-old virus DNA and 2.6% Neanderthal DNA, gives us the modern human genome. The crowd laughed at the mention of Neanderthals. In the 1970s, the discovery of so-called junk DNA made headlines as we first contemplated the possible uses of these seemingly useless code sequences. Susan sat up in her chair as the screen changed to show long strands of intertwining proteins. Many have speculated that these are leftover sequences as humans evolved. Others postulate that they are required regulatory strands that tell the protein builders what to do. But as of this symposium, definitive results have yet to present themselves in a testable model. Susan's mind swam with the possibilities. Attending the ASHG annual meeting always perked her interest in new areas of study. This year, the American Society of Human Genetics had scheduled her friend and colleague, Dr. Stanislas Mesmer, as the keynote speaker. His knowledge and long years of work in the genetics community put him center stage in research that paralleled her own. She never missed an opportunity to hear his latest breakthrough when he visited the United States. This year's conference breakout, entitled Integrating Whole Genome Sequencing and RNA Sequencing Through Allele-Specific Expression Analysis in the COPD Gene Study, looked especially interesting, as well as Natural Selection and Human Origins, and Dr. Mesmer's session on Enhancers and Non-Coding Regions. We all know that in 1953, Watson and Crick from Cambridge discovered the structure of DNA, and that DNA in a cell is really just a pattern of 4 nucleotides. Sugars bond on one side to a phosphate group and on the other to a nitrogenous base. The screen changed to once again display the double helix of 4 letters, A, C, T, and G. There, adenine and guanine are purines as opposed to thymine and cytosine, which are pyrimidines. As illustrated, DNA contains 2 sides, hence the double helix formation. This latter contains the sugar phosphate portions of adjacent nucleotide bonds. Susan watched as the double helix wound around itself on the screen, mesmerized by this amazing natural construction. Dr. Mesmer continued. But what causes this twisting in the DNA? How can such a relatively large strand exist without the nucleus of a cell? This occurs due to the hydrogen bonds between the phosphates. Each base pair is formed from 2 complementary nucleotides bound together by hydrogen bonds. But this just doesn't happen willy-nilly, Dr. Mesmer said, eliciting chuckles from the audience. Each strand of DNA is twisted around a bead-like structure called a histone, which is also wound around and compacted to form a chromosome. Dr. Mesmer walked out from behind the podium, tapped the screen, then turned to face the audience. What I am about to say is not popular on most campuses, but is absolute scientific fact. This is a female chromosome, he said, and pointed to 2 long histone strands. And this is a male chromosome. He pointed to a long histone beside a shorter one. 2 X chromosomes typically result in a female human offspring, where an XY chromosome pairing typically results in a male offspring. What you choose to do after your birth is up to you, he said almost under his breath as he returned to the podium. This is science, people. I didn't make it up. The remark brought a few more chuckles from the crowd. When a cell reproduces, these chromosomes get copied and distributed to each offspring. He paused. Wait for it. Daughter cell. Non-sex cells have 2 copies, and each daughter cell receives 2 copies. The screen changed away from the images of chromosomes to a black screen with bold white letters that read, "So what?" Dr. Mesmer looked out over the crowd. "This is what many of you are thinking right now, isn't it?" Susan admired his captivating speaking presence. Nobody in the room questioned his presentation, even though most in academia had long since succumbed to the absurd social ideology of a genderless society. Moreover, her colleagues in the audience could not speak out regarding the science of gender from their own work for fear of being publicly ostracized on campus or worse. Dr. Mesmer cleared his throat and continued. "If the thought of only 2 chromosomal genders shocks your fragile minds, please stay throughout the entire presentation. You'll get enough from my conclusion to keep you writing me hate mail for decades. Should I live that long?" Susan smiled, another jibe at the bureaucracy, which most in the attendance did not hear. "DNA carries information for making all of the cell's proteins. We all know this. These proteins implement the functions of a living organism, and moreover, they determine the organism's characteristics. When the cell reproduces, it passes its encoded information to the daughter cell, meaning that it must completely replicate its DNA down to the last bit. Regardless of where DNA replication occurs, the basic process is the same. Now, each side of the double helix runs in opposite directions. See, the beauty of this system is that it can unzip down the middle, and each side can serve as a pattern for replication. Typically, the DNA in your cells unzips in a small area, a replication fork, which then moves down the entire length of the molecule." The screen changed to a video of DNA replication. While the audience watched, one section of the DNA detached from the other and created a completely new strand. Dr. Mesmer walked in front of the podium again. "Do you like codes and puzzles?" he asked the audience. "I love puzzles. The DNA in your body is the most amazing puzzle, I think, in the entire universe. After all, how does DNA encode the information to make you? There are only 4 DNA base pairs. That means that there are only 64 possible combinations." He paused. "I know what you're thinking. Codons, right? Am I right?" The audience laughed. "As we know, when the DNA copies, some mistakes may happen. One base pair gets substituted for another. In these mutations, we rely on built-in redundancies so that these potential mistakes do not have adverse effects on the protein. Other types of mutations occur when small segments of DNA break off the chromosome. These segments can get placed back at another spot in the chromosome and interrupt the normal flow of information. Sadly, these types of mutations usually have severe consequences. Now, I could spend the rest of my time talking about this topic, but your time is valuable, so I will skip to the interesting part of my presentation." He walked back to the podium and pressed a button, changing the screen to an image of a water flea next to a human being. "Remember our little friend?" he asked the audience. "If I were to make the brash statement that I could create a microscopic water flea at the genetic level, how many of you would scoff at me, call me mad?" He waited for anyone in the crowd to respond. "Nobody? What if I said I could create a human being?" At this, the mood of the crowd changed. Susan felt it from her chair. Something in the room abruptly shifted from an ensemble of professionals watching an enlightened and inspiring presentation to a stiff group of skeptics. "No?" Dr. Mesmer pressed. "In the human genome, there are up to 100,000 genes. You don't think I have the technology to replicate that genome?" "Of course I don't." At this, the crowd relaxed. He cleared his throat and removed his glasses. He stood motionless behind the podium for several seconds and simply looked out at the gathering. Finally he said, "However," he began and smiled, "however, what if it were possible?" Susan sat forward. Others in the audience sensed his apprehension. "What if, after all we know about the human genome and all the information I have presented here—" He walked to the center of the stage, in front of the image of a human being on the screen. "What if this system was—" He paused again, as if second-guessing his next words. He let out a long breath. "What if we were designed?" he whispered. Several people in the audience stood up and left the auditorium. Susan could not believe it. She knew the ramifications of this statement in academia. "Please, friends," he tried, smiling. "I'm not talking about religion here. I'm asking a scientific question about the evolution of our species on this planet. I would like to open the dialogue as if I were asking any other seriously considered academic question." Several more people left the presentation. Dr. Mesmer pursed his lips. "Can we not even have the debate? Can we not even ask the question?" Later, Susan approached the table set up for attendees to speak with presenters and ask questions. Dr. Mesmer's table stood alone and starkly absent of supporters. "Susan!" he greeted as she approached. She grinned at the excitement in his voice. He rose to his feet behind the table. "What did you think of my little talk?" "As always, Stan. Inspired genius," she returned in a snarky tone, giving him a wink. He moved around the table to hug her. "And the exciting climax?" Susan gingerly smiled. "Stan, you knew how such a segment like that would be received." "Bah!" he said. "I've spent my life being a water carrier for one administration after another. I'm too old to worry about my tenure." He moved back around the table and sat behind a stack of his published books. "What did you think of the other sessions?" "They were what I expected," she replied. Dr. Mesmer nodded. "So, what have you been doing to keep busy lately?" "My team and I are studying non-coders." "Ah, sifting through the junk, eh? Find anything interesting?" "Outside of the regulatory sequences, not really." "Well, stick with it," he said. "If there is something in there, I know you'll be the one to find it." Chapter 3. Raymond Curtis, Ray to his friends, loved video games, so much so that he played competitively in the Seattle area. He and Andrea, his live-in girlfriend, spent most Friday nights at Northwest Esports, or at The Hub, where he would typically trounce the other competitors. Raymond's two other passions, music and computer programming, went hand in hand with his competitive nature. A tinkerer, he spent hours writing simple programs or making music. His latest program, based on the SETI at Home initiative, scanned music for discernible repetitions and output any patterns it detected among its algorithms. Ray routinely ran his own musical creations, or that of his latest favorite bands, through his new program. Usually, the resulting output files detected the beats of the music or the synchronizations of the drumline. "When did you finally come to bed last night?" Andrea asked from her usual seat in their small kitchen. Ray, who staggered from their bedroom, rubbed his eyes. 3, I think. The Hub was packed last night. You would have had a blast." He poured himself a cup of strong coffee and sat across from her. "I'm headed to Pat's today. She needs help moving into her new place." She took a long sip from her own cup. "What are your plans today? We could use the help." Ray yawned again and blew on the hot coffee. Babe, I promised Susan I'd work today. She's at a conference, and I want to have the results of this weird sequence I found yesterday for her by the time she gets back." "Is that going to take all day?" Ray thought about the amount of work that lay ahead of him. "Most likely," he groused. "But I'll text you if I get free this afternoon. I can pop by and help you guys." Andrea smiled. "That'd be great." She stood and headed for their bedroom. "I'm going to jump in a shower, so don't start the dishwasher." "Okay," Ray absently said over his shoulder, moving to the makeshift workstation constructed in the corner of their living room. "Hey, toss me my pants, will you?" The bedroom door opened, and a bald pair of jeans emerged as though fired from a cannon. He raised an arm, catching the bundle in mid-air, the legs flapping over and barely missing his face. "Thanks," he yelled. Ray dug into his front pocket, withdrew the lab's thumb drive, turned on the computer, and hit the spacebar several times to wake his machine. The SETI at Home program appeared, showing a long red progress bar and a rainbow of captured satellite data his computer scanned overnight. A familiar frown crossed his face, as once again the program did not detect any distinguishable alien signals. He closed down the memory-hogging program and opened RNA-seq, an application for analyzing and interpreting DNA sequences. Ray inserted the thumb drive into a port on the side of the computer, and moments later its icon appeared on his desktop. He took up his cup and held the coffee in front of his nose and mouth, inhaling the invigorating aroma. Looking over the rim of the cup at the device's contents, he clicked the data file and dragged it toward the RNA-seq application icon, intending to import the sequenced data. "Ouch!" he loudly said as the overly hot coffee touched his lips. Ray pulled the cup away from his mouth, putting his free hand to his stinging lips. He set the cup beside the computer as a small blue progress bar appeared on the corner of the screen. "Damn it," he said as he licked his lips, not noticing the new progress bar. Slower this time, Ray clicked on the data file, dragged it to the RNA-seq application icon, hovered for a moment to verify its position, and released the mouse button. RNA-seq opened in full screen mode, and a window opened with the application indicating the program crunched on the newly imported DNA. Ray sat at his workstation for the next several hours comparing the DNA samples of the Molina family. He interpreted the RNA-seq results with a standard allele-specific expression analysis. In the past, this method typically resulted in expedited sequencing, but today the data did not cooperate. Frustrated, Ray exported the data back to its original output from the lab, rows and rows of dark smudges. He organized the samples in a column to graphically represent each individual. But the moment he dropped the second sample into place, part of the image superimposed over the image next to it. Unintentionally, the overlapping images gave him an idea. Ray brought out all the results in rows of primary sequence DNA, rows of black marks of varying opacity. He aligned them as he had in the lab, then stacked them into one group. From bottom to top, the opacity of each image diminished slightly, so all the images joined together as one. He pushed back from the desk and stared at the single image on the screen. "What the?" he asked himself, trailing off. Each of the Molina family samples appeared to be an exact match with every other. He moved the RNA-seq application aside on the desktop when he noticed the blue progress bar in the corner of the screen. His music pattern detection program ran its algorithm in the background of the RNA-seq application, and according to the progress bar, it had been for most of the day. He clicked on the program, bringing it to the foreground, and staggered back from the workstation. Rows of numbers filled the screen, slowly ticking by as the program worked through its algorithm. "I didn't run any music this morning," he thought. Raymond clicked on the application to see what file had been imported and the program currently worked through. "No way," he said aloud and grabbed his phone. He sent several rapid texts to Dr. McCormick's phone. When he didn't get a reply, he called her number and got her voicemail. "Doc, you're not going to believe this. Call me as soon as you can," he said and ended the call. He moved closer to the screen and examined the results. Zeros and ones flowed past as the program deciphered every pattern it identified in the imported file. "How is this possible?" Ray silently questioned. The progress bar showed the program 20% complete from ending its decryption of the data. Excited, Ray grabbed his phone and sent several more text messages as more binary code flashed across the screen. Chapter 4. Susan's phone buzzed the moment her plane landed at SeaTac Airport, and a barrage of texts appeared from Raymond. "I need to talk to you immediately. Is your phone off? Call me as soon as you can. Susan! Seriously, we need to talk. Where are you? Call me. I don't care what time it is. This is important." When her phone finally stopped buzzing, Susan dialed Ray's phone. "Susan?" he answered, sounding out of breath. "Where are you? You need to get over here right now. My God, Susan, you have to see this." Although a complete break in professor-student etiquette, Susan's exhaustion excused Ray for using her first name. "What? Ray, it's 10:30. I just landed. I'm tired and I just want to go home and go to—" "No, come to my place. I'm texting you the address," he said and abruptly hung up the phone. When Susan arrived at the address, a medium-income block of apartments a few streets from campus, the hour neared midnight. She knocked on the door and Raymond yelled for her to enter. He sat behind his workstation as rows of numbers streamed up the screen. "Susan! Oh my God!" "Ray, this better be important, and tomorrow we'll talk about you using my first name." Ignoring her lazy frustration, he said, Come take a look. He opened the RNA-seq application and made room for her to sit next to him. These are the Melina samples we talked about, right? Yeah, she said and yawned. This is the same configuration you showed me Friday. She paused. And they still look similar. He moved the sample images from their grid pattern into a stacked formation, one sample on top of another, each layer slightly more translucent than the one beneath it. When he overlaid the final image, he smiled and slid back from the screen, allowing her to better analyze the results. Oh my God, Susan exclaimed. And this isn't their common familiar factors? Are you sure you have the correct non-coding sequence? I triple-checked it, Ray confirmed. This is the right junk. Each member of this family has an exact duplicate of their ancestor's sequence. Have we seen this in other samples from the same region? What about other tight generational families? Susan asked, feeling her excitement grow. Outside of common genetic traits within a family, finding a purely identical sequence within individuals stood as the genetic holy grail. Even identical twins that emerge from the same fertilized egg differ in phenotype, a person's physical manifestation. Nope, Ray returned. I checked it against all the other samples, especially the multi-generational samples, and removed all the common familiar factors. Susan stood and paced the floor behind his workstation, thinking. So, let's double-check the results, and I want the others to begin searching for more tight generational samples. Perhaps contact Dr. Davenport and see if his team at Cambridge has any 5 or 6 gen samples. Susan, Ray exclaimed, you haven't seen the best part yet. He removed the images from the RNA-seq application and opened the program he wrote to detect patterns within music. He paused and looked up at her. You ready? She smirked at his melodramatic behavior. So, I wrote this little program a few months ago to play around with my music, to detect patterns in songs and so on. Somehow, the Melina sample data got imported into the application and... He paused again. Goosebumps rose on his forearms. It found something. The expression on her face vanished, and she moved in close behind him. What? My program found a pattern in the Melina junk DNA, he said louder. What pattern? He licked his lips. Binary code. That's impossible, Susan said. I know, he agreed. But there it is. He pointed to the screen, which again displayed rows and rows of ones and zeros scrolling past. Wait, she said, shaking her head. You put the Melina sample through another program? Why would you do that? It wasn't on purpose, and I didn't see anything until this afternoon. I was using RNA-seq to interpret the codes, and when I closed the program, I noticed the progress bar in the corner of the screen for the program. When I first noticed it, it still had about 80% to go. He pointed to the progress bar, which indicated 92% complete. Is your program designed to analyze DNA sequencing? No. It's a basic program to find music patterns where none are easily recognizable. Susan looked at the screen again. And you're positive it's binary? Strings of 8 digits, either ones or zeros. Yeah, I'm positive it's binary. Do you know what this means? Whoa, slow down. We need to look at the code of your program and make sure these results aren't anomalies or errors in your coding. Raymond nodded. We also need to run other samples through to see what the results are. When your machine gets done crunching the data, let's take the entire setup to the lab and begin proper testing. Right, Ray agreed. Sorry, I'm just so excited about these results. I forgot for a minute that we're scientists. He said this last part as though mimicking a stodgy old man. Susan walked to the door. I'm going to get some sleep, and I suggest you do the same. Will your program be done by tomorrow morning? If it is, bring everything to the lab and we'll design some experiments to test these results. Ray smiled. Good night, Professor. Good morning, you mean. See you in a few hours. Both Ray and Susan arrived early to the lab the next morning, and neither of them had slept much. Raymond quickly moved his UW workstation, replacing it with his personal machine. My program completed compiling the data around 2 this morning, he said as he plugged in the last cable. I'll be honest, Susan said. I couldn't keep from thinking about the possibilities with this discovery if it turns out to be lab replicable. Neither could I, Ray admitted as he booted the computer and opened the resulting output file from his program. Long rows of binary code appeared. First, send it all to the backup disks, please. Okay, he said, copying and sending the weekend's data to their server array for safekeeping. Now, print me a hard copy, Susan requested. Ray complied, and the printer next to the window awoke and began to churn out the extensive print job. Susan sighed. Now, let's see if we can figure this out. I think we need to first run the binary code through a decimal converter. I know that 8 zeros represents the number 0, and this first sequence begins with 4 zeros. In fact, there are lots of zeros in the entire sequence. Okay, mark all the zeros. While you're doing that, I'll work on running more fragments through your program and see if we can get similar results. I also thought about bringing in Dr. Thompson to take a look at your program's code. Yeah, good idea. Susan walked to her office, leaving Ray to work through the rows of code, marking the zeros and to work out what other decimal numbers the binary codes represent. She rang Dr. Thompson's office. Computing, Dr. Thompson speaking. A friendly voice answered. Neil, it's Susan. Hey, good morning. Good morning. Are you free for a few minutes? One of my research assistants wrote a program, and I wanted to see if you could take a look at it. Sure, my first class isn't until 10. Can you tell me what language he wrote it in? Hang on, Susan said, putting a hand to the phone. Ray, what language is your program written in? C#, he called back. C#? Okay, yeah, I'll come by in a few minutes. Thanks, Neil, she said and hung up the phone. Hey, Professor, come check this out, Ray called. Susan walked back to his workstation as Jen Rose emerged from the door to the lab. She saw Susan standing over Ray's shoulder. Good morning. Neither of them acknowledged her greeting. I took the first sequence of numbers, which happened to be 320 bits, and marked all the decimal numbers I could remember. The ones I didn't recognize I put through an online converter. Jen approached. What's up? Oh, hey, Susan said, startled. Ray found something interesting in the Melina sample. Cool, Jen offered on her way to the break room. Ray continued. And this is the sequence that I got back. On the screen, he pulled up a spreadsheet of numbers. The first column showed the list of binary code in blocks of 8 digits. Susan pointed to the screen. So, each block like this is a byte? Right. 8 bits make 1 byte. It looks like the data is arranged in pairs of bytes. He pointed to the configurations of numbers on the screen. Beside the first column, a second column displayed yet more ones and zeros. The third column displayed a hyphenated number sequence. Since 8 zeros represent the decimal number 0, the first few were pretty easy. The first row of the third column showed 2 zeros separated by a hyphen, indicating the first 2 columns' equivalent decimal numbers. The first decimal numbers didn't show up until row 3, Ray said, sliding his finger down the screen. 56, 0. 124, 0, and so on. Susan looked at the number sequence, trying to make sense of it. Jen returned from the small break room as the lab door opened again. In walked Kayla, with Dr. Thompson holding the door open for her. Thank you, she said. My pleasure, young lady, he returned. After good mornings had spread through the office, Dr. Thompson asked Ray, So, tell me about your program. Ray opened the root code of his program on the screen in a visual development application. It's a relatively simple program that I wrote to find patterns in music. I found a paper from some guys at Martine's Institute in Amsterdam that looked at both string-based methods and geometric methods of musical pattern discovery. From there, I devised a method of assigning tokens to the parts of the music and giving each token a numerical value. Professor Thompson nodded. Interesting approach. Thanks. From there, it didn't take long to form an algorithm. Can I take a look at your code? Sure, Ray said and moved aside. After a few minutes of scrolling through the computer language, the professor pushed back from the desk. I don't see any reason why this approach won't work. What seems to be the trouble with it? Susan stepped closer. As far as we can tell, nothing is wrong with it. We just needed a fresh pair of eyes to make sure Ray's coding looked good. She looked at Ray as Kayla joined the group. This weekend, I took some DNA samples from our recent trip to Argentina, and somehow the sample got imported into my program as well as the normal application we use to analyze samples, he said. A perplexed expression crossed Professor Thompson's face. Ray switched the screen to the spreadsheet showing rows of binary code and the hyphenated number sequences. This is apparently what it found. The professor leaned in and examined the numbers. Have you run other samples through your program? This could be a result of buffer overflow. I would think DNA and music contain significant different amounts of data. That's our next step, Susan interjected. Ray slid in front of the computer again, minimizing the windows and reopening RNA-seq. Which sample should I use, Doc? He asked Susan. Let's start with the Nunavut DNA. Use a single sample, not a family sequence. Ray worked the machine, dragging in the right pieces of DNA code into his program. A small blue progress bar appeared in the corner of his screen. He spun around in his chair. "This could take a while," he said with a smile. Professor Thompson stood and moved to the door. "Really cool stuff you're doing here, Susan. Let me know how the results turn out and if you need any more help. I'm just a phone call away." "Thanks, Neil," she replied as he exited the lab. Kayla moved in to examine the rows of numbers. "Incredible," she said under her breath. "Pretty cool, huh, Kay?" Ray agreed. Kayla didn't answer. "Hey, Professor, I need to run out for a bit. Can you spare me this morning?" "Sure," Susan said. "Thanks," Kayla replied, collecting her things and headed for the door. Susan returned to her office. "Raymond, please make sure you're backing all this up. I'm going to call Dr. Davenport and see if he's seen anything like this." "All backed up, Doc." Chapter 5. Delicate wisps of steam rose from the shimmering mountain lake as Sebastian Brugère sipped his morning tea. His mobile phone buzzed, breaking the placid morning stillness. "Oui," he answered. "Sebastian, le Conseil intensifie votre protocole," a slow, melodic voice said. "Sebastian, the Council is increasing your protocol." "Je comprends," Sebastian dryly replied. "La femme McCormick." "Yes, and the rest of her research team," the voice replied. "We are considering a more direct action, but will wait for the results of your efforts." Sebastian understood the stakes. "When?" he asked. "As soon as we have extracted the asset," the voice replied. "Très bon," Sebastian said. He ended the call, set the phone aside, and returned to the cup of tea, his mind already planning the route to the United States. Sebastian's villa overlooked Lake Annecy in the French Alps. He liked the crisp mountain air and the solitude. The quiet allowed his mind to settle and stay focused on the tasks the council assigned him. He opened his phone again and sent a brief text message to Celeste, a teenage girl from the town of Tellois, who occasionally watched his villa when away on business. "Celeste, I will be on a business trip for a few weeks. Are you available to watch the house?" The sun just cresting the mountain tops meant it would be a while before he received a reply. Sebastian moved inside the house, setting his teacup in the sink. Poppy, his chartreuse, rubbed against his ankles, purring, indicating his readiness for breakfast. "Oh, papillon, un menu gentil garçon," Sebastian said. While getting some wet cat food to mix with the dry, he opened his phone and brought up a hotel reservation application. He tapped the phone number, and when the international connection completed, the phone rang. "Fairmont Olympic Hotel Reservation Desk. This is Leslie. May I have your name, please?" A pleasant voice answered. "Allô, Leslie. My name is Sebastian." "Good evening, sir. How can I help you with your reservation today?" "I'm coming into town on business, and I have heard that your hotel is among the best." "It's nice to hear that, sir. May I have your last name?" Leslie asked with a smile in her tone. "Brugère." Leslie giggled slightly. "Can you spell that, please, sir?" After a brief but productive conversation with Leslie, Sebastian moved through his villa to the opulent office overlooking the pool. He opened the laptop and brought up information on recent articles in the field of genetics, specifically junk DNA, sending that information to his printer. Sebastian also accessed all the television stations and news talk radio station websites for the Seattle area, noting their contact information and printing it as well. From there, he created a list of churches, religious institutions, and prominent atheist groups known to operate in northwest Washington state. With practiced precision, Sebastian collated all the information he needed. Poppy sauntered into the office and took up residence on his soft pillow near a large window precisely placed to capture the maximum napping sunlight. Sebastian scrubbed the cat's furry gray head, which sent Poppy into a purring fit. "No scratching Celeste when she's here, all right? And no running away." Poppy purred in agreement. Sebastian walked to his master's suite at the end of a long hall. He withdrew a medium-sized travel bag from the closet and walked past the rows of exquisite suits and racks of shoes. At the back of the walk-in closet, he moved aside some hanging clothes and opened a small door. Inside, shelves lined the walls holding stacks of currency from around the world. With it being almost impossible to move weapons through customs in the modern age, Sebastian preferred to procure items on site. He removed several large stacks of American dollars and slid them into the carry-on bag. Passports, arranged by country in alphabetical order, lined one entire shelf. He rifled through the stack of U passports. Behind the red United Kingdom book, Sebastian found the United States blue-sleeved passport for his American alias and added it to the bundles of currency. Satisfied, he closed the hidden door, placed the bag on the bed, and tossed in a few articles of clothing. Sebastian tapped the phone again, dialing another hotel. "Hotel Seattle," a gruff voice answered from the phone. In a perfect American accent, Sebastian said, "I'd like to make a reservation for a few nights." "Sure, what's the name, and when are you coming in?" the desk clerk asked. "Brian Shepard. I'll be there day after tomorrow, staying for a few weeks." "Sure, Brian, I can help you." Sebastian smiled. A few hours later, on the drive to Lyon, his phone buzzed. "Bonjour," Sebastian answered.
"Mr. Brugère, it's Celeste. I can watch your house while you are away,"
Celeste said in a friendly tone. "Merveilleuse," Sebastian replied.
"How long are you going to be away?"
"It should only be a few weeks," Sebastian answered.
"Bon,"
Celeste replied.
"And did you tell your cat not to scratch me or run away again?"
Sebastian smiled. "Yes, he'll be a good boy." They both laughed.
"Have a good trip, sir,"
Celeste added. "Thank you. I'll see you in a few weeks." "Goodbye," Sebastian said and hung up the phone. He returned his attention to driving, and the plans set in motion to deal with the McCormick woman. Chapter 6. "Hey, Doc," Raymond called from his workstation. Susan emerged from her office door. "Yeah? We're at about 15%, and I'm pretty sure we're not going to get a similar result," he said, dejected. "What makes you think that?" she asked and approached his desk. "Well, yesterday, at 20% of the Molina data, the program had already identified the code. Today, the program is not outputting binary, but random bits of sequential patterns. Also, these blocks are not standard bytes. Some are 6 bits and others 9. There's just no consistency in the result like we saw in the other." Susan thought for a moment. "I'd like to run several more samples through your program anyway. We need to formulate a baseline before we start to discuss possible conclusions." "Okay. Hey, Jen, can you give me access to the Navajo data we've been working on?" "Sure," Jen replied, and added his credentials to her part of the compartmentalized server housing her samples. "Just don't mess up my data," she joked. Ray smiled at the jibe and copied several samples to his workstation for processing through his pattern recognition program. "I'm going to take a hard copy down to the math department and see if anyone there can make heads or tails of it," Susan said. "Okay," Ray agreed. "I'll run these Indian samples through and see what I get." "Hey, Native American," Jen said, and shot him a scornful look. "Right, sorry," Ray said, and rolled his eyes. "I'm sure I'll be able to get you some answers by around 10% or so." "Sounds good," Susan said, and left the lab with the printouts in hand. The University of Washington Mathematics Department, chaired by Dr. Joseph Timsley and located in Paddleford Hall overlooking Lake Washington, lauded itself as one of the premier mathematics research departments in the entire country. Susan entered the mathematics lounge, where, oddly enough, students and faculty enjoyed afternoon tea daily. In the far corner sat Dr. Timsley's sprawling office, which boasted the best views on the entire campus. "Susan," he said when he saw her vector toward his office. He stood and met her at the door. "To what do I owe this welcome surprise visit?" Susan smiled at his overly stated greeting. "I hope I'm not disturbing you." "No, of course not. Come in, sit down. How are things over in Bagley Hall these days?" "Well, that's why I wanted to see you. What do you make of these?" Susan asked and handed over the printed-out rows of binary code. Dr. Timsley took the papers, clipped his half-frame reading glasses together, and inspected the numbers. "Ah, yes, binary. Lots of null values," he said, returning to the chair behind his cluttered desk. "I see you've converted them to decimal." "Yes, one of my research assistants converted them this morning. Any idea what they could be?" "Well, they're not Fibonacci, not geometric or triangular either. It's all the zero values. These look more like placeholders." "I don't understand," Susan admitted. "Well, look," he said, and extended the printouts toward her. Most of these sequences begin with zeros. Why would anyone do that? Normal sequences begin with a set value. These do not, just rows and rows of null values. That could indicate a placeholder. A placeholder for what? Susan asked. Her knowledge of complex mathematics extended only as far as her required undergraduate classes. That's what we don't know, Dr. Tinsley admitted. He took back the papers and continued to examine the numbers. After several minutes, he said, I have an idea. Any problem with me sharing these with some of my students? Susan smiled. Not at all. They left the office and walked across the lounge to one of the many classrooms that jutted from the central open space. In the classroom, several students sat with open books and papers covering every flat surface. But the Riemann hypothesis states that all non-trivial zeros of the analytical continuation of the Riemann zeta function have a real part of 1/2, one of the students said as the pair entered the classroom. Dr. Tinsley smiled. Still working on the Hilbert problems, I see.
Professor, which do you prefer, Derbyshire or Rookmoor?
A girl asked, holding out 2 thick books.
We can't decide on which to use as the basis of our paper.
You need to look into Mazur and Stein's 2015 books. They're insightful, he replied. The girl put the books down hard on the desk and looked at her fellow students for support. The professor moved to the front of the classroom and set the papers down on the small desk. If I could have a moment of your free time, this is Dr. McCormick. He waved a hand to Susan, and the students set aside their work and turned to acknowledge her. She's brought us an interesting problem this afternoon. He patted the small stack of papers, lifting the first sheet and holding it up. It's obviously a binary code sequence, and one of her assistants has converted it to decimal. One of the students in the front row interrupted him. Sure has a lot of zeros. Can I see it? He asked. The professor handed the sheet to him for closer inspection. The other students gathered around him, looking down at the paper. 32 bytes of information. Is it a computer program? One student asked Susan.
We don't know what it is, she replied.
Could be a random number generator, another said. No, a third interjected. An RNG wouldn't align the null values. Placeholders? The first student asked. That's what I thought, Dr. Tinsley agreed. One of the students laughed. Nice one, Professor, and moved back to his chair. Dr. Tinsley looked perplexed. Nice one what? It's a balloon. What? Susan asked, moving in closer. Oh, right, another student said. A balloon. The professor took the paper back from the student and held it up again. You see a balloon in these numbers? Yeah, that's why there's so many zeros. They represent null values on a binary grid, the student replied, sounding almost bored with the new problem. Understanding dawned on the professor's face as Susan took up the sheet of paper, looking for any pattern. I don't see it, she said. Dr. Tinsley turned to the whiteboard and drew a large 8-block grid. He turned back to the class as many of the students shook their heads. Not exactly, Professor. 16 blocks to represent the 32 bytes. Right, the professor agreed. He extended the grid pattern out 8 more blocks and stepped back, examining his work, a 16 by 16 square grid. Susan moved up next to him and took the pen. Read me the ones and zeros, she said. All zeros across the top for the first 2 rows, he said. The third row is 0, 0, 1, 1, 1, and the rest zeros. Susan colored in the blocks, represented by the number 1 as he called out the sequence. When she entered the last colored block, she stood back from the whiteboard, stunned. The unmistakable pictogram of a balloon covered the board. Astounded, she took out her phone and snapped a picture of the balloon. Amazing, she whispered. She flipped through the other pages, now recognizing the patterns of 1s and 0s. I have to get back to my lab, she said, scooped up the papers and hurried to the door. Thank you, she blurted before running from the classroom back to the Bagley building. Pictograms? Ray blurted, almost spilling his 3rd cup of coffee on himself. Yes, Susan replied between gulps of air. Her sprint across campus reminded her of too many missed opportunities to improve her cardio. One of Dr. Tinsley's students actually saw it in his head. She took out her phone and showed him the whiteboard image. Raymond grabbed her phone and inspected the picture. Jen spun in her chair and Ray showed her the image on the phone. Is it a sperm? What? Susan abruptly asked. No, it's a balloon. She thought for a moment. Well, I don't know what it is, but I'd prefer you call it a balloon. Jen and Ray laughed. You got it, Doc, Ray said. Balloon it is.
Did any of the other samples pan out?
Susan asked, regaining her breath.
I haven't tested them all, but none spat out binary. I doubt the others will, especially after seeing the
He stopped himself. Balloon. He walked to the whiteboard hanging next to the break room door. On it he drew a grid with 16 squares across the top and 16 down the side. Read me the sequence, Jen, he said, and pointed to the papers on his desk. Jen took up a sheet.
0-0 for the first 5 rows,
she said, reading the lines until she reached the 12th row.
From here on out, it's 0-0.
Ray stepped back, and they all examined the board. It looks like a sideways letter E or W with 90-degree angles.
Or a Hebrew letter Shin,
Jen said. Ray and Susan looked at her.
I mean, yeah, it looks like a sideways E, but it also kind of looks like a Shin.
Ray turned to her. How do you know that? Jen walked back to her workstation, avoiding the question.
I saw it once.
Susan snapped a picture of the board and walked to where Jen sat as Ray grabbed up the next sheet of paper and erased the board.
Jen, if you know something, she paused, this could be important. I don't know what the first one was, but that one, she said, and pointed to the smudges left after Ray's cleaning, looked like a Shin.
Behind them, Ray whispered to himself as he colored in small blocks on the board.
0-0-1-0. Jen?
Susan asked. Jen sighed.
It's my dad. He knows that sort of stuff.
Susan pulled out the chair in the empty workstation next to Jen's.
He knows stuff?
This one kind of looks like a fish or something,
Ray said. Susan tilted her head to the side.
Or a letter Y with a long tail.
She turned back to Jen.
What do you see?
Jen considered the pictogram.
It kind of looks like a boat to me.
She huffed out a breath.
I don't know. Does your dad speak Hebrew?
Susan asked. Jen sighed again.
Yeah. Jen, what is it? What are you not telling me?
This one is just squiggles,
Ray blurted. A jagged line with peaks and valleys spread the length of the box.
A river or a snake, maybe,
Susan said.
I didn't want anyone to know,
Jen said quietly, confiding in Susan.
My dad's a rabbi.
You're Jewish?
Susan asked. Jen looked at the floor.
Yeah. My real name is Rosenthal. My family founded Temple to Hirsch Sinai, where my dad is the head rabbi.
Susan looked perplexed.
Why are you acting like you need to hide that?
Jen looked at her.
Because of my social justice activities. That's why I go by Rose.
She laughed.
Jennifer Rosenthal protesting with BDS against Israel just doesn't cut it, Professor? I mean, I didn't pick my parents. Jen,
Susan paused.
Jennifer, you have nothing to be ashamed of.
A sideways ladder? Roman numeral 3?
Ray said.
You're taking pictures of these, right?
Susan asked.
Yeah,
Ray answered.
I got them all.
You're not going to tell anyone, are you, Professor?
Jen asked, embarrassed by her family heritage.
Your business is your business, Jen. I just don't know why you hide it. I mean, who you are is who you are.
Touchdown,
Ray announced, causing them both to turn back to the board. Scribbled across it stood the pictogram of a person with their hands over their head.
Or I surrender,
Jen quietly said.
Jen, can we talk to your dad about this? I'm at a loss here with this stuff,
Susan asked, pleading. Jen sighed.
Yeah, I guess. It might be nothing more than a sideways letter E, though. But it might be something more,
Susan encouraged. The lab door opened and Kayla walked in.
Hey, sorry I'm so, guys?
Ray said from across the room, cutting off her words. Jen and Susan turned to the board.
Oh, my God,
Susan said, standing. Oh, great, Jen added.
Are you sure you drew that right?
Susan asked in almost a whisper.
Yeah,
he answered, slowly backing away from the board.
You think we're onto something here, Doc?
Drawn on the whiteboard in hasty colored squares stood the undeniable image of a cross. Chapter 7. Temple to Hirsch Sinai, with its immense golden menorah emblazoned on the front of the building, stood atop a hill outside downtown Seattle. Susan and Jen walked through the ornate doors into a waiting area just outside the main sanctuary. The sanctuary doors opened, and out walked a tall man with a friendly, welcoming smile. He extended his hand to Susan. "You must be Dr. McCormick, Jacob Rosenthal." Susan took his hand and shook it. "A pleasure to meet you," she said. Rabbi Rosenthal led the pair into the main sanctuary of Temple de Hirsch Sinai, a massive open room backed by an enormous wood and brass pipe organ. Jen felt uncomfortable the moment she entered the synagogue. The smell of the finely polished wood brought back troubling memories of her years in this building, not the best time in her life. The echoes of the immense room pulled a familiar welling of emotion into her throat, and she lingered behind the professor and her father down the central aisle. The rabbi led them to the front pews, inviting them to sit in a similar spot where Jen spent most of her childhood. "Your phone call mentioned something about pictograms," he asked and sat next to Susan. "Yes," Susan said, and withdrew crude printouts of her phone images. "Do any of these look familiar? Jen said one looked like a Hebrew letter." Rabbi Rosenthal took the images and curiously scrutinized them. He turned them over in his hands several times, nodding at most of them, and smiled at the cross, which made Susan uncomfortable. Finally, he smiled at his daughter before turning to Susan. "Yes, Jennifer is correct. These are Hebrew, but not the modern language." "I don't follow," Susan said. "These are ancient Hebrew." He held up the image of the cross. "This is the symbol for the ancient letter Tav." He held up the balloon. "This one is a Nun." The rabbi called out each letter from the pictograms, stopping on the wavy lines of the river or snake. "Now this one is interesting. I'm 90% sure it's a mem, but it isn't exactly right, as I remember." "Why do you say that?" Susan asked. "The modern letter mem has two forms, a normal letter used at the beginning or in the middle of a word, and a final letter only used at the end of a word. Hebrew has 5 final letters." Susan nodded. "The ancient pictogram for mem had an additional peak, if you will. I assume these letters could be older than what I've studied." He handed the papers back to Susan. "Why do you say that, Rabbi?" He smiled. "Hebrew is Adonai's, God's language, and has been spoken before time was time. When Adonai spoke to the Israelites at Mount Sinai, he spoke in Hebrew. These letters probably represent an older version of writing than I'm aware of, hence the discrepancy in the shapes of some of the letters." "And you're positive these are ancient Hebrew letters?" Susan asked, trying to hide her excitement. The rabbi nodded. "Oh yes, no doubt." "Wow," Susan whispered. "Thank you, Rabbi," she said, and stood. They shook hands. "My pleasure," he replied, and led them back to the entry of the sanctuary. Susan stopped suddenly near the door. She turned back to the rabbi with a quizzical expression on her face. "Rabbi, can you read ancient Hebrew? If the letters made words, could you read them?" He huffed out a breath. "Well, I'm no expert." He paused. "But yes, I could possibly read the words." Susan pulled out her phone and dialed Raymond. "Ray," she said as soon as he answered, "do you have the original sequence output from your program?" "Yeah," he replied. "Why?" "Can you send me the pictograms in that exact order?" Yeah, 1 second." Susan heard feverish typing through the phone. "On its way," Ray said. "Thanks." Susan's phone buzzed as an email popped into her inbox. She handed the phone to Rabbi Rosenthal. He took out a pen from his jacket pocket and walked to a small reception table near the door. On the back of a service bulletin, he scribbled the pictograms in order according to Ray's email and handed the phone back to Susan. "The double yud makes the second word much easier. The first yud is the consonant. The second one is a vowel." "Chaim?" he said. "Yeah, that looks right." "Chaim?" Susan said, mimicking the rabbi. "What does it mean?" Susan asked. "Life," Rabbi Rosenthal answered. Susan's mind ran away from her. "I'm standing here talking to a rabbi about an ancient Hebrew word we accidentally found in a sample of Argentinian junk DNA." She laughed. "Something funny?" Jen asked. "I'll tell you later," Susan replied. "The first word is a bit harder. I think it's soul or spirit or breath." He paused. "Something like that." "Well," Susan said, clearing her throat, "thank you for your time, Rabbi." He smiled. "My pleasure, Doctor." He turned to Jen. "It's good to see you in the synagogue again, honey."
Jen curtly smiled. "I'll see you tonight, Dad," she said, and headed for the main entrance. Susan offered an awkward smile to the rabbi and followed Jen to the parking lot, trotting through the constantly familiar Seattle drizzle. In the car, Susan turned to Jen. "Can you imagine what this means?" Jen lethargically sat against the door with her head slumped. Susan straightened in the driver's seat, feeling the uncomfortable emotions from her researcher. "You want to talk about it?" Jen sighed. "I spent most of my life in this building." She tapped on the rain-slicked window. "I lost my virginity over there in the youth group building. It was terrible and awkward at the same time, by the way." Susan sat quietly. "Growing up a Rosenthal and the daughter of a rabbi sucked. Everyone expected me to act a certain way, kind of like the jokes you hear about preachers' daughters, only worse. Like Jewish worse." She looked at Susan, searching for understanding and affirmation on her face. "You know what I mean?" Susan smiled at her, not knowing how to answer. Jen continued. "I drifted away because it felt empty to me in there. When I was little, it was cool, but then I started to realize that something was missing. The services weren't about joy, and they weren't uplifting. Have you ever been to a Jewish service, Professor? A Shabbat or anything?" Susan shook her head. "No," she quietly answered. "It's the same thing, over and over. The same music, the same prayers, the same everything." She looked out the window. "After a while, you start to memorize the words. Even if you don't know the words, you memorize the sounds of the words and simply regurgitate those sounds." "So what happened?" "I started looking for things that filled me." She paused. "And I don't mean things that were good for me either. I started looking for gratification." Susan nodded. Jen noticed. "Why do you think I do all the social activism? I mean, honestly," Jen asked. Susan huffed out a breath. "Well, because you believe passionately in the causes?" she said as more of a question than a statement. Jen laughed. "Then I have you fooled as well. I don't really care about any of this crap. I do it because it makes me feel useful and fills me with a sense of purpose, something I missed in that building." She nodded toward the golden menorah. Susan just looked at her. "Oh," Jen blurted, "and I'm not gay." Susan stifled a laugh. "Most people think," she waved a hand over her face and body, "this is gay. Nope, just too busy protesting, I guess." "Jen, people make all kinds of assumptions. I mean, try being a 40-something single college professor." Jen laughed off Susan's self-deprecation and in a distant voice said, "This DNA stuff that Raymond found really started me thinking." "About what?" "Well, about the religious stuff I was taught by my dad, about God and things like that." Susan sighed. "Yeah." Jen shifted from staring out her window to face Susan. "What do you believe, Professor?" The question came a bit too blunt for either of their liking. Susan pursed her lips and pondered the question as rain drizzled down the car's windshield. What did she believe? Being so busy with her education and subsequent professional career, she had never taken a breath to consider the supernatural. "Well," she began, If you don't want to talk about it, it's cool," Jen said, rescuing her. "I guess what I'm trying to say is that all this Hebrew stuff has got me thinking." The pair quietly sat for a few minutes. Susan continued considering the question of her beliefs, and Jen watched the rain fall on the synagogue. "Life," Jen whispered as Susan started the car. "What?" "The word from the DNA. Life," she repeated. The two drove back to campus in silent contemplation. Jen looked out the window as rain fell on the Seattle skyline, and Susan weighed the ramifications of their possible discovery. Deep in the back of her mind, an unshakable thought clawed its way forward. Stanislas Mesmer.
Chapter 8. The next morning, Susan sat at her desk breathing heavily, uncertain of the call she intended to make. Splayed in front of her lay the phone numbers of several colleagues, the predominant minds of her field.
"Am I ready to do this?"
She took a deep breath and dialed the first number. "Dr. Davenport's office, this is Rebecca. How may I direct your call?" Susan froze. "Hello?"
"Hi, Rebecca," she blurted. "This is Susan McCormick from the University of Washington. Is Dr. Davenport available?" Yes, Dr. McCormick, please hold, Rebecca pleasantly said. Susan tried to calm her nerves, but the thought of inviting Dr. Warren Davenport to aid in her research churned in her stomach. Dr. McCormick? Yes? I'll transfer you, Rebecca said. Thank you. Susan heard several clicks on the line, then, Hello, this is Warren, a friendly voice answered. Again, Susan felt a lump in her throat. Dr. Davenport, thank you for taking my call. This is Susan McCormick. We met at the GSA conference in Dallas a few years ago. You spoke on viral propagation and DNA fragmentation? Yes, Dr. McCormick, what can I do for you? He asked. Well, Susan said and cleared her throat. My team and I have been studying non-coding sequences, and I wonder if you have any samples from multi-generational lineages, preferably all the same sex. Multi-gen samples. I know we have some 3-stage samples. Let me consult with our department chair. Can you hold a moment? Yes, thank you, Susan replied. A few moments later, Hello, Dr. McCormick? Yes? Well, it looks like today's your lucky day. Dr. Mims said that we do have some multi-gen samples. Wonderful. We recently sequenced a 4-stage family from Newfoundland. They lived on the same spit of land for generations, according to the attached data file. Does that help you? Oh, yes, thank you. Are you able to upload the files to our FTP server? Ha! I'll get one of our undergrads to do it. I'm more of a snail mail man myself. Susan smiled. Thank you so much for your help. Dr. Davenport cleared his throat. If you don't mind me asking, what do you have going on out there? Once we do a bit more digging, you'll be the first to know. Thank you for sending me those samples. My pleasure, Warren said. Is there anything else I can do for you? No, thank you. Goodbye. Well, that went better than I thought it would, Susan thought. She flipped to the next name on the list and dialed the number. She doubted Dr. Mesmer would answer due to his speaking engagement in San Diego. At least she could leave him a voicemail and open a dialogue regarding any European multi-generational samples to which he may have access. The voicemail answered. Hallo, danke, dass Sie der Eurospace Gesellschaft für Human Genetik angeführt haben. Sie haben das Camouflage-Büro von Dr. Stanislas Mesmer erreicht. Bitte hinterlassen Sie eine Nachricht und jemand wird Ihren Anruf zurückrufen. Danke für den Anruf. Auf Wiedersehen. The voicemail paused briefly, then repeated, Hello. Thank you for calling the European Society of Human Genetics. You have reached the former office of Dr. Stanislas Mesmer. Please leave a message and someone will call you back. Thank you for calling. Goodbye. The former offices? Susan thought. Hi, this is Dr. Susan McCormick from the University of Washington in Seattle. I'm trying to reach Dr. Mesmer about some research. If you could please return my call at 1-206... A loud beep interrupted her message. Dang it, she said aloud. The lab door opened and Kayla walked in. Good morning, Dr. McCormick, she loudly said and placed her purse at her workstation. Good morning, Kayla, Susan returned. Kayla popped her head in the office, noting the phone in Susan's hand. Are you busy? No, come in. Kayla took one of the chairs in front of Susan's desk. What's up? Kayla sighed. Nothing. Just wondering what came of your meeting with the rabbi yesterday. Ray and I were gone by the time you got back, so we're super curious. Susan sat back in her chair. Oh, wow. I don't know where to begin. Kayla smiled. He knew most of the symbols right away and believes one of the Hebrew words they can make is life, Susan said through an overly bright grin and a visible blush. Whoa, Kayla said. Susan laughed. I know, right? This could really be a world-changing discovery. You caught me in the middle of calling some colleagues to see if they can confirm the results, or if we can find more non-coding sequences that contain pictograms. Who are you bringing in on this? Well, Susan said, rifling through her notes, considering the negative results from our other tests, I plan to reach out to institutions that may have the multi-gen samples we need. And because I couldn't sleep last night, I think I know why the Melina DNA gave us the result it did. Kayla sat quietly. So far this morning, I've spoken to Dr. Davenport in Cambridge and left a message for Dr. Mesmer. I plan on contacting Dr. Ehetoya, Dr. Almir, and Dr. Nam. The lab door opened and Ray entered in a huff. Hey, he called. Kayla turned as Susan called back. We're in here. He threw his bag down and walked to the small television the team watched Husky football games on during the season. Have you guys seen the news this morning? Kayla and Susan joined him in the cluster of workstations as he stepped back, manipulating the remote.
The face of a reporter appeared in mid-sentence. So I'm calling it a hoax. When we come back, the latest election results from the... Ray flipped the channel to another news station. Reports of the discovery at the University of Washington of symbols hidden within DNA. The image split into thirds.
To the left of the commentator sat a stern-looking woman. To the right, a Catholic priest.
Joining us now to discuss these strange reports are Father Derek Jonas, spokesman for the Archdiocese of Seattle, and Ann Barkeroy from the Freedom from Religion Foundation. Thank you both for joining us this morning. Susan pulled out Jen's chair and sat. Father Jonas, we'll start with you. Should this alleged discovery be true, what would it mean for the Church? I need to state again for our viewers that these are unconfirmed reports.
Well, Alan, as a follower of Christ and a believer in the Word of God, I don't need scientific proof of his existence. As for the Church, I doubt these findings will have much of an impact, and to be honest, I doubt they'll prove true anyway.
And where do you think these reports surfaced? The anchor asked his other guest.
This is nothing more than the face of Jesus in a grilled cheese sandwich.
Both the anchor and Father Jonas laughed.
Or a hoax of a Bible leaking oil in Georgia. Every few years, some kook shows up with some nonsense about intelligent design. Everyone gets in a tizzy for a few weeks, then it blows over. This is nothing different.
Father, what about those who believe in creation versus evolution? Doesn't a potential discovery like this give ammunition to the creationists?
Anne shook her head at the very mention of creation. Father Jonas sighed. I don't think so, Alan. Those who believe the Word of God have everything we need.
And I'm going to give you the last word. What do you want to say to the person behind this so-called discovery?
Ann Barkeroy looked directly into the camera for several seconds without answering. I'd say to this twisted person that they are playing a very dangerous game.
Across town, Sebastian Brugere checked into his opulent suite at the Fairmont Olympic, just a few hours after Brian Shepard stepped into his run-down room at the Hotel Seattle and made several calls to local media. Chapter 9. Ray switched off the television and turned toward Susan.
You didn't put this out already, did you, Doc?
Of course not, Susan protested. Just this morning I reached out to some colleagues to continue the research and see if they had more data we could process.
She turned to Kayla.
Don't look at me,
Kayla said and held up both hands. The door opened and Jen entered the lab. Seeing the impromptu gathering, she joined the team instead of making her way to her workstation.
Hey, what's up?
Somehow this got all over the news,
Raymond said.
What?
Jen asked and looked at Susan. Susan stood and paced the lab from break room to hallway door.
Okay,
she said, thinking.
Jen, do you think your dad...
No, that's not his style,
she answered and put her things on her desk.
But he's still working on the last word, right? What if someone in his office saw it?
Well, that's possible, but highly improbable,
Jen commented. Susan turned to Raymond.
Your girlfriend?
Andrea? Ray asked. No way. She doesn't care about any of this stuff. Susan reached the door, turned, and marched back to the break room.
Could someone have hacked our servers?
Raymond laughed. I guess, but why?
I don't know,
Susan blurted.
Lucky timing? Maybe some kids playing around? I'm spitballing here. Well, nobody's contacted us, so we really don't know what they know or how they know it,
Kayla said. Susan stopped at the break room door.
Do you think I should reach out to the news outlets? Get out ahead of this thing?
What thing? Ray asked.
We're nowhere near ready to go public with any findings.
He made air quotes at the last word.
So we proceed as we have been. We don't know where this information came from or what they know, Susan said.
I'll look at the server and see if we've been hacked. I doubt it, but it pays to do the due diligence.
Thanks, Raymond. I think it's prudent to narrow the exposure of our findings. Let's see if we can expunge any information and contain it to one source.
Raymond nodded.
Guys, I want you to delete anything you have on your phones, Susan said. Jen, can you talk to your dad and make sure he didn't expose this?
Yeah, Professor.
Kayla, I want you to monitor the newscasts. Try to figure out where this information came from and if they know anything about us.
Kayla nodded.
I'm going to continue to reach out to some colleagues and check for multi-gen samples we can test. Raymond, make sure we have your program archived as well.
Already on the thumb drive, Doc, Ray replied. Susan huffed out a breath.
Okay, guys, let's get to work.
She walked into her office as her phone buzzed.
Hey there,
she answered. Hey, stranger, David said, an obvious smile in his tone.
Stranger?
Susan questioned as she sat behind her desk.
It's only been a few days.
How was the conference? Susan briefly shifted her gaze to an empty corner of the room before answering.
Enlightening,
she said through a genuine smile.
Good to see some familiar faces.
You free for lunch today? Susan looked at the papers on her desk.
You know what? Yes. I'd love to be distracted for an hour today.
I'm a distraction?
The good kind of distraction, she replied.
How does Xian's at 11:45 sound?
Perfect. See you then.
They hung up the call. Susan returned to the list of names on her desk and dialed the next number. After several clicks, a recording in broken English announced,
This number does not exist.
Susan held the line until it hung up on her. She turned to her computer and composed an email to Dr. Tala Ehetoya of the International Livestock Research Institute in Nairobi, Kenya.
Dr. Ehetoya, I hope this email finds you well. I tried to call your office and received a message that your number no longer exists. At your earliest convenience, please contact me regarding some research I believe you may be able to assist with. Susan McCormick, UW Genetics.
Raymond stuck his head in her office. I looked at the server access logs, and it doesn't look like anything is out of the ordinary. I also reviewed the firewall logs. Nada. Susan nodded.
So we weren't hacked.
It doesn't look like it, he said and pursed his lips. I also removed all the data from the servers. Right now, this is the master. He held up his thumb drive.
I need to delete all the pictures from my phone, Susan said. Can you make sure the girls have erased anything from theirs as well?
Sure, Doc. Behind him, Jen poked her head in the office.
I called my dad. He said he didn't tell anyone and that he hasn't had time to work on the second word. When he has it figured out, he'll email you. Thanks, Jen.
Kayla walked up behind Jen and squeezed into the small office.
Sure, Susan said, laughing. Come on in. From what I can tell, they know a lot, but nobody's talking about the specifics. Social media is on fire, and I think that's where the story started. How?
Susan slowly asked.
Not sure, Professor, Kayla answered. But I can tell you that everybody seems pissed about it. What do you mean? All the stories are negative, and the comments online are really bad. Great, Susan said. Keep at it, gang. When and if we go public, we need to have our data corroborated.
Her research assistants left the office as she dialed the next number on her list. A tired voice answered.
Ni hao. Hello, Chung. It's Susan McCormick, Susan said. Susan?
Dr. Nam replied.
Yes. Hi, do you have a free minute? What time is it?
Susan looked at her watch, realizing in Singapore the clock had just passed 2 a.m.
I'm so sorry to call you at this hour. I wasn't thinking. I'll call you later.
Susan apologized.
No. One moment,
Dr. Nam said. She said something softly in Chinese to someone in the background and returned to the phone.
Sorry about that. I'm not at my office.
Susan smiled.
Oh, it's fine. I'm calling about some research my team and I are working on. Okay. Do you have any multi-generational samples? I'm running a specific test on the non-coding sequences of age-tight families. It'd be great if there were any in the East Asian samples. Well, I need to check when I get to the office this morning. Can you go into what specifically you are looking for? Perhaps I can run that test here and send you the results rather than transferring the sequence samples.
She laughed.
Even if we have what you're looking for. Sorry, Jung. I can't get into it right now.
Susan heard a sigh on the phone.
Very well. I'll review our samples tomorrow and get back with you. I really appreciate it, and sorry for calling so early, Susan said.
Dr. Nam yawned and said something Susan didn't understand through the muffled phone.
I'll let you go and talk with you tomorrow.
Dr. Nam laughed.
Okay, Susan. Bye. Bye, she replied.
In his room in the Hotel Seattle, Brian Shepard switched away from the webpage for Emerald City Antifa to the Puget Sound Anarchists. He copied a social media post from earlier that morning to the page's forum, adding in a few directed insults and veiled threats. From there, he returned to the site of a local news station to respond to several comments from viewers.
The newscasts throughout the day sparked the conversation, and from his dilapidated hotel room, Brian directed the rising tide of emotions like an orchestra conductor building a crescendo. He copied one appropriately vile remark from the station's public comment section and pasted it to the Seattle Archdiocese community page. Thus far, the disinformation campaign he waged against the team proceeded well. Next, he wanted to bring the anger from all sides to a tipping point and schedule rallies on the school's campus. This would allow him access to the campus using the enraged crowds as a convenient cover. There is nothing more powerful than a useful idiot, he thought. His phone buzzed as a text message scrolled up the screen. The target has left the building. Chapter 10. The 1-mile walk from Susan's office to Xian's noodle house gave her a brief chance to clear her head before seeing David. He sat in the back of the restaurant, facing the door with his shoulder against the wall. "Hey," he said, getting up from his chair.
"Hey,"
she replied as they hugged. David pulled out her chair.
"Oh, thank you."
She liked that he acted kind of old-fashioned. "I ordered you a water, but we can get whatever you want when Nancy comes back."
"Nancy?"
Susan questioned. David smiled sheepishly. "Sorry, force of habit. I notice everything." Susan joined him with her own smile. She reached across the table and took his hand.
"It's good to see you."
He took both her hands and looked into her eyes. "It's good to see you," he agreed. Her adulation waned as thoughts of the newscast invaded her head. "Everything okay?" he asked. She took her hands back to examine the menu as Nancy approached.
"Hey guys, those waters will be right up. Did you want to get something else or order an appetizer?" "I'm good with water," Susan said.
David smiled in agreement.
"Did you need a minute?"
Nancy asked. Susan didn't acknowledge the question. "Yeah, give us a minute," David answered for her.
"Just let me know when you guys are ready,"
she said and walked to another table. "Hey," David asked. "You okay?" Susan sighed.
"Sorry. Lots going on at work."
"Anything you want to talk about?" Susan put down her menu.
"So, you know we've been studying what some call junk DNA, right?"
David nodded.
"Well, over the weekend, one of my research students sequenced one of the samples we have on file and stumbled onto something."
She let out a nervous laugh.
"Kinda crazy."
The statement brought with it thoughts of the pictograms and the possible revelation from Rabbi Rosenthal. David sat quietly, waiting for the rest of the story.
"Anyway, somehow our research got exposed, and the news has been all over it today. We don't know how any of it got out, but the reactions are pretty bad."
He let her finish before asking, "What's the research? I've been in classes all day and haven't watched the news."
"I'd rather not say. We're trying to keep it all under wraps until we can verify the findings. I've reached out to some colleagues, hoping they have more samples we can analyze."
"You said the comments are bad?" he asked. Susan laughed.
"Yeah. This morning on the news they had a priest and an atheist talking about it. They both hated the idea of a potential breakthrough."
Now David laughed. "A priest and an atheist agreed on something? Now that is groundbreaking."
"Right?"
Susan agreed, stifling a deeper laugh. "I'm sure it will work itself out in the end. You academic types have all kinds of peer review, right? It'll be fine, Professor." She looked up at him and his generous smile. His genuine caring and affection shone in his deep brown eyes.
"Thanks,"
she whispered. Over a shared bowl of steamed chicken and chili sauce, they got away from the newscasts and negativity of social media commenters. David gushed about his daughter and her basketball team's recent success at the state tournament. He talked about the students in his history classes and how much he enjoyed teaching. Susan told him about her recent trip to San Diego to attend the American Society of Human Genetics conference, where her friend, Dr. Stanislaus Mesmer, spoke. Her mind replayed his despair when he reached the conclusion of his presentation. "Can we not even ask the question?"
"David?"
Susan asked, putting down her chopsticks and locking eyes with him.
"What do you believe?"
She shook her head, questioning the moment, but pressed on regardless.
"I'm sorry if it seems forward, but one of my assistants asked me that recently, and—"
She kept her eyes on him.
"I'm just curious."
David finished his bite and sighed. "Well, I'm a—" he paused. "Believer. I say that because it's easier than getting into a bunch of labels.
Susan nodded.
I believe there is a God, and that he created the universe. I believe in salvation through his Son.
He looked at her, waiting for a response.
I'm not a preacher, and I don't push my beliefs on other people.
He shrugged.
I think I'm pretty tolerant of what other people believe. What do you believe?
Susan stared into the swirling soup bowl between them. Quietly, she said, I haven't really given it much thought until lately. I'm a scientist, and I believe in the scientific method. We ask a question, do the background research, and construct a hypothesis.
David nodded.
From there, we test that hypothesis with experimentation. We invite others to do so as well, and we communicate the results. But recently, a dear friend found himself shunned by the scientific community just asking the question.
So what changed? Why are you now suddenly thinking about your beliefs, thinking about faith?
She smiled. It's not that easy. I wish I could tell you. I really do.
He returned her smile. Okay, then. What question did your friend ask?
Unconsciously, Susan looked around the small restaurant like an informant about to spill some juicy street knowledge on her favorite detective. He asked if human DNA could have been engineered.
David laughed. And that got him shunned by the entire scientific community?
Her expression changed. I'm serious. In academia, that is the fastest way to become persona non grata. You don't ask those questions, especially not in the field of human genetics.
David raised his hands.
Why not? We just don't. Any deviation from the accepted evolutionary model is basically not tolerated.
He laughed again. So much for the free expression of ideas. No wonder the comments you've seen are negative. She huffed.
On one side is the church refusing to open their eyes to something new, and on the other are atheists who are just as close-minded.
Well, where are you? He delicately asked.
She looked at him and smiled. I've always been in the evolution camp. I've dedicated my life to the study of genetics, and now... She paused. I'm starting to question that.
She stared into the soup again.
And I guess that scares me a little.
David reached for her hand again, and their eyes met. If you have questions of faith, I'm not a preacher, but I can answer what I can. I've known lots of soldiers who have been where you are right now. I'm here for you.
She smiled into his chocolate eyes. Thanks, I appreciate that. And thanks for lunch.
My pleasure. Any chance I get to spend time with you is worth the walk.
Kayla met her at the door of the lab. Things are getting worse, Professor. Your name is all over the radio and internet. What? I've been listening to internet radio, and the callers have been getting progressively nastier. Where are they getting their information? It's only been a few days. Susan asked the room. Jen and Ray both shrugged. We need to get more samples run through your program. Or we destroy what we have and act like nothing happened. If there's no data, it will all go away, right? Kayla asked.
What? Ray protested, echoed by Susan.
That is out of the question, Susan objected. We're scientists. We're not destroying data because of some news reports and social media comments.
Ray stood. Kay, this could be the biggest discovery in human history.
I know that, but we can't verify our results. This means it also could be a glitch in your program, she countered.
Wait a minute, he retorted, cut off by Susan.
We are not going to start thinking like that. We have the data secured on the thumb drive, right? She asked Ray.
Yes, ma'am. He held up the small stick.
Good, Susan said. The media will move on to something more interesting in a few days. We will follow all avenues to get more samples tested, and when we are ready to publish our findings, we will do so on our terms, not Channel 11's. Am I clear?
The team agreed and returned to their workstations. Susan pulled a bottle of water from the break room refrigerator, returned to her office, and thought about David. Because of their budding relationship, the pair had not talked about their beliefs. Now Susan struggled to understand the data she had in her possession.
Could this really be happening? She thought.
David, being a believer, did not bother her.
Would me not being one bother him?
All her years in college and academia emboldened her to shun religion and embrace the doctrine of evolution and natural selection.
What about Dr. Mesmer?
How could such an educated and enlightened man, a genius by any respects, go so far as to publicly ask whether some intelligence had designed our DNA? Susan chuckled at the thought, but her eyes dropped to the pictograms on her desk, specifically the cross. "It's the letter Tav," Rabbi Rosenthal had said.
Could there really be something to our data?
She turned to her computer and opened her email, intending to compose an email to Dr. Mahmoud Jawar Ali Almir, director of the Center for Arab Genomic Studies, but several unread message warnings popped up on her screen. Many were emails from students asking questions about assignments and possibly scheduling lab time. One came from a colleague who expressed his regrets at missing her in San Diego, and one from Frank Henderson, vice provost and dean of the graduate school. Susan clicked on Frank's email. "Dr. McCormick, some information has come to my attention that I believe we need to discuss. Please schedule some time with Janet for first thing tomorrow morning or early Friday morning. Until we meet, please do not talk to anyone from the media and be prepared to make available any research your team has been working on. All the best, Frank." Susan shook her head and composed a new email addressed to Dr. Almir.
Mahmoud, I need some help. When you get a chance, please give me a call. I don't care what time it is. I had hoped to see you in San Diego. You won't believe what Stan did during his presentation. Give my best to Lena and kiss that precious daughter of yours. Looking forward to hearing from you, Susan McCormick.
Her phone buzzed with a number she did not have in her contact list. Warily, she answered the call.
"Hello, this is Susan."
"Dr. McCormick, this is Jason Beasley from Fox 11. I'd like to know when you're available for an interview regarding some of the claims you've made recently."
"Sir, I haven't made any claims,"
Susan said, feeling her emotions getting the better of her. "Doctor, is it true that you think an intelligent designer created our DNA?"
"What? How did you get this number?"
Susan roared. "And if so, do you think it could have been aliens, as some on social media have asserted?" Susan hung up the phone and put it down hard on her desk. Kayla appeared in the door of her office.
"You okay?" "This is getting out of hand,"
Susan said, as her phone buzzed with another unknown phone number. Chapter 11.
"Would you turn that off?"
Jen loudly said from the lab. Kayla turned, and Susan looked out her office at the commotion.
"I want to know what's going on,"
Ray responded.
"What's going on out here?"
Susan asked as she and Kayla walked into the lab.
"Sorry, Professor. Ray keeps flipping from channel to channel."
"Look, someone got our data. How? I don't know." He pointed to the television presenter. "These guys do. One of them is going to slip, and we'll know who sold us out." Susan stepped between them.
"We don't know how they got our data. One of the stations just called me asking about aliens, for God's sake,"
she said, instantly regretting the reference. Ray stifled a nervous laugh.
"Guys, I've been listening to the news all day like Dr. McCormick asked, and they haven't said anything other than unconfirmed,"
Kayla said in air quotes.
"And anonymous reports. I do know they know our names, and apparently they have the professor's mobile number."
"Dude," Raymond said, and flopped into his desk chair.
"The point is," Kayla continued, "someone is giving them information."
"But who?" Jen asked. Ray looked at Jen. "Your dad read the Hebrew letters from the pictograms." Jen's face went red.
"And it was your program that supposedly found them," she yelled. "Guys!"
Susan shouted. They looked at her for a few silent moments.
"Who stands to gain from this?"
Kayla asked Susan.
"What?" "I mean, either way you look at it, figuring out who has something to gain typically points in the right direction."
They all just looked at her.
"So let's look at it like this. What does Dr. McCormick stand to gain if this proves to be true?"
Kayla asked. "A freaking Nobel Prize," Ray sarcastically said.
"Okay," Kayla began. "That's fair. But you also gained something if it's proven true. Your program discovered the pattern."
"Using that logic, we all have something to gain," Ray said in defense.
"Not me," Jen said. "No?" Kayla asked. "You're part of the team, and you have to admit that your dad's congregation would get a whole lot bigger really fast, wouldn't it?"
Jen shrugged.
"I guess."
Kayla laughed.
I'm actually the one that stands to gain the least from all this.
So, what if it's proven false? Who gains then? Ray asked. Again, they sat in silence, contemplating the question.
Nobody here, Susan said.
So it would have to be someone from outside. Susan's phone vibrated again, and she walked back into her office.
How did they get my phone number? She called over her shoulder.
Atheists? Jen quietly said. What? Ray asked. Jen looked up.
Wouldn't atheists benefit from it being false? Something else they could use to prove there is no God?
Susan sat at her desk when a new email notification caught her eye.
Dr. McCormick, Dean Henderson wanted me to reach out to you and schedule a meeting. Please let me know if you are free tomorrow morning at 8. If not, when are you available Friday morning? All the best, Janet Murkowski.
Susan replied she would be available in the morning. Her phone rang again, and David's face appeared on the screen.
Hey,
she answered. Hey, I've just got a moment, but wanted to call you. I checked the news between 5th and 6th periods. They're calling you all kinds of names and talking about some announcement you made regarding God. What's going on? David asked, his genuine concern sharpening the question. Susan couldn't hold her emotions back any longer. Tears welled in her eyes when she spoke.
I didn't make an announcement. I don't even know how they got my name or any of our research.
Why aren't you out there setting the record straight?
I've been told by the dean not to talk to the press. My phone is ringing off the hook, and we haven't even finished our research.
David cleared his throat. If there's one thing I know, you always rush and ambush. I say you get out there and tell your side.
I can't, Susan said. We don't have enough evidence to present a conclusion. Nothing is tested or corroborated. This is all just crazy. We don't even know how it got out.
Hey, he said softly, hearing her emotions come to the surface. Take it one step at a time, and I'm sure things will all work out. Susan sighed heavily.
I guess.
Is there anything I can do to help?
No, but I appreciate the offer,
Susan answered. Talk later?
Thanks. I'll need it,
she said, smiling. After the call, Susan walked back into the lab.
Guys, I'm going to call it a day. I think we all need a break from this.
Good idea, Jen said in a huff. She stuffed her things into her purse and headed for the door in a rush.
Hey, wait a second,
Susan quickly said. The two other assistants turned to look at her, but continued to gather their belongings.
I have a meeting tomorrow morning with Dean Henderson, so don't come in until I text you, okay?
Kayla and Ray nodded.
Keep that drive safe, Raymond.
The devil himself couldn't pry it from my hands, Doc.
Jen, wait up,
Kayla said as Jen opened the door. The two girls left the lab, and Jen led the way down the hallway in an angry trot. Susan returned to her office, sat behind her desk, and huffed out a breath. When she accepted the Special Projects of Regional and National Significance, SPRAN's, grant to study the non-coding DNA, she expected to do some traveling, sequence some samples, and draft a report on any possible discovery her team made. Today, her phone rang off the hook by hostile media, and she had a meeting with her supervisor because of an unverified, uncorroborated, unrepeatable accident. Susan laughed at the thought. Another thought entered her mind. The hostility toward her discovery and the anger she felt at the ridicule.
Hey, Ray,
she called. Yeah, Doc, he replied and entered her office with his backpack slung over one shoulder.
That thumb drive is the only set of data we have, right?
He nodded. I wiped the server and my machine. I'm packing it up to take it home. He reached into his pocket and withdrew the small blue memory stick. This is it.
The more I think about it, the more I think I need to be responsible for it.
Ray looked at the thumb drive, initially hesitating to hand it over.
My precious. The professor wants the precious,
he said, putting on his best Gollum impression. Susan shook her head at his humor and held out her hand. This is groundbreaking stuff, you know, he said, putting the blue drive in her palm. She returned his smile and softly said, I know. I'll text you tomorrow. Just outside Bagley Hall, Jen and Kayla sat on the retaining wall around Drumheller Fountain waiting for Raymond. Jen's face hardened when he approached.
Man, Kayla said, this is all so surreal.
I'm worried about the professor, Raymond said. And hey, Jen, I'm sorry for that stuff in there. I hope you don't think...
It's cool. Don't worry about it,
Jen curtly interjected.
I'll just be glad when this is all over. Why are you so worried about Susan? Kayla asked. Raymond's expression changed, and he sighed. I mean, this is overwhelming for all of us, but put yourself in her shoes for a second. She's under a ton of stress over this, and the stuff being said about her in the media. None of them said anything for a few seconds. Finally, Kayla broke the silence. I'm sure it will work itself out. After all, the data is secure, right? She asked and smiled at Raymond. It'll be proven right or wrong, and we can move on. Ray looked at her. Seriously, Kay? This could change everything. Either this is the greatest discovery ever made, or the professor, he paused, and I are ruined as huge frauds. Kayla looked into the fountain. Jen stood, took several steps away, and turned back to face them. I hope it's true, she said, an atypical intensity lacing her words. I'm going to talk to my dad, because I believe this is a life-changing discovery, and I don't know anybody better to talk to about it. Kayla pursed her lips. Ray jumped up. Hell yeah, Jen, that's what I'm talking about. Susan rolled the little blue thumb drive over in her hand several times, her mind racing. How did the data on this drive get to the media? Who gave the media their personal information? She turned to her computer and opened a search engine. She typed in the search term, code. A series of blue links appeared on her computer screen, inviting her to learn to code and begin a career as a programmer. She scrolled through the results to the bottom of the list and changed the search term to DNA code. Again, the screen flooded with a list of blue links of basic genetics information. She scrolled through the results, stopping on one with the subtext, When I say there are hidden codes in DNA, some people jump to the conclusion that I believe messages from God were written in our DNA. She laughed and looked at the thumb drive. She returned to the top of the page and searched for Messages from God. Before the full list of results appeared, she closed the program, spun in her chair, and looked out her office window. Can we not even ask the question? Dr. Mesmer's words rang in her memory. She turned back to her computer, opened the search engine again, and typed Intelligent Design. On a large box at the top of the window, a definition promptly stated, The theory that life or the universe cannot have arisen by chance and was designed and created by some intelligent entity. Susan shook her head and scrolled through the search results, laughing at some while frowning at others. At the bottom of the page, below an advertisement for several books on the topic of religion, God, and intelligent design, sat a small box featuring searches related to intelligent design. Among the obvious searches on intelligent design versus evolution and the related search for supposed intelligent design facts, read the name Xenophanes of Colophon. Intrigued, Susan clicked on the out-of-place link. The screen refreshed with a new list of information pages on Xenophanes of Colophon. She clicked the first one. Xenophanes of Colophon, a Greek philosopher, theologian, poet, and social and religious critic. Xenophanes lived a life of travel, having left Ionia at the age of 25 and continuing to travel throughout the Greek world for another 67 years. Some scholars say he lived in exile in Sicily. His elegiac and iambic poetry criticized and satirized a wide range of ideas, including Homer and Hesiod, the belief in the pantheon of anthropomorphic gods, and Greeks' veneration of athleticism. Susan laughed to herself. So this guy hated athletes, the gods, and other philosophers. She returned to the search results, scrolling through. The closer she scrolled to the bottom of the page, the more obscure the results became. Again, she reached the Searches Related To box. Below this box sat a row of numbers, similar to the other search engines. Bored, Susan clicked on the second page. Another list of pages appeared, all showing basically the same information. At the bottom of the second window, she clicked the 9th page and scrolled directly to the bottom of the page. She huffed and moved her pointer over the number 13, but did not click the mouse. Listed among the Searches Related To results read, Secret Societies of the Dark Ages. Oh, you've got to be kidding me, she said, perturbed, and closed the search window. She slid the thumb drive into her purse, closed her office door, and left the lab, ignoring the unnerving tension growing in her shoulders. Chapter 12.
The weak Seattle sun shone through Susan's bedroom windows when her alarm blared for her to wake. The pitiful night's sleep is not what her body or mind needed, and the 2 glasses of Chardonnay did not erase the stress from the last few days, as she intended. Next time, Susan vowed to try 3 glasses, or else something more potent than wine. She finished her morning routine in record time to get to the college early for her meeting with Dean Henderson. She opened the door to her condominium and stepped into the hall.
What the?
She started. While she slept, someone had spray-painted an enormous swastika across her apartment door. Every inch of the yellow hallway paint sported other messages of anger, rage, and hate. Susan took out her phone and called the police.
911, what's your emergency?
In a shaky voice, Susan answered.
Yes, someone vandalized my apartment sometime in the night.
She stepped back in her apartment and locked the door behind her. May I have your name, address, and phone number, please?
Susan McCormick, 901 Northeast 43rd Street, Seattle.
Okay, Miss McCormick. Are you safe at the address right now? Do you believe the person is still in the area? The dispatcher asked.
Yes, I'm fine here, and I don't think so.
Okay, stay inside. An officer will be there in a few minutes.
Thank you,
Susan said. Would you like me to remain on the line until officers arrive?
No, I think I'm fine.
After she hung up the call, Susan rechecked the lock on her door and dialed David's phone. Well, good morning, he answered in a happy tone.
David, someone spray-painted the outside of my door last night,
Susan frantically said. His tone changed immediately. Are you okay? He authoritatively asked. The sudden change in his voice startled her.
Yeah, I called the cops, and they're coming to inspect it, I guess.
Keep your door locked. I'm coming over. She laughed sheepishly.
I appreciate that, but I don't think that's necessary. I can talk to the police and call you after.
You sure? He asked.
Yeah, I'm fine,
she said, liking the way he immediately tried to take charge and defend her. If you need me for anything, just say the word. Susan thought about him rushing to her aid at her beck and call.
I'm just freaked out that someone would do this.
Does your building have cameras? David asked.
Outside, yeah, but I don't think the hallways have them, she replied.
Another call interrupted them.
Hang on, I think that's the police.
She pressed the incoming call button.
Hello?
Miss McCormick?
Yes?
This is Officer Shirley with SPD. We have an officer in the parking lot of your apartment. They need you to give them access to your building.
Okay,
Susan replied.
I'll be right out. Thank you.
She clicked over to David.
Hey, the police are here. I need to run.
Okay, call me back when you can.
I will. Thanks again.
With the happy tone returning to his voice, he said, Anytime. Susan met the police officer in the parking lot and led him into the hallway outside her condominium. Starting inside the door of the hallway, black spray-painted curse words and swastikas lined the hallway. Die, bitch, scrolled hastily along the wall led to her door, where a large black crisscrossed swastika angled from floor to ceiling. Other messages read, Liar, Hitler is God, and Burn in Hell. The police took several pictures, recorded her information, asked her questions, and assured her that neighborhood kids being stupid were the most likely culprits. The property manager arrived shortly after the police, and numerous other tenants surveyed the vandalism on their way in and out of the building. Susan took pictures with her phone as well before calling Dean Henderson's office to explain why she would be a few minutes late to their scheduled meeting. Following a short bus ride and an unwelcome jog across campus, Susan entered Dean Henderson's office. Hi, Susan, Frank Henderson said as he stood welcoming her. Have a seat. Susan sat in one of the leather chairs in front of his desk. Dean Henderson took the other and turned to face her. Would you like a coffee or water?
No, thank you,
she replied. Frank put his hands in his lap. Well, you've had quite a week, he said, trying to sound conciliatory. Susan's unintentionally sarcastic laugh startled her a bit.
You could say that. This whole thing is blown way out of proportion.
Frank nodded and pursed his lips. Susan continued.
Someone vandalized my apartment last night.
Oh my, Frank said. Something about his tone did not sit well with her. She had known Frank Henderson for 9 years, and their interactions were always pleasant and professional. This felt different.
And the news reports are over the top. They won't stop calling my phone. I've blocked most of them.
Well, Frank began, choosing his words carefully. Your announcement came as—" He paused again. "Unexpected, and, if I may, somewhat inflammatory."
"I didn't make an announcement," Susan forcefully said. "Neither did anyone on my team. I don't know where anyone got the information about what we found."
As soon as it left her mouth, Susan regretted saying it. Frank sat forward. "So, you did find something?"
"No, I didn't mean to say that."
Susan took a deep breath to gather her thoughts.
"We're researching non-coding DNA. Junk DNA, some call it."
Frank nodded. "Right. I sat through your presentation for the grant committee."
"Yes," Susan agreed. "We have a sample from a family in Argentina that is—"
She looked around the room, searching for the right word.
"Unusual. It showed characteristics that we didn't expect to find."
She laughed.
"Nothing we have is verified or corroborated. We have nothing but some anomalies from a single sequence."
Frank cleared his throat. "That's not what Dr. Timsley said." Susan furrowed her brow but remained silent. "He told me that you found a sequence of binary code that, when placed in a grid, formed a pictogram. Is that true?" Susan interlaced her fingers.
"Yes,"
she quietly said. He stood and walked around his desk, indicating that the Frank and Susan part of the meeting ended and the Dr. McCormick and Dean Henderson part had just begun. "This incident has captured the attention of several key donors to this institution, which has caught the eye of the President and the Board of Regents." He sighed. "This does not look good for the department or the school." Susan sat quietly. "We are doing our best to contain this and have public relations working to handle the media blowback." He laughed. "I received a call from Bishop Spain of the Seattle Archdiocese yesterday. I assured him your research assistant made a mistake and this situation would go away quickly." He looked directly at her, his face blank. "This is going to go away quickly?" Susan did not respond. "I have had the IT department scrub your servers, and they don't appear to have any of the data in question on them. I assume you've already removed the sequences from all school property?"
"I had one of my research assistants do it,"
Susan dryly responded. "Excellent. As long as you didn't talk to the media, and don't from here on out, I think we see this situation eye to eye." He pressed a button on his phone, and Janet appeared in the office door. "I don't think I need to stress how delicate this situation is, Susan. I trust PR can handle it from here, as long as you stay away from the media." Susan rose.
"I understand,"
she said as she moved to the door. Dean Henderson stood behind his desk. "We appreciate your cooperation, Susan. It means a lot to the school." Susan left without a word. In her office, she turned on her computer and checked her emails. Unusually, her system showed no new messages. She took out her phone and sent a text to David.
"Hey, just finished my meeting with the dean. He told me to lay low and let them handle the media. Feeling really down. I could use some cheering up. Call when free."
She put her phone on the desk and turned to look out her window. Her office in Bagley Hall overlooked a medicinal herb garden and an open stretch of grass aligned with Mount Rainier and Drumheller Fountain. Known to the students as Rainier Vista, the long grass mall served as meeting, studying, and the recreational area for underclassmen. On any given day, numerous students lounged between classes, some sitting on the low wall around the fountain, and others hunched against trees enjoying the mild Seattle weather. Susan stood on her toes to look over some trees that obscured her vision of the promenade. At the far end, near Burt Gillum Trail and the Vinkenwerder Forest Lab, a group of students gathered. Her phone's ringtone startled her.
"Hello?"
she answered, almost out of breath. "Hey," David replied. "Sorry, I just wrapped up a class assignment and got your text." She sat.
"Yeah, they want me to lay low and let the PR department handle things."
"And your discovery?" David asked. She laughed in response.
"It's not really a discovery. It hasn't been tested or peer-reviewed or anything."
Her frustration showed. "Sorry."
"Oh, no, it's not you. It's just so—"
she said, allowing the last word to hang in the air. She heard him breathing softly, waiting for her to finish her thought. She did not.
"So, how has your morning been?"
she asked in a cheery tone, trying to change the subject and her mood. He sighed. Well, I got news that some of my buddies are getting back from deployment this evening. They should land at JBLM in a few hours, and I'm thinking of heading out there to greet them. Susan leaned back in her chair. In the short time frame of their relationship, only a few short weeks, David only mentioned his military service a handful of times. He vaguely told her about his time in the Army, expertly sidestepping the harder questions about combat tours and generally kept tight-lipped about his years of service. A brief moment of silence passed, and David said, "If you're not interested, it's fine," drawing Susan back into the conversation.
"What?" she laughed. "I'm sorry. What did you say?"
"I said if you'd like to come with me, I think you'd enjoy it. Plus, it could take your mind off recent events."
"Yeah, I'd love to,"
she immediately replied. "Great. I'll pick you up around 6. We can grab a bite and head to the base."
"That sounds great," she replied. "Thanks for the invitation."
"My pleasure. I've got to get back to my class. I'll see you tonight then."
"See you tonight,"
she answered and hung up the phone. In her heart, Susan felt elated. Spending time with David always turned into the highlight of any day, and her recent days needed a turning point. Getting a few hours with him tonight would go a long way to changing her mood, and she knew it. She opened her computer again to recheck her emails. Still no new messages. Something out the window caught the corner of her eye. She turned and stood. At the far end of the grassy area, the small group of students had grown into a mob of several hundred. Some carried signs, which she could not read so far away, and others appeared dressed in black from head to toe. Slowly, the throng walked toward the opposite end of the grass nearest the fountain. Her phone rang again, and Raymond's face appeared on the screen.
"Hey,"
she answered.
"I just got word on one of the campus community boards. Someone is organizing a march." "Yeah, I'm watching it at the end of the vista heading toward the fountain," she said, cutting him off.
"I'd get out of there, Doc," he said, sounding alarmed.
"What? Why?" Susan asked.
"They're protesting you." Chapter 13. Welcome back to the Alan Landerman Show, the show where we talk about the issues of the day and how they affect your life. We've got lots of people on the phone waiting, so let's bring in our guests for this segment. Please welcome Ian Walsh, author of Coming Up for Air, When Early Man Took Their First Steps. On the other side of today's issue is Aaron Pastori, whose new book, God, the Cell, and What You Thought You Knew, just hit the indie book bestseller list. Congratulations, Aaron, and welcome to you both, the host announced.
"Thanks, Alan," one guest said.
"Thank you, Alan. Glad to be here," said the other. "Gentlemen, we have reports of—" Alan stifled a laugh. "Well, unconfirmed rumors of something happening at the University of Washington. Specifically, a genetics professor says she found something. Of course, nobody else can confirm her findings, and the more we look at this, the more it smells like a hoax by Dr. Susan McCormick, who we understand is a close friend of Dr. Stanislaus Mesmer. Mr. Mesmer recently retired in disgrace after his appearance at a genetics conference in San Diego. Aaron, I'll start with you. What is your take on these allegations from this woman?"
"Well, Alan, she's obviously an atheist, like most college professors. And I think this is just another coordinated attempt to turn people away from the truth of creation and the fundamental—"
Aaron replied. "Wait a second," Ian interrupted. "No disrespect to your guest, Alan, but I can't sit here and let him claim creation as truth."
"Can I finish my thought?"
Aaron asked. "Ian, let me turn to you then," Alan said, ignoring Aaron's request. "What are your thoughts on this professor's claims?" "I am appalled that a college professor at a prestigious institution like this could ignore the entire fossil record and the evidence that proponents of evolution have presented since pre-Socratic Greek philosophers first proposed the notion that one organism could be descended from another. For over 150 years, evolution has been—" Ian said.
"Evidence?" Aaron interjected. "What evidence? You can't show me a complete fossil record. Furthermore, you make wild claims that somewhere out there is some magical missing link that will miraculously, and I use the term sarcastically, prove your point. I have no doubt that this woman's outlandish claim will be as quickly proven to be a lie as your theory that one species can magically become another."
Let's take some calls. We've had some folks waiting to ask their questions. Paul from Hattiesburg, Mississippi. Welcome to the Alan Landerman Show.
"Hi, Alan. Thanks for taking my call. I'm going to come right out and say it. I ain't descended from no monkey, and I also don't believe some alien made us neither. This woman out there in Seattle or wherever is looking for her 15 minutes of fame. You all take that for what it's worth, but that's my opinion."
Thanks for the call, Paul. Christina, North Platte, Nebraska. Thanks for staying on hold. Go ahead with your questions for our guests, Alan said.
Thanks, Alan. My question is about why someone would do this. Do you think she knows making up stuff like this is going to ruin her career? I mean, how desperate does a person have to be to do something like this?
Aaron, what do you think about Christina's question? What would drive a supposedly respected college professor to do something so ludicrous? Aaron laughed. Honestly, I don't know, but I can tell you she probably has no idea of what she did. Oh, she's going to find out, Ian said, and both men laughed. Kevin, the great state of Oregon, welcome to the Alan Landerman Show.
Hey, Alan, what if humanity actually was designed?
Kevin asked as the panelists snickered.
I mean, what if some advanced alien race seeded the Earth with life?
Come on, Kevin, Alan mocked. You can't really be considering this woman's claims as genuine, man.
Look, I don't know about what this woman said. I'm simply asking the question.
You're literally asking about aliens? Ian mocked. Why is it so easy to discount the evidence of natural evolution that is right before your eyes at any natural history museum? He scoffed. I just don't get it. Kevin, I'll meet you halfway, Aaron said. If you honestly believe that little green men created us, why not put your faith in a creator God? It's 1,000,000 times more probable than aliens, brother. Susan's attention shifted to the opposite side of Drumheller Fountain, where Benton Lane emerged from behind the Mary Gates building. Another group of people appeared, carrying large flags and placards. This group, also dressed in black, looked much smaller and moved toward the fountain, shouting. Susan could not make out the slogans or emblems emblazoned on the black, white, and red striped flags. She turned back to the larger group, moving across the grass toward the fountain. Several of the people in the front carried bullhorns. This group also lofted black, white, and red flags. News cameras swarmed both sets of protesters as they converged on the fountain. Campus police appeared on East Stevens Way and Northeast Grant Street, barely slowing their progress. Outnumbered, the campus police walked backward, unable to stop the advancing marchers. As the group from Benton Lane neared the fountain, Susan heard muffled calls from their bullhorns, although the shaved heads, combat boots, and Bellamy salutes were all she needed to identify them. Oh, great, she said, and turned back to the other group. The face-masked, bludgeon-wielding group of anti-fascists moved opposite the fountain from the skinheads, their fists raised antagonistically.
We want education, not your speculation,
the leader of the anti-fascist group yelled as hundreds behind her chanted along.
We want education, not your speculation. No to design, you must resign,
another shouted above the din, only to be echoed by the mob.
No to design, you must resign. Ho ho, hey hey, you can't replace our DNA,
a skinhead called out. Predictably, the crowd repeated,
Ho ho, hey hey, you can't replace our DNA.
Susan looked from group to group as they each rounded the fountain against the desperate attempts to keep them separate by campus police. Strangely, they did not yell at each other, but toward Bagley Hall. She scanned the crowd from her office window when she noticed the television camera pointing at her, not the separate protesters.
Oh, God!
Susan blurted and sank away from the window. She tossed her phone in her purse and almost ran for the lab's exit. There she is, a cameraman said from the end of the hall as numerous cameras turned on her. Reporters from a dozen media outlets descended on her, jamming microphones in her face and turning on their bright overhead lights. The reporters peppered her with questions. Dr. McCormick, what do you want to say to the protesters outside your office?
Do you feel responsible for the unrest?
Do you believe in aliens? Susan ducked away from the microphones, pulling her purse higher on her shoulder and holding it in front of her like a shield. The reporters pressed her away from her laboratory door into the corner of the hall.
No,
she tried.
She managed between the onslaught of questions.
Why have you rejected evolution? Professor, do you feel your claims have caused more harm than good? Susan had enough and pushed back against the crowd of reporters.
Now look here, she yelled. I haven't made any claims, and I don't side with anyone outside.
Have your findings been corroborated?
Doctor, are you doing this for a movie deal?
Do you think you'll keep your job after this?
What? Susan asked. Why would I lose my job? I haven't said or done anything.
She pushed her way back to the lab door. Chants of, We want education, not your speculation. And a new call of,
Intelligent design, we say no. Susan McCormick has to go, wafted into the hallway.
Susan locked her lab door while the reporters continued their interrogation.
Do you consider yourself a fundamentalist?
What do you have to say to those who think this is all a hoax?
When did you align yourself with Dr. Mesmer's ideology?
Susan turned and confronted the reporter who asked about Dr. Mesmer. She stuck her finger past the microphone into the reporter's face.
Dr. Mesmer is a good man with a long and honorable career. All he wanted to do was have the debate. I don't subscribe to his, she made air quotes into the camera, ideology, or that of anyone else.
She pushed her way to the hallway exit under the continued onslaught. What are you hiding, Doctor?
Do you believe what Dr. Mesmer said about a creator?
She stopped, her hand on the doorknob. Her face flushed with anger as she rounded on the crowd of cameras. Her eyes flicked from reporter to reporter and camera lens to camera lens. Finally, fighting back her emotion, she said,
Can we not even ask the question?
Turned and left Bagley Hall. Her tears started when she crossed over Northeast Pacific Street to 15th Avenue, and the chants of Susan McCormick has to go faded behind her. She opened her purse, removed her phone, and sent a frantic text to David.
When you're free, give me a call. Worst day ever.
Susan walked along 15th Avenue past the Genome Sciences building where she held classes. Having her lab in Bagley Hall meant several walks a day between the two buildings and frequent stops at the Vista Cafe. As her emotions poured out, Susan walked without noticing her direction, pacing without concern for a destination. Susan walked to the end of 15th Street, crossed Northeast Boat Street, and out over the water of Portage Bay at the Sakuma viewpoint. Her breathing settled and her crying softened as she gulped in the salty air. She looked across the waters at rows of boathouses lining the far shore. A group of kids played in the water, jumping from the docks. After several breaths, Susan opened her purse and took out Raymond's thumb drive. She looked out at the blue-green water and contemplated just throwing the thing as hard as she could. A part of her would enjoy watching it sink below the surface, all her troubles with it. She balled the thumb drive in her fist and thrust it back in her purse, the scientist in her winning out. Her phone rang.
Hey,
she answered. I just got your text. You okay? David asked. Emotions flooded her again, and she started crying.
I hate reporters, she blurted.
Yeah, he said on a chuckle. I didn't know you knew any.
I mean it,
she said.
They were outside my office, and several groups protested on campus today. They marched right up to my office window.
David remained silent.
Then I left my office, and the stupid reporters ambushed me in the hallway.
What did you do? He calmly asked.
I defended myself.
There you go, Susan laughed.
They asked all kinds of stupid questions. I didn't answer most of them.
Yeah?
Then they started talking about Dr. Mesmer and some ideology. I couldn't help it, David. I was furious.
Good, he encouraged. How do you feel now? Susan huffed. How did she feel? Only one word came to mind when she looked inside herself to answer the question.
Free,
she whispered. Chapter 14. Brian Shepard watched the footage of the protests from his room at the Hotel Seattle. He took out the phone he bought when he arrived in Seattle and typed out a brief message. Move the camera to her office window. A few moments later, the news camera panned away from the mob of neo-Nazi protesters to the third-floor corner office where a woman stood watching the mob. Brian smiled. Parfait, he thought. The camera remained on the woman until she noticed them and vanished from the office window. He returned to the phone. Make sure you get footage of the police's excessive force. He watched as the camera panned from the window to the larger group of anti-fascists. Slowly, the camera swept across the masked faces, stopping periodically on their more creative signs. Brian laughed when the camera stopped on, "Two things are infinite, the universe and human stupidity. And I'm not sure about the universe. Albert Einstein." The camera moved from sign to sign until a fight broke out between a baseball bat-wielding protester and campus police. The protester pushed against an officer's shield, and other officers rushed in, taking the demonstrator to the ground. The camera zoomed in from the perfect angle to catch any unnecessary punches to the ribs or chokeholds. From across the room, Brian's other phone rang. He walked to the nightstand and answered the call in French. Oui? A woman's voice spoke in a thick German accent.
The council believes the target will not capitulate.
Brian did not respond.
Direct action protocol is now authorized,
the woman said, almost singing into the phone.
You are authorized to remove everyone that has come in contact with the target.
What about the international contacts? Brian asked in perfect German.
We are mobilizing other assets.
Ich verstehe, Brian replied and hung up the phone. I understand. He returned to the television broadcast of the campus protest. The crowd chanted, "Intelligent design, we say no. Susan McCormick has to go." He smiled, particularly proud at himself for coming up with that one, and sent another short message. Protocol escalated. The camera returned to the group of Aryans before the scene cut back to the studio. "People are angry, Cheryl," one of the reporters said.
"They sure are, Sam," the other agreed. "Turning now to our top story."
Brian clicked the remote, turning off the broadcast, donned a light jacket, and left the room. He walked the half-mile down 4th Avenue to the CVS, where he bought 2 6-ounce bottles of pure glycerin and a tack, nail, and brat assortment pack, which happened to be on sale for $6.99. While waiting in line, he took out his other phone and pulled up a quick search for artist supply stores. 1 block over on 5th, he found a glass-blowing supply store. A little bell jingled over the door when he walked in, carrying his CVS bag. "I'll be with you in a minute," a voice called from the back of the warehouse-looking store. Brian walked toward the voice. At the back of the store, behind a waist-high iron barrier, a gray-haired man rolled a long tube between his fingers. He blew in one end as an orange ball grew at the other. "1 sec," he said abruptly between puffs into the tube. "Almost there." "I got all day, brother," Brian said, watching. The glass-blower looked like a biker with a long gray ponytail running down his back and a pair of black sunglasses perched on his nose. He wore a black long-sleeve shirt under a pocketed shirt with a red and white pack of cigarettes poking from the pocket. Tattoos on the backs of his hands rolled by as he spun the growing glass sphere. The glassblower rolled the orb onto a V-shaped waiting table covered in wet, blackened newspaper. He moved toward the front of the tube and tapped it with a metal rod he pulled from a back pocket. The tube split from the glass ball in one fluid movement. He leaned it against the table and turned to Brian. "Sorry about that. If I don't get it just right, I have to start over." "Hey, no worries," Brian replied. He moved the sunglasses to the top of his head. "What can I do for you?" "I'm working on an art project and need some powdered rust. Do you carry anything?" "Iron oxide? Oh yeah, I got plenty of the stuff," he said with a friendly smile and moved farther into the warehouse. He called over his shoulder. "How much do you want? They come in 5-pound bags." "2 bags should do me," Brian shouted back to him as he walked to the counter. A few minutes later, Brian walked back to the hotel to make his drop-off. From there, he caught the metro from Southwest Sunset Boulevard to the Walmart on Rainier Avenue. He took out his phone again and made a call. "Hello, Water Oasis, can I help you?" a friendly voice answered. "Hi, yeah, do you guys sell koi?" "We sure do. We're the largest exotic fish dealer in the Puget Sound area." "Great," Brian said. "I'm looking for a strong oxidizer." "Oh, yes, sir. We have KMNO4 in stock. Do you have a chemical waiver on file?" "I don't. I'm in town temporarily working on a serious issue for some friends." "Oh, that's fine, sir. We have the forms here, and you can fill it out when you get here. As long as you understand and intend to use it specifically to maintain the health of ornamental fish, I think we'll be fine." "Oh, great. I appreciate that. Yeah, we'll put it to good use, I can assure you." "Perfect. We'll see you when you get here." "Thank you," Brian said and hung up. The metro stopped a few blocks from the Walmart, where he picked up a 10-pound tub of aluminum powder they coincidentally offered on clearance. He also needed several large bottles of vitamins. 10 should do the trick, he thought. From the Walmart, Brian headed to the aquatic nursery and back to his hotel room. He sat on the couch in front of the coffee table where he laid out his purchases. He donned a pair of plastic surgical gloves and opened the vitamin bottles, carefully peeling back their protective foil seals. He set the foil aside and emptied the vitamins into a nearby trash can. In a large plastic mixing bowl, he mixed 1 part aluminum powder to approximately 3 parts iron oxide, and using a funnel, filled each of the empty vitamin bottles almost to the top. On top of that, he carefully poured the potassium permanganate oxidizer from the fish nursery and packed it down, filling the bottle. Using superglue, Brian carefully replaced the foil seals, ensuring to seal the mixture in the plastic bottles. Confident of the seals, he took the tacks and taped them to the tops of the vitamin bottles, careful not to puncture the lids. In each cap, he poured a generous amount of glycerin and screwed them back in place, feeling the bulge under the lid. He took out his phone and typed a text message. DAP approved. Data location. Target location. Need contacts. He left the bottles to dry and moved to the door. As he locked up the room and walked to the bottom floor, his phone buzzed. Memstick with the secondary target. Primary location unknown. Copy DAP. List inbound.
Chapter 15. The next morning, Susan awoke to find a waiting voice message on her phone. Dr. McCormick, this is President Robinson. First thing tomorrow morning, please come to my office. Thank you. The message ended abruptly, and the tone of the university president did not sound complimentary. Susan hurried to the campus and her meeting with the president of the college, someone she had little contact with. Outside President Robinson's office, her receptionist, Emily, smiled when Susan came through the large glass outer doors. Susan returned the smile. Hi, I have an appointment with President Robinson. Yes, Dr. McCormick, she's expecting you, Emily said, stood and opened the inner door. The shelf-lined walls of Emma Robinson's office reminded Susan of her father's study. Books of all shapes, sizes, and colors ran along each shelf, ending in makeshift bookends of various awards and keepsakes. A large skylight bathed the room in faint sunlight, causing the heavily polished wood to gleam brilliantly. Emma Robinson rose from behind her large executive desk. Dr. McCormick, thank you for coming in this morning. I'm afraid there is something rather serious we need to discuss, she said, and pointed to a seat in front of the desk. Susan sat. It's my understanding that Dean Henderson instructed you not to speak to the media and to let public relations handle the difficult situation you've put us in. How she ended her sentence set the tone for the entire conversation. Susan knew it. I didn't give an interview to the media, and I tried to do as Dean Henderson asked. President Robinson frowned. They were waiting outside my lab yesterday. They literally backed me into a corner. What was I supposed to do? Susan asked, angry. You should have done what you were asked and let PR handle it, Emma said in a flat tone. I can assure you that all of this has been blown out of proportion. I didn't report anything to the media, and still, for the life of me, don't know how anything got out. Please, Madam President, believe me. I had no intention for any of this to happen, Susan pleaded. Dr. Robinson just stared at her. Finally, she said, And the Come Fund Me page? Susan sat forward. The what? Emma turned her computer screen so Susan could see it. A large picture showed her smiling face. Below it read, Persecuted for my beliefs. Please help. Dr. Robinson swiveled the screen away from Susan. So far, it looks like you've only raised $1,200 of your goal. Susan felt ambushed. She began. Really, Dr. McCormick, do you actually think people will give you $25,000? That's not me. I didn't... Listen to me very carefully, Susan. You will immediately denounce your findings publicly. I will not sit back and allow the integrity of this institution to be dragged down by your comical beliefs. I don't care what you've said to the media or why you've done this, but it ends now. Susan could not breathe, and her heart pounded like it wanted out of her chest. Denounce? Her voice sounded far away. We are going to draft an announcement that you have found nothing and apologize for causing this unfortunate uproar over nothing. Am I making myself clear? Susan remained quiet. You will immediately destroy whatever you think you found, and this thing, she turned to the computer again, comes down immediately.
The anger in Emma's voice grew in intensity as she spoke. "This has gone on for too long, and I hoped the meeting with Dean Henderson would be the end of it. What I saw on my campus yesterday appalled me, and when I saw your face on the news last night, defiantly talking about this ludicrous theory, I could hardly believe it." "Dr. Robinson, You're making a mockery of this university, and if you want any hope of keeping your job here, you will immediately denounce your claims." "Can't we even ask the question?" Dr. Mesmer's voice rang in her memory. Susan's eyes moved past Dr. Robinson to the pictures arranged behind her. Images of family vacations showing smiling children and present-filled Christmas cards lined a small table. The face of Emma Robinson from across the desk did not match the pictures. Susan returned her gaze to President Robinson and softly asked, "Can't we even ask the question?" A red-faced Emma Robinson shook her head and huffed out a breath. "For the time being, you are being put on administrative leave from this institution. You will proceed to your office and remove any personal items you have there. Until this recent lapse, your performance for this institution has been exemplary, and it is my hope that you will come to your senses and denounce these claims. I believe your college email has already been temporarily suspended. If necessary, I will have campus police escort you from the premises, but I'd rather not go that far and save you the spectacle." Susan shook her head. "That won't be necessary. We are not terminating her contract at this time, and I will remind you that you remain under the jurisdiction of this office and the Board of Regents. You are therefore under strict orders not to engage the media. Is that clear?" Susan nodded. Emma looked directly at her. "I can't tell you how much the situation saddens me, Susan. I hope we can eventually put all of this behind us." "Me too," Susan whispered. Dr. Robinson stood and walked to her office door, opening it. Susan stood, collected her things, and shuffled out of the office. "I will contact you when we can move on from this unpleasantness," President Robinson said as Susan exited the office. Susan nodded and left Gerberding Hall. She crossed Grant Lane, casually strolling toward Drumheller Fountain and Bagley Hall. Around her, students rushed to early classes, and groundkeepers cleared the remaining debris from the previous day's flash mob protests. She walked directly toward the fountain and sat on the retaining wall, emotions welling up inside her. How had her life taken such a bizarre turn in only a few days? How had it all spun out of proportion so quickly? How did a Come Fund Me page get set up? Who would do such a thing? Her phone rang in her purse. She did not recognize the number, but her phone indicated the call originated in Singapore. "Hello, Dr. Nam?" Susan answered. "Hello, Dr. McCormick," a man's voice asked. "Yes?" "This Nam Tai Long, Zhong Wan's husband." Susan looked at her watch, pondering the current time in Singapore. "Yes, sir?" He began, but stopped, choking up. "Sir?"
"Zhong Wan,
he tried again. Susan listened, saying nothing.
She didn't return home from her office tonight,"
Tai Lung said. "I don't understand."
"She did,"
he whispered, fighting back emotion.
"What?"
Susan stood and placed a hand to her mouth. Tai Lung cried softly.
"She say something about you. Something about work."
"Mr. Nam, I'm so sorry."
She paused.
"How?"
"Doctor says she have heart attack in her lab."
"A heart attack? I don't—"
"She called me earlier today and say something about big discovery, something secret."
He fought back his tears.
"She sound very excited, very happy."
"I don't know what to say,"
Susan said, fighting back her own tears.
"She going to call you about a sample. Police have lab shut down now."
"Mr. Nam, what does this have to do with—"
"She have sample for you,"
he said, cutting her off.
"I want you have sample. I have here at home lab. Her last gift too."
Another round of sobbing took him away from the phone.
"I appreciate that, sir. But I won't be needing them. My research has been shut down here, too.
Your lab shut down too? He asked.
Susan looked at her office window.
Yeah,
she slowly said. In the back of her analytical mind, something stirred.
That's too bad. I think you and Jungwan work good together.
Yeah, Susan absently agreed.
I want you to know she love you. You one of the last people she talk about,
Mr. Nam said.
She respect you.
Susan came back to herself.
Sir, I'm so sorry for your loss, and thank you for letting me know.
They ended the call, and Susan sat on the wall again, her mind racing. She rechecked the time and opened the messaging application on her phone.
You free?
A few minutes later, David responded. Yeah, good morning. Call? She dialed his phone. Hello, he answered.
Hey,
she said, sounding dejected. What's wrong?
I just left a meeting with the school president.
David remained silent. Susan huffed out a breath.
One of my colleagues had a heart attack last night.
Oh, wow, he said. I'm so sorry.
Her husband just called me.
She shook her head.
This whole thing, I mean, everything is...
She stuttered, unable to finish her thought. A silent moment passed before she said,
David, what's going on?
What do you mean?
I mean all of this. The samples, the code, the letters, us getting hacked or something, the media thing, the crowdfunding site, the protests, all of it. What's going on?
Crowdfunding? What crowdfunding site? David asked.
In my meeting with the president, she showed me a Come Fund Me site with my picture on it, asking for money. I couldn't believe it.
And you didn't set it up?
Of course I didn't,
she protested. In an unfamiliar tone, he asked, Do you have any enemies that you know of?
What? No.
Think, Susan. Is there anyone that would benefit from your downfall? I know it's a weird thing to think about, but just indulge me here.
Not off the top of my head, she replied. I'm sure there's someone somewhere that wants my job, but doing this doesn't get them hired.
Your research assistants? How are they affected by this?
I don't know. They're good students and have never stepped out of line. Although Jen does pop off with her political and social views a little too often for my tastes. No, they're good.
I know it sounds crazy, but I'm pretty sure someone is working against you. The Come Fund Me page kind of puts the nail in the coffin.
What if it's just some jerk trying to make money from all this?
Susan, think about it. Someone is playing you. The more I think about it, the more I see it. Somehow, word of your discovery gets out, but not the actual data. Rumors spread that you leaked it. They know your name and home address. They schedule the protests and leak your information to people who would vandalize your house. They set up the crowdfunding thing to make you look bad. I bet they even told the media where to ambush you. It all fits into place and looks to me like a fairly sophisticated psyops operation.
Psyops? What?
Susan asked. Psychological operation. Like in Vietnam, when U.S. forces purposely rigged the enemy's rifle ammunition to explode. Then they put in a few of these rigged rounds in any weapon caches they found. They spread word that the Chinese ammunition was poorly made, and not long after, rounds started exploding. All of a sudden, the Viet Cong stopped trusting their own ammunition.
You're saying somewhere someone is doing this to me? Why? What could they possibly gain by me losing my job or being harassed like this? She asked.
I don't know what their motivation could be. It could be some sicko getting his kicks with the hacking and manipulation, or it could be something else.
Something else? That sounds ominous.
I know, but right now we just don't know. Trying to change the subject, he asked, Are you free for lunch? We can put our heads together and see what we can figure out.
Susan sighed. Yeah, I told my team to stay home today and have to clean out my office. What do you feel like?
A high-pitched whine pierced the area around the fountain, cutting her off. What? What's that noise? David asked. Susan stood, turning toward the noise. Bagley Hall. Thick black smoke billowed above the roof.
It's a fire alarm. I have to go,
she yelled into the phone and hung up the call before David replied. Smoke poured from the broken window at the corner of the 3rd floor. Her office. Chapter 16. Brian Shepard stood on the platform at University Street Station waiting for his train. 10 carefully placed vitamin bottles filled the small backpack he purchased earlier in the morning at the Astoria gift store attached to the Starbucks outside his hotel. He hated their coffee, preferring to drink proper French coffee or tea, but standing on the platform he easily blended in with the many students on their way to classes. As Sebastian Brugere, staying at the Fairmont Olympic, catter-cornered from the Hotel Seattle, he enjoyed the finer rooms and the 5-star amenities. As Brian Shepard, staying at the Hotel Seattle, he fit the part for an average, unattractive, aging graduate student. His phone buzzed with a text message. Gray electrical box at bottom of stairs on Okanogan, room 331A. He sipped his cup of swill, showing no sign of his inner disgust. The train arrived, and he boarded it with several others who also carried bulging backpacks. After a tussling 15-minute ride, he exited the noisy train at the University of Washington station and rode the enormous escalator past the glass elevator. Brian walked out of the train station, across the Montlake Boulevard flyover, and strolled along the Rainier Vista Grass Mall. He rounded Bagley Hall onto the empty Okanogan Lane, stopping at the bottom of 3 flights of outdoor stairs leading to the building's rear entrance. Embedded in the wall at the base of the stairs, a gray electrical box protruded under the green handrail. Inside, he found the key to room 331A and smiled. He ambled up the stairs to the landing where several students clustered before morning classes. He held the door for a pretty blonde and entered after her. Bagley Hall on the University of Washington campus normally housed the chemistry department classrooms, which Brian ignored as he walked to the 3rd floor. Due to overcrowding in the Department of Bioengineering and Genome Studies building, Dr. McCormick's office and laboratory were housed in Bagley Hall, though her actual classes were still held in the Genome Studies building on 15th Avenue. Brian eased past students mingling outside classrooms and stopped in front of room 331A. He let himself into the laboratory, locked the door behind himself, walked to Dr. McCormick's office, and sat at her desk. He took out his phone and typed out a message. Confirmed location of data. He carefully removed his backpack and unzipped the top opening. Inside, 10 vitamin bottles lay on their sides against a foam pad. He removed the top bottle and set it on the black computer case under the desk. He moved around the outer office, removing bottles and placing them on the computer workstations. He put 2 on each rack of servers humming away in the corner of the office, and 1 for each filing cabinet along the back wall. He set the last one next to the door and removed a roll of tape from the backpack. He turned around, leaned against the wall, pulled out his phone, and flipped through his favorite team's football scores. How could Lyon only manage 12 shots on goal against Offenheim? He thought. A notification scrolled down from the top of the phone. Sec target. Brian put his phone in a pocket and pulled a piece of tape from the roll. He wrapped it against the bottle and set it on the floor, turned and surveyed the room, counting the vitamin bottles. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. He counted silently. With his route planned, he moved back to Susan's office, took up the first vitamin bottle, and slammed it down on her desk, cap first. He moved methodically from bottle to bottle around the room, slamming the tops of each and placing them back where he planned, right side up. The last bottle he taped to the door just above the bottom hinge and slipped leisurely into the hallway. With each jolt to the bottle caps, the taped thumbtacks pierced through the cap and foil seal underneath. With the bottle placed right side up, gravity slowly pulled the glycerin through the holes in the foil made by the thumbtacks. The clear, viscous liquid made contact with the potassium permanganate packed underneath. After a minute, the chemical reaction bubbled into a black ooze, releasing purple smoke, and reached 1200 degrees. At the correct temperature, the bubbling black mass ignited the aluminum powder and iron oxide mixture in the bottle, releasing the unstoppable burning power of the thermite. Brian walked out of Bagley Hall and sat sipping his coffee on the fountain's retaining wall. In the distance, the morning clouds opened, revealing the perpetually snow-capped peak of Mount Rainier in the distance. Students milled about before their morning classes, and a cool breeze blew in from the grassy mall. Inside Bagley Hall, small orange globs of thermite slowly burned through the computers and servers. 4,000 degrees of heat ignited the papers in the filing cabinets and fused the metal in the door hinge, essentially sealing the lab in the growing inferno. Burning papers lit the curtains and melted the plastic chairs. Wooden desks caught at the corners, charring across their surfaces as the flames and heat spread. The heat warped and cracked the windows as it melted through components in the unrelenting cascade to the floor, where it spread across the linoleum like regurgitated lava from a volcano. The backyard thermite spared nothing in the laboratory as the expanding fire consumed what remained of Dr. McCormick's life. The fire alarm rang inside the building, forcing students and professors to stream from the exits. The area encircling the fountain filled, and the growing crowd watched in astonishment and horror as the top floor of Bagley Hall belched thick black smoke. Red and yellow flames danced from the broken windows, scorching the walls. Within minutes, university firefighters arrived and rushed into the building to the third floor. From Okanogan Lane, a tanker pumped water into the third-floor windows. From the far side of Drumheller Fountain, Susan watched the growing fire as nothing the fire department did appeared to quell the inferno. Behind her in the crowd stood Brian Shepard, an aging graduate student who sipped a cold cup of revolting Starbucks coffee. Chapter 17.
I still can't believe it,
Susan said. She sat across from David at the Starbucks in the Husky Union student building. He listened quietly, allowing her to talk through her emotions.
Everything I had was in that lab.
She spoke in a low tone, sobbing, and at the same time angrily growling.
I don't know what to do,
she said, and looked up at him from her coffee. You lost things, Susan. It can all be replaced. I'm glad you weren't in there when the fire started.
I have no idea how a fire could start up there.
It's an old building. Maybe one of the old electrical plugs shorted. Who knows? She took a drink from her coffee.
With all that's going on, I don't know.
He nodded, silently acknowledging the scary unknown of her present situation. How was your team taking it?
I've asked them all to meet at my place in a bit to talk about it, she answered.
His expression changed.
What?
I don't like the idea of your students going to your house, he admitted. Susan smiled at his concern.
They're good kids. If I can't trust them, who can I trust?
An awkward moment passed between them. When are they going to let you into the office? He asked, changing the subject.
The firemen said the whole building is shut down until the inspector can get in there. From what they said, it's a total loss.
She paused.
Plus, I was just going in to get some things from my desk. I'm on administrative leave, remember?
She said this last part with a sharp edge to her voice. David offered her a wry smile.
Sorry,
Susan said. His smile changed. It's fine. This is a tough situation. Trust me, I get it.
I just don't know what to do. From the moment I entered college, I knew where I was going and what lay ahead of me. Now I have nothing.
David stifled a laugh. Susan looked at him sideways.
What?
It's just kind of funny. From the moment I entered the Army, I had no idea where I was going or what lay ahead of me. Now it feels like every day is the same thing. Susan thinned her lips.
Which do you prefer?
He shrugged. They each have their moments, I guess. The strange thing is that in the Army, even though I had no idea where I would be from moment to moment, there was always an underlying structure. Now that I know what to expect on a daily basis, it's like organized chaos. He cocked his head. Does that make sense? She took another drink from her cup, pondering the question.
It's hard for me to answer because I don't have the same frame of reference. But I can understand how an underlying military structure acted as a foundation for everything else that followed. Like in genetics, the double-helix lattice is the base of the proteins that make the entire chain. Without it, the chain falls apart.
Interesting analogy, David commented.
So, why history?
She asked, her turn to change the subject. David straightened. Well, my degree is in military history, and I've always loved American history, so it felt right when I got out to transition into teaching history. He laughed. And the simple fact that there aren't too many other jobs I'm qualified for.
What do you mean?
She inquired, probing him for more information. David hesitated before answering and looked into her eyes, allowing the seriousness behind his dark brow to seep into hers. Outside of law enforcement or... He paused as contract killer passed through his mind. Contractor with some big company. There aren't many jobs for guys like me. So, teaching it is.
Guys like me,
Susan thought.
And basketball coach,
she said, smiling. And basketball coach, he repeated. That's mostly for my daughter. I'm more of a football guy.
Hey,
she said excitedly.
12th man all the way.
Referring collectively to all Seattle Seahawk fans. David finished off his coffee and looked at his watch. What time are you meeting your team? Susan dabbed a napkin to her lips.
Yeah, I probably should get going.
He opened the door for her, and they walked back to campus, aiming for the fountain. As soon as they rounded the corner of the Guggenheim Annex, the burned husk of her third-floor office came into view, and her mood changed.
I still can't believe it,
she said, looking up at the scorched bricks. Wow, David remarked. Yeah, that did a number on your lab, huh? They slowly walked past the chemical engineering building to Okanogan Lane, which wound around to West Stevens Way. David tugged on her elbow at the wide corner where he usually turned back north to Jefferson High School, and she turned toward her apartment on 43rd Street. Susan turned into his broad chest and enveloping arms. Without hesitation, she pressed against him, wanting to melt into him. She turned her head against his chest, and the quick pace of his heartbeat pounded against her ear. The impromptu embrace felt right. Having his muscular arms wrap around her felt like being wrapped in a warm blanket. She inhaled the smell of him, a mixture of fresh fabric softener and spicy aftershave. Are you going to be okay? He asked in a low, mellow tone. Susan breathed heavily against his chest.
I'd feel better if you were with me,
she admitted. He pulled away from her and looked down on her face. Really? She smiled up at him.
I know it's just my research team, but having you near me makes me feel stronger,
she said in almost a whisper. The kiss that followed did not feel awkward or forced. David lowered his lips to hers, and he drank her in. Susan eagerly allowed it, secretly longing for more. Too soon he raised his head and pulled her close again, whispering in her ear, I'm glad you said that. I've already taken the rest of the day off, hoping you'd want me with you. This time Susan pulled away.
Really?
David smiled into her face and nodded. She pulled him close again, felt his warmth, and listened to his strong heartbeat as hers ran away from her. Jen arrived first, but lingered in the hallway reading the graffiti. Susan grimaced as she stood in the doorway watching Jen read the walls outside her condominium.
They're not very imaginative,
Jen said. Susan smiled.
I hadn't really thought about it. I bet your landlord is pissed.
Susan laughed. You have no idea. Jen walked into Susan's condo and smiled at the man sitting on the couch, who stood when she approached.
Jen, this is David. David, Jen.
The pair exchanged pleasantries as Susan awkwardly tried to introduce David.
He's my
boyfriend, David said, finishing her uncomfortable sentence before sitting. Jen turned to Susan as the trio sat.
Well done, Prof,
she mouthed and gave her a hidden thumbs up. They sat for a minute before Jen broke the silence.
So, did anything survive?
I don't think so, Susan answered.
Do we know what started the fire?
Susan shook her head.
Damn,
Jen said, and looked from Susan to David.
Well, before Ray and Kayla get here,
she began,
this whole thing has got me thinking about stuff, and I went to talk to my dad about it.
She looked into the corner of the room, hesitating for her next words.
Anyway, he says he's getting close to figuring out the other words.
Susan sat forward.
Oh, yeah? He thinks it means wind. Wind? Yeah. Wind and life, Susan said. What do they mean?
Jen shrugged and looked at David again.
A knock came through the door, followed by, "Hello?" Kayla's head popped into the room, and her eyes went right to David.
"Oh, hey, sorry for barging in, Professor." "It's fine, Kayla. Come on in," Susan said.
She made introductions between Kayla and David, smoothly introducing him as her boyfriend this time, and smiling at him while saying it. Kayla sat on the couch next to Jen.
"Are you guys freaking out about this as much as I am?" she asked. "Have either of you talked to Raymond?"
Jen shook her head.
"I haven't seen him since the other day by the fountain," Kayla said. "Can one of you text him and see how much longer he's going to be?" Susan asked.
Kayla whipped out her phone and started thumb-typing. Susan looked at David and sheepishly smiled.
"I guess we should wait for him before we really get started."
She turned back to the girls.
"If you guys have any questions for me, I guess now is a good time to get them out of the way. I can answer Raymond's questions when he gets here."
"Weird," Kayla absently said.
"What?"
Jen asked.
"My texts aren't going through."
Jen took out her phone, as did Susan, and both sent messages to Raymond.
"Mine are red, too,"
Susan said.
"Yep, nada,"
Jen agreed. Susan closed the messaging application and dialed Ray's phone.
"Calls aren't going through either."
The others tried dialing the phone.
"Same here," Kayla said. "It's like his phone is off."
David sat forward. "Do you guys know where he lives?" Jen looked at Kayla, who shook her head. David turned to Susan. "Won't the school have his address?"
Susan dialed the registrar's office. "Hi, this is Dr. McCormick. I need to get the home address for one of my students."
She waved a hand at Kayla to hand her a pen and paper from the coffee table.
"Yes,"
she said into the phone.
"Curtis, Raymond."
Susan scribbled down an address on the paper, ended the call, and looked at the group.
"Well,"
she said, holding up the paper,
"I guess I'll run by his place later and talk with him." "So what are we going to do, Professor?" Kayla asked.
Susan pursed her lips.
"Honestly, I don't know. The campus fire chief told me virtually nothing survived, and we can't go into the building until it's thoroughly inspected." "We lost everything? Even the server hard drives?"
Jen asked.
"Everything," Susan agreed. "They said the fire burned so hot it melted the drives." "Whoa," Kayla said. "But we still have the data on Ray's thumb drive, right?"
Susan nodded. Jen looked up.
"I hate to ask this, but are we still going to get credit?"
Susan smiled at her question.
"I'm doing everything in my power to make sure you all get full credit for your work." "Thanks, Professor."
An awkward silence floated through the room before Susan continued.
"I've been placed on administrative leave from the college until the whole media thing blows over. So you guys just continue with your classes as normal."
The girls nodded, but did not make eye contact with her. Trying to lighten the mood, Susan added,
"And in a few weeks, or hopefully just days, things will get back to normal."
She looked at David, who returned her smile and nodded.
"Do you have any specific questions for me?"
Jen's phone buzzed, and everyone turned.
"Is that Ray?" Kayla asked. "No, it's my dad," Jen replied.
Susan continued,
"If either of you talk to Raymond, let him know to call me, and I'll give him the same update. If you need anything from me, just let me know. I'll do what I can. Please avoid the media if they come hunting you down."
The girls nodded again. Jen sighed.
"This really sucks, Professor."
Susan smiled.
"I couldn't agree more."
Chapter 18. Brian pulled his rental car to the curb on 36th Avenue and surveyed the street. The small residential lane sloped downhill toward a sharp bend before continuing uphill again. Bright green grass lined meticulously clean sidewalks, and tall, lush trees shaded red brick and shrub walls in front of each house. On the corner lot rose a 2-story house behind a gate in the brick wall. Along the street, nothing moved except for large gray squirrels running limb to limb. Brian stepped out into the cool morning air, walked slowly toward the house, and pulled on a pair of gloves. On the other side of the wrought iron gate, a stone path ran to the front door of the large house. To the left of this, a wide garage stood open, shading a silver sedan from the ever-present Seattle mist. Brian rang the doorbell, and 7 dull tones sounded in the house. A dog barked, and he heard footsteps approach the door. He quickly moved around to the garage, pulled on a black ski mask, and entered the house through the laundry room door. Miriam Rosenthal sat at a small kitchen table, refilling her coffee cup. Jacob!
Brian grabbed her by the hair and wrapped his arm around her neck.
You will keep both hands on my arm, please,
he said into her ear in a perfect German accent, and pulled a dagger from inside his leather coat. Jacob Rosenthal rounded the corner from the central hallway, eyes wide as he took in the sight. Before he could demand the release of his wife, Brian spoke. Rabbi, if you don't want your wife hurt, you will sit and place both hands flat on the table. Slowly, Jacob moved to the kitchen table, sat, and placed his hands palm down as instructed. What do you want? Take whatever you want, just don't hurt her. Brian removed several long black zip ties from his coat pocket and tossed them on the table. You will wrap one around each thigh and each wrist, please, he said, replacing the knife against Miriam's exposed throat. When you have each leg done, you will secure your left wrist to your right leg. Your wife will do the other. Hurry, please. Jacob tightened a thick zip tie around each thigh, close to his knee. He ran another zip tie under the previous one on his right leg and secured it with his left hand. Very good. Now, Mrs. Rosenthal, slowly remove your hand and check the security of that tie and secure the other one, please. Miriam removed her hands from the arm around her throat. The moment her hands lifted, Brian jerked his arm, causing her to let out a little scream. Please, no sudden moves, he said, and pressed the knife a little harder against her skin. Slow and smooth, if you please. Methodically, Miriam clicked the zip tie a few more notches, then secured Jacob's right hand to his left leg. When done, she slowly replaced her hands onto Brian's forearm. Well done, Mrs. Rosenthal. Let's move to the other chair, please. You're going to sit and secure a tie around each of your legs as well, please. Brian hustled the woman to her chair without removing the knife. Miriam secured a tie around each leg and one of her own wrists. Brian secured the other and sat in the open chair between them. Where are your mobile phones, please? He asked. Mine is on the charger in my study, Jacob said. Brian turned to Miriam. In my purse, she said. By the front door. He returned with both mobile phones and placed them on the table. Your code, please, he asked Miriam. When unlocked, Brian placed the phone in airplane mode, turned off the Wi-Fi and GPS systems, then entered the Location Services menu, disconnecting the phone from all location-based services, and turned the phone off. With Jacob's phone, he accessed the messaging app and scanned through the recent contacts and texts. Finding Jennifer's name, he read their last few interactions and tapped out a new message to her. Jen, I need your help. He made similar adjustments to Jacob's phone, except for leaving the phone connected to the home's Wi-Fi signal and placed it in his pocket. Now, Brian began, turning to Jacob, let's talk about the research you've gotten involved in. Jacob shook his head. I don't know what you mean. Your daughter and the college professor brought you something a few days ago, did they not? Jacob looked at Miriam. Yes. They brought by some pictograms for me to look at, but I'm not part of their research. What did you make of the pictograms? Brian asked. They appeared to be Proto-Hebrew, something I've dabbled in for years. They asked me to help them, that's all. I see. Do you have the pictograms here? No, they're on my desk at the synagogue. Please, let my wife go, and I'll take you there to get them, Jacob pleaded. I'm going to search your study in case you're lying. If either of you has moved when I return, I will slit your wife's throat, and you will watch her bleed out in front of you. I suggest neither of you move. Brian stood and walked through the house to the rabbi's study. A large room at the back of the house served as Rabbi Rosenthal's study. It overlooked an extensive backyard that sloped away to the distant shores of Lake Washington. Elegant wood and leather furniture decorated the classically designed office space. Pictures of the rabbi and his family adorned each wall, along with several stylized menorahs. A large floor-to-ceiling bookshelf ran the length of one wall, holding thick leather-bound texts. Brian sat behind the oversized desk and scanned the various papers, writings encompassing biblical commentaries and sermon messages. He checked each drawer for the pictograms. Finding nothing, he removed a hanging tie from the coat rack behind the door, stopped in the bathroom to get several rolls of toilet paper, and returned to the kitchen where he found the Rosenthals still seated at the kitchen table. Good, he said, and walked to the kitchen counter. He dropped off the bathroom tissue rolls and removed a thick wooden spoon from a utensil crock. While tying one end of the tie to the spoon, Brian asked, "Rabbi, one last question. Did you show the pictograms to anyone else?" "No," Jacob answered. "I see," Brian replied, and moved behind the rabbi. Miriam watched in horror as he wrapped the free end of the tie around Jacob's neck and looped it around the spoon, methodically pulling out the slack. "No!" she screamed. "I've told you everything!" Jacob yelled and writhed against his restraints. Without a word, Brian twisted the spoon behind Jacob's head, tightening the tie around his neck.
"No, please!" Miriam shrieked. "Jacob!"
Brian stopped rotating the spoon when Jacob gurgled and his face went blue. His body jerked several more times, then fell still.
"Jacob!"
Brian unwound the tie and walked behind Miriam, who pulled at her restraints. He casually looped the tie around her neck and pulled the free end taut. With a few spins of the makeshift garrote, Miriam's breathing slowed, then stopped. Her body convulsed in the chair, desperate for air. A few fragile heartbeats later, Miriam too fell still and slumped over the table. Brian removed the tie from Miriam's neck and walked to the formal dining room. He removed one of the ornate candlesticks from the table, returned to the kitchen, set the candle on the table between the two corpses, and lit the blackened tip. With his knife, Brian removed the restraints from the two bodies and stuffed the ties in his jacket pocket. At the stove, he turned all the gas eyes on a low setting, blew out the flames, and turned each knob to fully open the spewing burners. He crushed the toilet paper rolls flat and popped them into the waiting bread slots of a nearby toaster. Brian scanned the scene a final time, pressed the toaster's lever, and exited through the garage, removing his mask. At the gate, he looked up and down the quiet street for any movement. In his car, he pulled out Jacob's phone and sent Jen another message before getting out of range of the Rosenthal's home network. The subsequent fire that engulfed the Rosenthal's house sometime later could be seen from Lake Washington. Chapter 19. Shortly after the girls left, David and Susan took a taxi to Raymond's apartment on Blakely Street and buzzed the intercom from a listing at street level.
"Who is it?"
a woman called from a speaker.
"Hi, we're looking for Raymond Curtis. He's one of my research assistants. Does he live here?"
Susan called into the speaker.
"Professor?"
the woman asked.
"Hi, yes, is Ray here?" "No, hang on. I'll buzz you in. Come up to the 3rd floor, number 306.
A quiet buzzer sounded and the lock on the door handle clicked. Susan and David let themselves into a short hallway and walked up to the 3rd floor. At Ray's apartment door, Susan softly knocked. The door inched open and a 20-something pimpled redhead poked her head through. She eyed the large black man standing behind Susan.
"This is David, my boyfriend," Susan said, following the girl's eyes. "Do you know where Ray is?" "No. He said he had a meeting or something."
Susan offered her hand.
"What's your name?" "Andrea." "Andrea, may I come in? Ray was supposed to meet us this morning but didn't show up."
Andrea opened the door, letting Susan and David inside. The spacious apartment lacked any formal decoration, but appeared functional for the pair of students. An oversized television adorned an entire wall with only a worn couch and a beanbag chair to sit on. Against the far wall sat a small, unkempt desk. Numerous half-empty Arby's drink cups ran along the left edge, and a large stained mousepad along the right. Andrea offered them seats at the kitchen table, the only chairs in the apartment aside from Ray's gaming chair, which she took, curling her legs beneath her.
"I know he got your text this morning, Professor. I guess something else came up." "He isn't answering any calls or texts, which isn't like him," Susan said.
Andrea nodded.
"He's most likely on his bike, then. He never answers when he's riding. It gets kind of annoying."
Susan knew Ray rode his bike everywhere on campus and nodded.
"He has a car, but never uses the dumb thing,"
Andrea added. Throughout the conversation, David stayed contemplatively quiet, missing nothing. Seconds after entering the small apartment, David had identified the exits, pinpointed several indicators regarding behavior patterns, and made cursory mental notes about Raymond's chosen lifestyle. "Andrea, where's the car parked?" he suddenly asked.
Susan turned at his question's sharpness. "There's a parking garage at the far end of the building," she answered, and pointed at the door. "You have to go down the street, then back into the building." "And what kind of car does Ray have? While you guys talk, I'll go see if he decided to drive today instead of ride his bike." "It's a brown Accord, the ugliest car in the deck. You can't miss it," she said and laughed. David stood and walked to the door. "You'll need the door code to get into the garage," Andrea said. 151 pound. 151 pound, David repeated. "I'm telling you, he never drives the thing." David smiled before turning. "Just being thorough." He left the building, walked to the end of the street, and entered the parking garage. "Would you like some tea, Professor?" Andrea asked, feeling the uncomfortable silence build in the room after David left. "Sure, thanks," Susan answered. She did not want something to drink, but thought the activity could spur their conversation. "So, how long have you lived in Seattle?" "About 4 years," Andrea said. "I'm in my second year at Shoreline in Highland Terrace. I'll be transferring to UW next semester." "What are you planning to study?" "Education." "Great. What grade levels?" "Elementary. I've always been good with kids, and with Ray going into biomedical, I figure we'll be fine without me earning a ton of money." Susan smiled. "Do you want sugar in your tea?" Andrea asked. "Please, just a bit." Andrea put the cups on the table, sat across from Susan, and blew a layer of steam off her tea. "How long have you known Ray?" Andrea smiled. "We've been dating for about 2 years. We met at a party between his junior and senior year. I had just graduated." Susan sipped her tea and nodded. "I saw the protests the other day," Andrea said, abruptly changing the subject. Susan did not immediately respond. "Yeah, this whole thing is really out of control." She laughed. "David thinks it's some kind of—" She paused and drew in a deep breath. "I don't know. He seems pretty serious." "He's former military." Andrea nodded. "My brother was in the Marines. I understand the mentality." Susan nodded and took another sip from her cup. David scanned the first floor of the parking garage for Ray's brown Honda. He walked the length of the parking spaces and up to the next level. Across the garage floor, parked in the corner, sat Ray's car. Rode his bike, he initially thought, and started back down the concrete stairs. A few steps down, he stopped. Something in his military-trained, hypersensitive awareness flashed through his mind. Something's not right. David's infantry training gave him the ability to quickly assess most situations, and his decade-long service in 19th Special Forces Group advanced that training to a level of awareness to which most only aspire. Like most veterans, this ability melded into his everyday life to such a degree his senses took in more stimulus than the average person. He reversed his steps to the second level and stared at the car before marching across the garage. The interior of the car looked wrong, and as he approached, he saw why. A gray haze hung inside the vehicle. David broke into a run the split second his eyes and mind put the pieces together. When he reached the car, he grabbed the handle and yanked on the locked door. Inside, a young man sat slumped over across the passenger seat. David sprang around to the other side of the idling car. A foam tube ran from the car's exhaust to the right rear passenger window, which had been closed as far as it would go without pinching off the tube. A towel pinched in the gaps of the open window, sealed in the deadly fumes. David tore the tube and towel from the window, wrapped the towel around his elbow, and stepped in front of the door. He wedged himself between the car and the wall, and with a sharp swinging movement slammed his right elbow into the open rear window. The window flexed and shattered against the towel, sending shards of glass into the back seat. David took a deep breath, pressed the towel to his face, and crawled into the noxious gas chamber. He unlocked the driver's side door, ran back around the car, and extracted Raymond's limp body. He felt for a pulse against Ray's neck with one hand and took out his phone with the other. He dialed 911, placed the phone in speaker mode, and started basic life support on the unconscious young man. Sirens interrupted Susan asking Andrea about Ray's competitive gaming experience. Andrea walked to the window and looked out as a fire truck stopped at the far end of the building. Susan dialed David's number. "David's not answering." "They're running toward the parking deck," Andrea said as an ambulance slid beside the fire truck and 2 paramedics exited dragging a gurney.
Susan started for the door, and Andrea followed barefoot. They found David huddled against the parking deck wall beside the car as paramedics worked on Ray's motionless body.
"Oh my God, Ray!"
Andrea screamed and ran toward the car. Susan grabbed her, spinning her around into an enveloping hug. She made eye contact with David, searching for any sign of hope. The shaking of his head answered her question. Chapter 20.
"I can't believe it,"
Andrea sobbed. Susan sat beside her in Ray's gaming chair. Across the small kitchen table sat Detective Matt Roberson, writing notes in a small black notebook. David leaned against the sink. "When was the last time you saw Ray?" Roberson asked. Andrea kneaded a tissue between her fingers.
"He got the professor's text about the fire and the meeting at her place around 10:30, I guess."
She looked at Susan, who nodded.
"I asked all my research assistants to meet me this morning so we could talk about the recent fire on campus,"
she said, helping Andrea answer the detective's question. "I see," he absently said, scribbling on the paper. He turned to Andrea. "Had he been acting differently lately?" Andrea shook her head.
"No."
She paused and looked at Susan again.
"The whole thing about his work weirded him out. And he talked about the research more than usual, but nothing that seemed strange."
Susan nodded, giving her a thin smile. "You're talking about the whole God thing that's all over the news lately?" he asked. Susan sharply turned on him. "Excuse me?" "The stuff that's been all over the media. Just clarifying that we're talking about the same research." Susan felt anger rise to the surface.
"Our research is scientific. Nothing more, nothing less. I'd appreciate it if we speak about it in those terms."
The door opened and another suited detective entered, holding a manila envelope. "Ah," Detective Roberson said. "Good. These are the initial test results." He set his notebook down and accepted the envelope from his colleague. "Andrea, is it going to bother you if we review these here?" he asked in a sensitive tone. She worked the tissue again, rubbing a small hole in it.
"No, I don't think so,"
she softly replied. He opened the envelope, examined the single sheet of paper, pursed his lips, and glanced over the top of the data sheet at the two women. Curious, Susan asked, "What does it say?" He set the paper on the table and folded his hands in front of him. "Please understand, I want to be as sensitive as possible, but I also need to explore all avenues in my investigation." He took a deep breath and made eye contact with each of them before gingerly continuing. "On the surface, it appears this young man took his own life." Andrea pulled another tissue from the box and wrapped it around the first, continuing to roll and wring it in her hands. Roberson continued, "However, the data doesn't appear to match that initial conclusion." "What?" David said and pushed away from the sink. Susan sat forward.
"Then what does the data say exactly?"
The detective picked up the sheet again. "Based on the initial forensic sweep of the car's fabric, it appears that the volume of carbon monoxide in the car was about 7,000 parts per million. This is consistent with typical engine exhaust." David moved around behind Susan. "At this level, a person would—" He paused and looked at Andrea compassionately. "Expire in about 20 minutes. Fresh tears welled again in Andrea's eyes.
"You mean he was out there this whole time?"
Susan wrapped an arm around her, calming her down. "We can only estimate how long the car idled," Roberson quietly said. "The problem is that when a sample of Ray's blood was analyzed, less than 5% carbon monoxide was present." David turned and paced the small living room, his military-trained mind working through the scenarios. Susan drew in a deep breath and put a hand to her lips. "Oh, my God," she said. Andrea turned to face her.
"What?"
Detective Roberson cleared his throat. "To die from carbon monoxide poisoning, it requires levels above 30%. This data means that Ray didn't receive enough CO for a lethal dose." Andrea shook her head.
"Wait, what?"
David stopped pacing and flatly said, "Ray didn't die in the car." Susan's phone buzzed in her pocket.
"You're saying someone put him in the car?"
Andrea asked. "That's what it looks like," Roberson answered.
David eyed Susan as she read her phone, then looked up at him.
It's from Jen. She needs to talk to me and wants to meet back at my place. Who would want to hurt Raymond? Andrea frantically asked.
She began, but a fresh avalanche of tears stopped her. We don't know that yet, Roberson said. That's what we're going to find out. David locked eyes with Susan. Tell him. Tell me what? Roberson said, sitting up in his chair. Susan turned and let out a deep breath.
David seems to think that...
She paused and set her phone on the table.
Well, that we're being targeted somehow.
Detective Roberson looked at David and back to Susan. Because of your research? Think about it, David interrupted. This all began with her discovery. Somehow it leaked to the media, and all hell broke loose. Protests sprung up on campus, then the fire, and now this? I don't know about you guys, but this all looks like a coordinated attack from where I'm standing. Part of my job is to entertain all possibilities, until a body of evidence leads me to a reasonable conclusion, Mr. Blake. He turned back to Susan. Do any possible enemies come to mind, Doctor?
What? No,
she blurted. Is anyone threatened by your discovery?
It's not a discovery. We don't even really know what, if anything, we found. Even if it's all proven true, I can't think of who would be hurt by it.
Can you tell me the nature of the research, outside of what the media says about it? Roberson asked. Susan hesitated.
I'd rather not.
I understand. Well, I believe this is now a homicide investigation, and therefore I ask that none of you speak to the media, Roberson said and slid his card to Andrea. If you think of anything, please call me directly. She brought the tissue to her face, but did not reach for the card, as if it were dangerous to the touch. Detective, is there a chance the others could be in danger? David asked. Roberson rubbed his chin and stood. I'd rather not speculate. Right now, let us do our jobs and collect more evidence. We'll know more after the autopsy. Susan left Andrea at the table, walking the detective to the door.
Thank you,
she said. You're going to stay with her, Professor? Susan nodded. We'll take care of her. Detective Roberson handed her a card, and she closed the door behind him and his partner. She turned toward David as another text message appeared on her screen. Jen again, she said. She placed a hand on Andrea's shoulder. Are you going to be okay? Andrea stood and blew her nose. I'm going to take a bus to my parents' place for tonight. I appreciate you staying with me, Professor. Oh, dear, Susan said, and gathered her into a hug. Andrea sobbed into her shoulder. I can't believe he's gone. Susan rubbed her back and looked at David's concerned face. I know, honey. What am I going to do? Andrea blubbered. We'll figure it out. We'll all figure it out. Pack up what you need and let's get you on that bus to your parents' house. Andrea wiped her nose again, took a deep breath, and lumbered to the bedroom to pack a bag. Susan and David took seats at the small table and simply looked at each other, their expressions carrying on the conversation. Susan shook her head and stared into David's intense eyes. Between them, her phone lit up with another message from Jen. Chapter 21. Brian Shepard sat in the Starbucks at the corner and watched the police remove Raymond's dirty brown Honda Accord from the parking deck. His phone rang. Hello?
The asset has been extracted. What is your status?
The voice on the phone asked. DA is proceeding, and I'm closing in on the data. It wasn't where I was told.
And the primary target?
Once I have the data, Brian answered.
Bien.
He hung up the phone as his primary target emerged from the apartment building. With her, a tall black man and the secondary target's girlfriend. By all accounts, she should be eliminated as well. He thought of the girlfriend. The man with the primary target looked like he could handle himself, and Brian paid close attention to his movements in case they ever stood off against each other. Military, he thought. They helped the girl to the corner, where they eventually put her on a bus. When they left in a hired car, Brian exited the coffee shop and entered the apartment complex with the code the asset provided.
He slowly walked up the stairs to the 3rd floor while typing a text message into one of his mobile phones. If she has the thumb drive, get it. At the door of the locked apartment, Brian partially inserted a bump key into the top bolt lock and applied slight turning pressure. He tapped the key into place with the bottom of his phone and twisted the lock open. The bottom lock opened easier, and he slid into the apartment, closing the door behind him. On the small desk in the living room, he found several thumb drives. His phone lit up with a reply. "I will. Please don't hurt them." None of the thumb drives sported a blue enclosure, but he took them all anyway. He sat in the gaming chair and spun around the apartment. Where would I hide it? Brian removed the desk drawers, checked the bottom of each for the thumb drive. He removed all the pictures and checked the back of each for secured pieces of tape, something he saw in a movie once. In the bedroom, he rifled through each drawer on the bed, meticulously combing through socks and pants pockets for the data drive. He pulled all the shirts and coats from the closet, delving into each pocket, then replacing each hanger in the exact spot it previously hung on the rod. He flipped the mattress up, then checked under the bed, looking for holes large enough to hide the drive the asset described to him. I wonder if the girlfriend has it. Frustrated for not questioning the secondary target more before eliminating him, Brian kicked at a small pile of clothes in the corner of the messy bedroom. The asset assured him the secondary target had the data drive in his possession. He walked into the bathroom and scanned for any potential hiding places. He removed the tank lid and ravaged the medicine cabinet. In the living room, Brian examined the beanbag chairs for holes, spraying tiny white balls throughout the apartment from openings too small to enclose a thumb drive. A key sliding into the bolt lock startled him momentarily, but instinctively he slid to the side of the door, poised for attack. Someone unlocked the bottom lock and opened the door. As soon as the door opened, Brian grabbed the girl around the face, cupping her mouth with his gloved hand. She dropped her keys as he closed the door softly behind her and pulled her right hand away from his, twisting it around her and up behind her back. "We're going to the chair," he said in a whisper. He pressed her forward as wheezes of air passed through his fingers. He sat her into the chair and crouched behind her, forcing her hand onto the table. "Both hands on the table, palms down," he growled. "If they move, you die." She placed her free hand on the table. Brian released her right hand, cupped the back of her head, and moved to her side. "Point with a finger, but don't lift your hands. Where is the thumb drive?" he quietly asked in her ear, as though spreading a secret. Andrea felt his breath caress her ear and pointed a trembling finger at the computer desk. "Not those. I want the blue one." She sat frozen. "Did he tell you where it is?" Under his hand, he felt her try to shake her head. "That's unfortunate," he thought. "We're going to stand up now. I want you to clasp your hands together." Andrea interlaced her fingers as instructed. Brian gently lifted her by the head. She naturally lowered her hands in front of her when they slid off the table. In one swift motion, he bent her forward, applying all his weight to the back of her head. Before she could react, Brian drew his hand away from her mouth, and Andrea's face slammed into the table with a cracking thud. He drove his hands through her neck as her body crumpled to the floor, snapping her head back past the point the ligaments safely kept the bones in place. Under his fingers, he felt her vertebra crack and separate. Her hands drew to her chest like claws as she rolled on the kitchen floor, gurgling. Brian moved to her side, placed his knee on the side of her head, and clutched her nose and mouth. When she stopped moving, he checked the area for possible signs of his presence and left the apartment. Frustrated at having been interrupted during his search for the data drive, but also relieved at getting more information as to its true whereabouts, he pulled out a mobile phone and typed, "Update?" He walked to the parking garage, slid behind the wheel of his rental car, and removed his gloves as a reply flashed across the screen. Almost there. Chapter 22. On the ride back to Susan's apartment, neither David nor Susan talked much, instead choosing to stare out the windows in silence. Finally, Susan quietly asked, "I'm concerned about Jen and Kayla." David turned to her buzzing phone. Well, we know Jen is okay. Any word from Kayla? Susan shook her head. No. Her phone rang. Hey, she answered. Are you guys getting close? Jen frantically asked. Calm down. We'll be there in a minute. I'm waiting outside your building. Jen, what is it? Susan asked and turned to David. She started. I just need to talk. Susan muted the phone. Something's wrong with Jen, she remarked. I've never heard her like this. She's always the laid-back one. Ask her if she's all right. Jen, is everything all right? Jen did not answer for several moments. Then she laughed awkwardly. Yeah. Susan locked eyes with David and shook her head. Ask about Kayla, David silently mouthed. Hey, have you talked to Kayla? No, not since this morning in your apartment, Jen replied. Are you close? We're getting there as fast as we can, Susan answered and shook her head again at David. What? Okay, we'll be there in a minute, Susan said and ended the call. I feel like I should call the police. And tell them what? David asked, looking at her. She returned a wry smile. Look, I've thought for some time that something more is going on here. I just can't put my finger on it. He paused. Everything in me is screaming that this is coordinated and planned. By who? He shook his head. I don't know. I also don't know why. He shifted to face her, resting his shoulder against the car door. One of the pieces of the puzzle I don't have is what Ray really found. Not here, she whispered and turned away from him. The rest of the car ride they spent in silence. Susan thought about Raymond as David put his analytical mind to use, fitting together what data he possessed. When they pulled into the parking lot of Susan's apartment, Jen met them at the curb. Hey, she excitedly said. Susan gave her a smile as she unlocked the door to her building, where overall-clad workers rolled fresh layers of off-yellow princess ivory color over the spray-painted graffiti. Inside her apartment, Jen started in, Professor. Susan held up a hand, stopping her. Sit down, Jen. There's something you should know. Jen huffed and sat on the couch, ruffled for being interrupted. Susan took the chair across the coffee table from her and started. Jen, she paused and looked at David, silently asking how to proceed. Raymond, Susan continued in a muted tone, pausing to allow her feelings to settle. Jen looked at David, then back to Susan. Professor, I need to ask you about the... Her phone buzzed as a text message came in. If she has the thumb drive, get it. Jen's face blanched as she read the message and furiously punched a reply. Her eyes watered when she pressed the send button. I will. Please don't hurt them. Seeing Jen's reaction to the text, Susan asked, Jen, is everything okay? Jennifer cleared her throat and wiped at her face. Yes, she said, lying. Professor, where is Raymond's thumb drive? She blurted, betraying her ordinary calm demeanor. David, working at the kitchen counter, rounded at the blunt question. Susan looked at him, then back to Jen. I have it. Why? She slowly answered. Jen's energy level grew, and the tension on her face filled the room. I need it. Jen, I can't, Susan began. David stepped toward the women, watching Jen intently. Jen cut off the professor. She managed before her emotions overwhelmed her. Jennifer, do you know what happened to Raymond? She quietly asked, changing the subject and regaining control of the conversation. Jen swiped at her tears again and shook her head. David moved behind Susan, never removing his eyes from Jen. He's dead, she softly said. Jen's eyes fixed on the professor. Dead? She whispered, a deep personal dread escaping with the word. Susan slowly nodded. Originally, we all thought it was suicide, but the police believe he was, David said, trailing off. Emotion continued to well from her, but she fought it back. Professor, I need the drive. Jen's flat tone sent a shock through David. Something else concerns her more than Ray's death, he thought. Why? David asked. A long silent moment passed between the three before Jen broke down. My parents, she sobbed between words. What about your parents? David asked and took a seat at the small table. Jen wiped away tears with the tissue Susan handed her.
There,
she started, unable to complete the sentence.
Jen, has something happened to them?
Susan asked.
I don't know. I think they're in trouble. I need the drive.
Why do you need the drive? David asked.
It's what they want. If I don't get it, my parents...
She began again, broken by deep sobs of emotion. David placed a soft hand on hers. Is someone telling you to get the drive? Jennifer nodded. Do you know who it is?
No,
Jen answered. Think, Jen, David said more forcefully. This could be important. Jennifer shook her head again.
I started getting texts from my dad's phone this morning. He said he needed help. I thought it was my dad, but it turned out to be a kidnapper or something. I don't know what to do. It's okay,
Susan tried.
They want the drive, Professor. That's all I know. If I get it for them, they won't hurt my parents.
Did they tell you they would hurt your parents if you didn't get them the drive? Susan asked. Jen looked down at her hands.
Not specifically.
Have you talked to your parents today? David asked. Jen shook her head. David looked at Susan. I think we should call the police, Jen.
But my parents...
Jen blurted. David sighed heavily. One thing at a time, he said as he took Detective Roberson's card from Susan. Well, Detective Roberson said as he reviewed the text messages on Jen's phone, what I want to know is what is on the thumb drive this person wants so badly. He looked at Susan.
It's the data from my team's experiments.
And you still have the drive?
Yes,
she answered. He turned to Jen. When was the last time you talked to your parents?
As soon as I figured out it wasn't my dad, I tried calling my mom's phone, which went right to voicemail. It has since this morning.
When you got the first text from your father today?
Yes,
Jen replied. We have a unit heading to your parents' house, he said and gave Jen a thin smile.
Thank you.
We're going to get this person, Roberson said. We can track your father's phone and get their location, although I think we may be able to draw them in with the promise of the drive. Jen nodded. Roberson typed a short message into her phone. I have it. Of course, I'll need to hold on to this, he said to Jen. She nodded again. David motioned for Roberson to leave the two women on the couch. Detective, these people are being hunted, David started. I don't know if I'd go that far, Mr. Blake. I will admit that it appears to be a coordinated effort, but hunted is a stretch. He curled his fingers into quotes around the word hunted. Ever since the news of Susan's discovery went public, their lives have been a nightmare. First, they smeared their research and reputations. Then they set fire to the lab. We don't know how the lab fire started. Then Raymond is found dead, made to look like he killed himself. And now this? Come on, Detective, these people are being attacked. What is it going to take for you to see it? Now wait 1 second, Roberson started, interrupted by his phone. Excuse me. David returned to the couch where Susan and Jen talked in low tones.
No, I haven't seen her since this morning,
Jen said.
I'm afraid for Kayla,
Susan said to David as he sat next to her and took her hand. David turned to Jen, who shook her head before he could ask a question. Frankly, I think all of you are in danger. I understand, Detective Roberson said into the phone. David continued. I'm going to call in some favors and... He cut off his words when Roberson approached. The three looked up at him as he moved to the chair at the end of the coffee table. I have some bad news, Miss Rosenthal, he slowly said. Susan took Jen's hand. We sent a unit to your parents' house and... He began, pausing to take in a long breath. There was a fire at the house early this morning. Emergency response identified 2 victims. Jen sucked in a breath and held it as she clamped down on Susan's hand. David put a hand on her shoulder for support.
Jen, I'm so sorry.
I'm sorry to be the one to tell you this. I've asked for a grief counselor to be sent here for support. I've also asked that units be dispatched to the addresses of everyone on your research team, Professor.
Is hunted the right word now? David asked. Roberson nodded.
Yes, sir,
he replied and thinned his lips.
Well, it's just the three of us left,
Susan started.
Jen, Kayla, and me.
I'm going to leave a unit stationed outside just as a precaution,
Roberson continued. He looked at Jen.
I'm very sorry.
Her phone chirped as a new message came in. 7465 South 112th Street, 2 hours.
Roberson snapped his fingers. They've replied with a location. As soon as we start tracking the phone, we'll have them.
His phone rang again, and moments later he cupped the phone in his hand.
We have them moving south on I-5.
A soft knock at the door broke the somber, silent moment. A woman entered wearing a light gray pantsuit, carrying a brown case. She smiled lightly at Roberson, who nodded at Jen. The woman moved to the chair opposite the couch and sat.
Jennifer?
She started softly. Jen regarded her through watery eyes.
My name is Grace. Detective Roberson asked me to come talk to you.
Jen shot Susan a side glance. Grace looked at Susan, then back to Jen. She smiled.
What is it?
Your name,
Jen dryly answered.
It just had to be Grace, didn't it?
The woman smiled. 2 hours and several cups of tea later, Jen agreed to meet Grace for breakfast the next morning to continue their counseling session. David volunteered to escort Jen to her apartment, where she would pack an overnight bag and head off to her aunt's house on Mercer Island.
I'll have a unit in the parking lot all night. If anything unusual happens, just let them know,
Roberson instructed. Susan nodded and looked to David as the detective exited the apartment.
I guess I'll see you tomorrow.
I can come back after I get Jen to her aunt's house, David said. Susan smiled at the gesture.
I think I'll be fine. Let's meet for coffee.
He smiled and drew her into a deep hug. She pressed her ear to his chest, listening to his strong heart.
Thank you,
she whispered. You sure you want to be alone tonight? She broke the hug and looked up at him.
I'll be fine. I have a police officer right outside my bedroom window.
She chuckled at the sound of saying it, then her face went somber.
Take care of Jen.
I will. She leaned in, rose to her tiptoes, and gently kissed him.
I'll see you tomorrow.
Chapter 23. The welcoming doors of Temple de Hirsch Sinai reminded Brian of the doors to Lycée Saint-Marc in Lyon, where he attended Catholic school as a child. The large vaulted ceiling of the main sanctuary appeared similar to the high domed cathedral in the school. Just as then, he felt uncomfortable in houses of worship, regardless of faith. His life's dedication to the eradication of all knowledge concerning any deity permeated his dislike of so-called holy places.
May I help you?
A woman called from behind him. No, he coldly said without turning.
If you have questions, my desk is just around the corner, she replied, keeping her cheerful tone.
Brian turned on his heels. On second thought, you can tell me where the rabbi's office is.
Rabbi Rosenthal isn't here.
Brian advanced on the woman. I didn't ask if the rabbi was here. I just need to know where his office is. The woman unwillingly showed him to the rabbi's office. On the desk sat several piled papers displaying hand-drawn pictograms. Brian scooped up the drawings as the rabbi's phone vibrated. I have it. He smiled, searched the rabbi's desk for more material related to the professor's research, and stepped over the body of Hannah, the rabbi's secretary, on his way to his car. There he replied to the message. 7465 South 112th Street, 2 hours. 20 minutes later, Brian donned a Seattle Mariners baseball cap and walked to the entrance of Tent City 3, a homeless encampment set up in the parking lot of Lakeshore Lutheran Church. Rows of tents stretched from one side of the parking lot to the other. The stench of too many humans crammed into a small space invaded Brian's nostrils and brought back painful memories of his youth.
Growing up homeless on the streets of Paris, Brian knew exactly what to look for. Outside a rugged blue tent, he approached a gray-bearded man sitting on a low stool, mending a hole in a worn backpack. "Hey," Brian said, not removing his dark sunglasses despite the typically overcast Washington sky. The old man looked up and coughed out a haggard response. "How'd you like to make $100? Brian asked.
I ain't doing nothing gay or illegal."
Brian smiled. "A girl is coming here to give you a thumb drive. Do you know what that is?" The old man nodded. "After she leaves, you give me the drive, I give you the money. All you have to do is sit here and wait." The man thought about it, then croaked out his agreement to the deal. Brian handed him the phone. "She's going to text you on this phone. Tell her where you are and the money's yours."
"I don't want no trouble with the law. Are you setting me up?"
"I get the drive, and you get the money. No tricks." The old man gave Brian a brown, toothy grin. 90 minutes later, Brian watched the old man from his parked car along 76th Avenue. Since giving him the rabbi's phone, he went into his worn blue tent twice, went to the food servicing line once, and rolled 8 cigarettes from a large plastic bag of tobacco. He also sent several text messages. Not long after, a young woman walked past the blue tent several times. Brian watched the increase in activity as a couple walked past the encampment several times as well, with an empty baby stroller. Another man awkwardly walked to the front of the church, turned, and walked back to the street, only to repeat his steps to the front of the building. The young woman walked past the blue tent again, after stopping at the end of the row to type on her phone. She slowly approached the old man on his stool. Brian took out his burner phone and typed a quick message. Thin, brunette, short hair? Almost instantly his phone buzzed with a reply. Short, pudgy, glasses. Brian started his rental car as the old man and the woman talked. She looked around erratically as several men joined the pair and went through his belongings against the man's protests. Brian exited the parking lot, headed for his hotel room. Compromised, he thought. Chapter 24. Susan walked to the dining table, which also served as her office when working from home. She snapped on the TV, turning to a random national news station, sipped the remains of her tea, and opened her laptop computer. She removed the thumb drive from her pocket, its outline a constant reminder of recent unpleasant events. Stocks closed sharply lower in late trading as markets react to... The newsreader droned. She opened her email application and scrolled past the standard junk mail, looking for responses from her colleagues around the world. After making the initial and yet unverified discovery, her team sent messages to fellow genetic researchers around the world looking for more samples to test. Canadian Prime Minister Nevin shot back at the president regarding... Susan clicked a button to compose a new email and stared at the blue drive. Part of her wanted nothing more than to destroy the data and try to move on with her life. Could she return to the college after all this? Could she ever have a normal life again, following her discovery? What do you believe, Professor? Jen's voice passed through her mind as a memory of her conversation emerged from somewhere deep in her brain. Susan picked up the thumb drive and twirled it between her fingers. I believe there is a God and that he created the universe. I believe in salvation through his Son. Now David's voice came to the front of her daydream. Susan laughed under her breath. Can we not even ask the question? Dr. Mesmer asked in her mind. The Al-Shabaab militant group claimed responsibility for the attack in Nairobi yesterday, the television announced, bringing her back to her dining room table. A soft knock on her door, followed by a muffled voice, startled her. Susan? She stuffed the thumb drive back into her pocket and slowly approached the door. Susan stepped to the peephole and looked into the hallway. The dull, ashen face of Stanislas Mesmer eyed the door. Susan pulled the door open with enough energy to almost tear it from its hinges. Stan? Dr. Mesmer looked up and down the small hallway before quickly stepping into her condominium. Hi, he managed. She closed the door behind him. What are you doing here?
Stanislaus moved to the couch and removed his coat.
I saw you return home with that large black gentleman and watched the young lady waiting for you in the parking lot.
Jen, Susan commented.
Yes,
Stanislaus agreed.
She seemed quite agitated. Then the police came and went.
Susan simply smiled.
Yes, the man you saw is David.
Your bodyguard? He asked with a smirk. Susan laughed and dodged the question.
What are you doing here? I thought you went home after the conference.
Stan rubbed his eyes and sighed.
I have nothing to go back to, dear. I was summarily terminated almost before the conference ended. I received notification by emails that my services in Vienna were no longer wanted. May I have a cup of tea?
He asked and sat on the couch. Stunned by the unannounced arrival of her colleague and mentor, as well as the news of his termination, Susan stammered.
Oh, of course.
Susan handed him a cup and sat next to him on the couch.
But you were tenured. How could they?
How doesn't matter with these people, Susan? He blurted, cutting off her sentence.
They do whatever they want, whatever they think they need to. For them, it is all about protecting their comfortable lie over the painful truth.
Susan did not understand, but intently listened to her friend.
I heard about your potential discovery and knew I had to come help you if I could.
He looked at her intently over the rim of his tea.
Susan, why did you publish so prematurely?
I didn't, she protested.
You know I would never publish incomplete and unverified data. I don't know how it leaked to the media. The next thing I knew, my name and face are plastered all over the place.
Stan nodded.
I figured they would be here as well.
Susan took a long pull from her cup and shook her head.
Things are bad here, Stan. I heard about the lab fire and decided to lay low.
Susan's mind raced, recalling the fire. In just a matter of hours, Ray's death and the fire at the Rosenthal's pushed the lab fire completely from her memory. Emotions welled inside her as she looked at the old man.
Raymond Clarkson, one of my lab assistants, apparently committed suicide this morning,
she said, struggling to keep her composure. Dr. Mesmer allowed a brief moment of silence to pass between them before asking,
Apparently? The police now think he was dead before he got in the car.
She took another drink from her tea and sniffled.
The young lady you saw leaving with David, her parents' house burned today, and...
She paused.
They died in the fire. Jen was being blackmailed into getting the data of our experiments.
Stanislaus thinned his lips and nodded.
She was sent here to get the data from me in exchange for their safe return, but they were already dead.
He slowly finished for her. Susan nodded.
And I'm afraid another of my research team is missing.
Stan shook his head.
Susan, she is most likely...
He trailed off and looked at the floor. Finally he said,
It's the same people that had me fired even though I had tenure. Who could have that much power?
She asked.
To answer that, I have to give you a bit of a history lesson. Do you remember Dr. Stafford at Cambridge?
Susan nodded.
Vaguely. Do you know what happened to him?
Susan shook her head.
To turn a phrase, he was run out of town on a rail when he asked the question. His work is what initially led to my own. Stan, I'm not there yet. I don't know that I'll ever be. All I have is some unusual results, which I have yet to verify. All the stuff that has happened since Ray first...
She choked at the sound of his name. Stan sighed.
We've both read the same papers on the rate of human mutation, which is about 100 per generation. You know that the rise of random mutations is too unnoticeable to be affected by natural selection, but is also harmful enough to cause the gradual extinction of a species through time.
Susan thought back to her days at Howard and her first classes on human genetics.
So you're making the case that natural selection is too slow to allow evolution? I'm simply asking the question, Susan. Could we be wrong? We know from experience that information always comes from intelligence, whether we're talking about cave paintings or a newspaper headline.
If we trace information back to its source, we always come to a mind, not a natural process. If what I have heard about your discovery is true, it points decisively to an intelligence."
Susan removed the thumb drive from her pocket.
Raymond first found the sequences of binary codes. Somehow one of our test sequences found its way into a pattern recognition application he developed.
Stan leaned forward.
"So you did find something," he whispered.
Susan walked to the dining room table and sat behind her laptop. Stan pulled a chair up next to her while she inserted the drive and clicked it open. The folder opened, displaying several grids of ones and zeros as well as rough pictures of the pictograms Ray had drawn on the lab whiteboard. Susan sat back, allowing Dr. Mesmer to move closer. He studied the rows of numbers and their associated images.
"Astounding," he whispered.
After a few minutes of muttering, he removed his glasses and turned to face Susan.
"The likelihood of these pictograms falling into place from DNA would be like a box of Scrabble letters falling on the table and precisely spelling out a Shakespearean sonnet." "What a piece of work is man," Susan whispered. "This is why they're after you."
Susan stood and paced into the kitchen.
"Who are they?"
Stan turned back to the laptop.
"May I?"
She nodded. Dr. Mesmer spoke as he typed.
"When I first heard what happened to Dr. Stafford, I started my own research. What I found astonished me. We in the scientific community claim to be open-minded and look forward to the peer review process. Wouldn't you agree this is true?"
"Yes," Susan answered.
But there is one area where academia is closed. Look."
He pointed to her laptop screen, so Susan moved to the table. The screen displayed a petition from 3 Iowa State University professors. She scanned the page quickly as Dr. Mesmer read the final paragraph.
"Whether one believes in a creator or not, views regarding a supernatural creator are, by their very nature, claims of religious faith, and so not within the scope or abilities of science. We therefore urge all faculty members to uphold the integrity of our University of Science and Technology, convey to students and the general public the importance of methodological naturalism in science, and reject efforts to portray intelligent design as science."
Susan sat back and looked at her friend.
"Sound open-minded to you?"
he asked. She gave him a wry smile. In her defense, she said,
"Stan, I'm not trying to promote anything. I'm simply doing DNA research. I don't want to change anyone's mind, especially about evolution." "That doesn't matter, Susan. What your Raymond found clearly changes everything. That is why he was eliminated. They can't let information like this take hold. It must be snuffed out." "You still haven't told me who they are." Yes. When I started to see a pattern regarding the advancement of scientific evidence leading to a designer, at first all I found were dead ends. Then more and more information eventually led me to the ancient Greek philosophers. One in particular stood out among the rest as odd. "Xenophanes of Colophon,"
Susan quietly said. Dr. Mesmer turned and looked at her.
"Yes," he answered questioningly. "I see you've done your own research." "Not really," Susan said, sitting again. "I started looking up DNA codes when we first found the sequences. I didn't get very deep into it." "I see. Xenophanes was often misrepresented as the first atheist. Even today his writings are considered atheistic, even though he promoted the idea of monotheism when the prevailing belief at the time was of many gods who acted very much like mortals."
Susan nodded, following along.
"These early writings of Xenophanes, where he questioned and even mocked the gods of Olympus, led him to gaining a cult following of atheists. This group looked past his monotheistic writings and focused on their truth that there are no gods, period. To promote this philosophy, they dedicated themselves to actively seek out and suppress any actual evidence of a supreme being." "So this group hates religion?" Susan asked. "No. They don't have any problem with religion, because religion keeps control over a voluntary population. They dedicated themselves to stopping the spread of any actual evidence of a god, higher being, or—
Susan cut him off.
intelligent designer.
Stan nodded.
They came to call themselves the Xenophonians, and formed an ultra-secret society, passing silently through the centuries, suppressing any evidence as it arose. I saw some links during my searches of secret societies and simply laughed them off. You're saying they're real? Your lab didn't set itself on fire, Susan. David was right. He suspected someone was doing this to us almost from the start. That's how the information went public without anyone knowing. Then the protests. Then—
Her voice hitched at the thought of recent events.
They must have known of your discovery almost the minute your research assistant found it. They've been working against you ever since. But how? How well do you know David? Stan asked. We've been dating for a few weeks,
Susan answered as Stan nodded.
He's asked me about my research several times, and I've hesitated to tell him for one reason or another. He's also the one that found Ray, and he's the first one to suggest this could be a coordinated attack.
Susan looked at Stan, and her face went blank.
Do you think he's one of them? I don't know. At this point, I wouldn't trust anyone, he said, and smiled thinly.
She returned his smile and looked at the thumb drive.
He didn't have access to our data. If he's one of them, how did he get it to the media? From what I gather, and this is just bits and pieces of information, the Xenophonians are very methodical and patient. They have several levels of suppression, each level leading to the next. They call them protocols. Each protocol is detailed in its tasks and desired outcome. Let me guess. One of them involves killing innocent people?
Susan sternly asked. Dr. Mesmer nodded.
They start by sending in an agent or a sympathetic person. This person's job is to be a spy when a discovery is expected. They call it the Infiltration Protocol.
Susan thought of David and his desire to learn about their research and possible discovery.
This would mean the spy knows what they're looking for.
That would be logical, Stan agreed.
Asking about the research would make that person appear to not be a spy, Susan continued. Also logical. The desired outcome is for there to be no discovery. The spy can simply exit the situation naturally. None would be the wiser that they just had a spy in their midst.
Susan nodded.
If the spy detects something that is actual evidence, this group moves to the next protocol, creating disinformation and mistrust regarding the evidence. That's exactly what happened to us, Susan remarked. That's what started me thinking you were being targeted by the Xenophonians. When I saw the news reports and how both sides of the argument were turning against you, I knew. The recent events have also solidified my suspicion. You mean?
Stan nodded.
When the information protocol fails, the group moves to a direct action protocol. Normally, they don't need to get to this point because of their centuries of experience with the infiltration and information protocols. That means we're all in danger. I'm afraid so, Susan. Not only your research team, but most likely anyone you have shared this information with or asked for help. That means you're in danger now, too, she quietly said. I've been involved before I came here. He paused. It gets worse.
Susan stood and paced into the kitchen again.
There's a higher protocol? I'm afraid so. I've traced their final protocol all the way back to 429 BC and the first recorded plague, the Plague of Athens. It is estimated that over 100,000 people died.
Susan's face went slack, and she shook her head in disbelief.
You're saying that these people were responsible for a plague?
Stan turned back to her computer.
Many, actually. As far as I can tell, the Xenophonians are also responsible for the Antonine Plague from 165 to 180 AD, which killed over 5 million. The Plague of Justinian in 642 AD, which killed over 50 million in Europe, Egypt, and Western Asia.
Susan slumped in her seat next to him.
Next you're going to tell me they were responsible for the Black Death, she said and stifled a laugh.
Stan turned and locked eyes with her.
No, she said.
He nodded.
200 million dead. They also unleashed the Cocolitzel plague in 16th century Mexico and the Spanish flu virus in 1918. Stan, this can't be true,
Susan said on a breath.
They call it the Obliteration Protocol.
Chapter 25. Susan walked to the couch and slumped into the cushions.
This is surreal, Stan. I can't believe it.
It was hard for me at first as well, Susan, but it's the truth, I assure you. If you know what to look for, you can track the activities, Dr. Mesmer replied.
And you're saying that because of recent events, we're already into the...
She paused. Direct Action Protocol, he finished for her. Susan blurted.
We need to tell the police before anyone else gets hurt, or...
And tell them what? That an ancient secret society is hunting your research assistants because of an unverified discovery you found in your lab about God?
If it did not sound so preposterous, Susan might have laughed.
Isn't that exactly what's happening? 3 people have already died for the data on that drive. One of my researchers lost her parents today, and nobody has heard from the others since this morning. What am I supposed to do?
Stan removed the thumb drive from the laptop and walked to sit across from her.
First, you can never let this out of your sight,
he said, and handed her the drive.
Second, I think we need to finish your research.
She looked at him.
What? My lab is a smoldering ruin, and my life is no better.
Susan, the Xenophonians will stop at nothing to destroy this drive, and have proven they will go to great lengths to suppress the knowledge you are ready to unleash. This is your greatest weapon against them.
She shook her head.
These people caused the Black Death, and you think I can beat them?
It's not about beating them, but about staying one step ahead of them. Let's go to my summer home in Sittendorf. I have a small lab there where we can work in private, Stan offered.
Susan thought for a moment and shook her head.
I wouldn't trust anyone,
she remembered him saying.
I don't know, Stan. I can't just pick up and leave.
Can't you? She looked at him.
He's right,
she thought.
I've reached out to colleagues in hopes of getting more multi-generational samples. If we can get their data...
She trailed off, thinking of Dr. Nam in Singapore. Noticing her expression change, Stanislas asked,
What is it?
Susan put a hand to her mouth.
Dr. Nam,
she softly said,
had a heart attack shortly after I talked to her about the research we were doing.
She turned to face him.
Do you think...
He returned a thin smile and shook his head.
I'm sorry, Susan.
That means all the people I contacted are now in danger too,
she said in a rush and surged for the laptop.
What are you doing? I need to warn them,
she blurted.
Susan,
Stan tried. He crossed the room, sat next to her, and placed a gentle hand on hers.
The only thing you can do now is finish what you started. If the Xenophonians have already moved against those you contacted, letting them know now is almost useless.
Susan pounded the table.
I have to do something. From what you've said, my choices are give up, die, or potentially allow millions to die.
Stan sighed.
I don't have all the answers, but I know staying here isn't the answer.
What about the others?
Susan asked.
You have the data thereafter,
he said, and pointed to her pocket.
And David?
She slowly asked. Stan's lips thinned.
I don't know. Do you trust him?
She did not immediately answer. He gave her an awkward smile.
At this point, it might be better to keep him close if he is one of them.
I can't bring myself to believe it. He hasn't done anything to make me suspect he is one of these Xeno people.
Xenophonians.
Whatever.
Who have you contacted about getting more samples?
Stan asked, desperately wanting to change the subject.
I left a message for Dr. Almir. Warren, of course, she said, pausing.
Stan nodded.
Dr. Davenport is a good choice.
Susan continued.
Dr. Ehetoya in Nairobi, and Nam Jongwon.
Her voice hitched at the name of her friend and colleague. Dr. Mesmer remained silent for a moment.
Have you heard back from any of them?
He paused.
Besides word of Dr. Nam.
Susan shook her head.
None.
Her phone rang and David's face appeared on the screen. She looked at Stan.
It's David.
Stan shrugged.
Hey,
she tentatively answered. Hey, he replied. Just dropped Jen off at her aunt's house.
Thank you,
she said and looked at Stan again, who moved to sit at her computer. Are you up for getting some dinner and talking? The more I think about this, the more I think I have some friends that can help.
1 second,
Susan said. She muted her end of the conversation.
He wants to meet for dinner and talk.
She shot at Stan. Keep your friends close, he said quietly, keeping his eyes on the laptop screen and not bothering to finish the familiar saying. She resumed the call.
Sure. Where do you want to meet?
I'm about 20 minutes from the college, depending on traffic on the expressway. How about we meet at Mimo's on University Way in about 45 minutes?
I'll be there,
she curtly said. Detecting her unusual mood, he asked, Is everything all right?
Just got a lot going on,
she replied, glancing at Dr. Mesmer. I get it, he agreed. See you in a bit.
Hey,
she blurted. Yeah?
She paused. I'm bringing a friend.
After a short pause, David asked, Anyone I know? Susan thought about her previous conversations over lunch about her work. She couldn't recall ever mentioning Dr. Mesmer.
Not really,
she finally said. I see, David replied. After Susan hung up, Stan commented,
That sounded awkward.
She huffed out a breath and sat next to him.
It was. Normally our calls are friendly and sweet. That felt like work.
He pounded on the keys, bringing up maps and flight information.
What are you working on?
She asked.
I'm planning our route, he replied. I've mapped all the labs we need to visit, correlated to the colleagues you mentioned earlier. Nice work, she said.
Stan smiled at her.
I figure we go to Singapore first and circumnavigate the globe from there. Singapore? Why there first? If it was the Xenophonians that caused Zhongwan's heart attack, they most likely won't be there now. We'll have a good chance of finding her multi-generational data.
Susan nodded. It hurt her to talk about her friends and colleagues so dispassionately, but understood Dr. Mesmer's intent.
From there we fly to Nairobi, then Dubai, my summer house, and Cambridge. That seems like the most efficient route. If all goes well, we can double back to Vienna and get to work in my lab. Have you calculated the cost of these flights? Food? Lodging? Susan asked.
Stanislaus smirked.
Still working on that part. No matter what I find, you're not going to like it. Just remember, he paused, no matter the cost, it's all worth it. Am I ready to throw in 100% on this?
Susan asked herself with a nod.
I have a few thousand in savings we can use, she offered. I need to stop by a few more banks and get as much as I can in cash. I've been saving for retirement and have a pretty significant nest egg we can tap. I hesitate to use any credit cards in case someone is tracking us. So, we're going all lascinia vestimenti eos pugioni, are we? Cloak and dagger?
Susan asked in her broken Latin. Stan processed her question.
Is vultus illus, he replied. It looks that way.
Brian typed into his phone as he drove away from Tent City 3. Prime target Loke. On I-5, the phone returned a reply. En route from building. He pressed a knee against the steering wheel as he typed on the small screen. Track and report. Seconds later, the phone's screen illuminated. Understood. He pulled into the parking lot of Susan's building, scanned the spaces for any indications of a police presence, and quickly forced his way into her apartment. Matters grew desperate. He needed to retrieve the data, verify all copies were destroyed, eliminate the primary target, and move on. This mission had already taken too much time. Chapter 26. Susan and Stanislaus walked into Mimo's Mexican restaurant on University Way, and David waved them over to his table. Susan gave him a thin smile as she made introductions.
David, this is Dr. Stanislaus Mesmer, a dear friend and colleague. Stan, David Blake.
The two men shook hands, and they all sat. For the first few minutes, nobody spoke, and the air between them grew awkward.
So, what do you think?
Susan asked as the waiter returned from the kitchen with their drinks. About what specifically? David asked.
She sat across from him. About everything.
Oh, just everything, David replied and gave her a wry smile. Inside Susan's apartment, Brian methodically searched for the drive. He did not expect to find it, but needed to search for copies or backups of the drive. While he searched, he thought about how to best eliminate the woman. The research assistant had either gone to the police or been discovered in her attempts to get the data, and the mission started looking sloppy from the outside. His phone buzzed. Hello?
Sebastian, the council is getting anxious for results, his handler said. What is your status?
I have removed several documents from numerous targets, and am closing on the primary.
I don't believe I need to stress the urgency of this situation.
No, Brian agreed.
Good. Then we expect a satisfactory resolution soon.
Brian remained silent, and seconds later the phone hung up. I've been trying to think about the next steps to ensure your safety. No matter what the police think, I believe you're in danger, and I don't like it, David admitted. Susan looked at Stan.
I appreciate that,
she said. David looked from Susan to Stan, who remained silent. He laughed. Have I missed something? We don't have Mexican restaurants in Germany, Stan blurted, changing the subject. Susan and David both gave him a questioning look. It's true. When my people try to make Mexican food, it usually ends up in a disastrous mess. I'm looking forward to my tacos al carbon, he said, sounding out the name with effort. Susan laughed first. Outside of the fact that I've been trained to notice every detail of every situation, you guys really stink at keeping secrets, David said through several chuckles of his own. Stan said through his own laughter, Are we really that bad?
We're geneticists. We're not supposed to keep secrets,
Susan added, joining the growing laughter. David scanned the room and leaned forward. Seriously, what did I miss? I'm only here to help. He took Susan's hand in a firm but gentle grip. You can trust me. Tell me about yourself, Stan questioned. David looked at Susan. I spent most of my life in the Army. I went to West Point, where I earned my history degree. Stan nodded and looked at Susan, who intently watched David. I see you're hearing this for the first time. David cleared his throat. It's not her fault. I don't talk about my service like some other veterans. I served as an ODA commander in Afghanistan with 19th Group, then went on to be a company commander. Neither Dr. Mesmer nor Susan understood. David continued. ODA means Operational Detachment Alpha. It's a Special Forces unit designation. Susan drew in a deep breath and asked, You were in the Special Forces? David nodded.
A Green Beret?
He nodded again and smiled. We call ourselves the Quiet Professionals because we don't go around flashing it for everyone to see. That's why I don't talk about it. He gave Susan a serious look. I would have told you when the time felt right. She blushed, looked at Stan, and smiled.
I guess things with us were going so well, then all this crazy stuff happened, and it kind of looked like you were...
David nodded. I'm still earning your trust, Susan. I understand. You'll tell me everything when you're ready. Dr. Mesmer looked deep into David's eyes. After a moment, he placed a soft hand on Susan's shoulder and nodded when she turned toward him. Susan felt as though a weight lifted from her shoulders when he removed his hand, and she heavily sighed. Brian sat on Susan's couch and scanned the room. A closed laptop sat on the dining room table. He moved to the table, opened the lid, and stared at the password login screen. Do I force my way in or take the entire laptop? Knowing that either decision meant forcibly changing the password, either path would be an easily detectable trail. Brian chose to spike the password and let her wonder why her current password no longer worked. He inserted a thumb drive he carried with him everywhere and held down the laptop's power button. When the boot sequence started, Brian held down the F8 key until the boot menu appeared. He selected the option to boot the computer from the flash drive and waited. The computer emitted a beep, and the specially designed password reset software opened on the screen. Brian selected the internal hard drive and the only user listed. He clicked the reset button. When the computer restarted a third time, he entered the new password and accessed the laptop's desktop. He opened the browser and his phone buzzed as a new message came in. Mimo's Mexican, 4743 University Way. Brian clicked on the browser history, opening the online map and an airline website. She's planning to leave, he thought.
Do you remember the conference I went to in San Diego?
Susan asked. David nodded.
Dr. Mesmer was one of the speakers, she continued.
Stan smiled. I wager it will be the last time I get asked to speak on human genetics. David considered him. I asked the one question in science you're not supposed to ask. What if our species was engineered? David nodded. For that, I was immediately terminated from my position in Vienna. Immediately? David asked. Stan chuckled. Most likely within minutes of the conclusion of my inspired speech. Susan smiled at her friend.
He's been doing some interesting research and found some, she paused, frankly unbelievable things.
How much do you know about history? Stan asked David. David smiled. I'm a history teacher. I focus on early America, birth of a nation stuff mostly. I see, Dr. Mesmer began. I have been researching secret societies lately, more than I ever thought I would.
You're not going to believe what he's found, David.
David took a sip from his water glass. I've been doing some digging, too. I've called in some favors from friends in the FBI and other law enforcement agencies. Stan nodded. We should compare notes. David nodded along with him. Sounds good to me. She still hasn't told me what she and her team found. Susan blushed.
When we're done here, we'll go back to my apartment and get it all out.
Stan nodded. Sounds good to me, David agreed. The conversation turned lighter as Dr. Mesmer commented on his dinner choice. He recounted several stories from his years as a genetics teacher and his journey from San Diego to Seattle following his untimely dismissal. Outside the restaurant, David gestured to his parked car, and the three crossed in the direction of the parking garage. Only David saw the speeding car in his peripheral vision. Chapter 27. The dark gray Hyundai Accent barreled toward the three as they crossed the road. David took Susan by the arm, spun around with all his weight, and launched her forward. He fell as he threw her out of the path of the oncoming missile. The car sped over David's calves and broadsided Stanislaus, sending him cartwheeling over the hood. The old geneticist slammed into the windshield with a sickening thud and accompanying loud crack. His legs flew up over his head, and he sprawled in the air. Tires squealed as the small sedan rounded the corner at the end of the next block. "Get the plate!" David yelled. "Stan!" Susan screamed and ran to the old man. David rose and shuffled to her side, the pain in his legs growing. He pulled out his phone and dialed 911. "Stan, keep still!" Susan desperately instructed.
12, 34, 27,
the old man whispered.
"Help is on the way,"
Susan continued and looked at David, who nodded. In a calm, clear voice, David spoke into the phone. "We just got run down by a car. A hit and run. We have wounded. 4700 block of University Way, northeast."
12, 34, 27.
Stan tried louder and looked intently into Susan's eyes.
"Save your strength,"
Susan pleaded. "No, the driver didn't stop. Victim has multiple lacerations and at least one broken leg. Breathing is shallow, but victim is awake and lucid." He touched Susan on the shoulder and pulled the phone away from his ear. "Ambulance inbound," he announced. Stan raised a shaky, blood-streaked hand and took Susan by the arm, pulling her close.
12, 34, 27, he repeated.
Susan just looked at him.
12, 34, 27. Remember,
the old man softly said before his eyes rolled back into his forehead.
"Stan!"
Susan yelled.
"David!"
David knelt next to Stan as sirens approached in the distance. He leaned his face close over the old man to feel for breath from his mouth. "He's still breathing," David said, and tilted his head to watch the professor's chest slowly rise and fall. "I think we're fine, Susan. He's going to have a broken leg and possibly a concussion, which we can't do anything for here. It's best to watch over him until EMTs arrived." He looked at her. "Make sure he keeps breathing. If you can't see his chest move or feel his breath on your cheek, let me know."
"You're bleeding,"
Susan said. "The car went over my legs, but luckily hit me in the meaty part of my calf. I'll be fine. Keep an eye on him." David moved out of the way, and Susan got down closer to Stan, mimicking David's bent posture. He dialed a number on his phone and limped away a few steps as a police car rounded the corner a few blocks away. "Kyle, I need a favor."
"David!"
Susan screamed. David moved back to Stan as Susan fell to one side. He checked for a pulse along the side of Stan's neck, then moved in to feel his breath. "Damn it," he said, and placed a hand on either side of Stan's chest, feeling for broken ribs. He felt both sides of the man's neck and opened his mouth to ensure his airway remained open. "I hesitate to move his neck, but I don't think we have a choice. Susan, when I tell you, pinch his nose and blow as much air as you can into his lungs. You should see his chest rise." Susan moved back in beside her friend as David gently lifted Stan's chin. He placed his left hand flat on Stan's chest and interlaced his right fingers over it. He positioned himself directly over Stan's sternum, locked his elbows, and began a series of even chest compressions, careful not to further injure any damaged ribs. "Now," he said to Susan. She pinched Stan's nose and blew a large breath into him. David repeated the series of methodical compressions. "Now," he repeated. Again, Susan blew into Stan's lungs as the police car stopped in the middle of the road, lights flashing. An ambulance came into view down University Way as David pressed down on Stan's chest again. Under his hand, he felt a pop and a muted snap came from Stan's chest. "Again," David directed. Susan bent forward and blew into Stan's open mouth while David felt the man's neck for a pulse. He bent over Stan's chest again, feeling and watching for any signs of breathing. The ambulance pulled up beside them and 2 uniformed EMTs exited. One dropped beside David. "Car accident, broken leg and multiple lacerations. I think I just popped a rib during resuscitation," David calmly said. The other EMT moved to Stan's open side and removed a laryngoscope, intubation tube, and ambu bag. "We'll take it from here," one of the EMTs said. David and Susan stepped away. A police officer moved in and guided David to the back of the patrol car. He produced a small first aid kit to mend his calf wounds. Susan knelt at the back of the car, shaking from the adrenaline coursing through her system. She held his hand tight and heaved out breaths. "You saved my life," she said, allowing the emotion welling inside her to come forward. "And probably Stan's, too." David smiled at her, but quickly returned his eyes to Stan. One EMT pumped the ventilation bag attached to a tube in Stan's mouth, while the other removed a wheeled stretcher from the rear of the ambulance. The officer looked up at him. "I'm going to need to cut your pants." David nodded. Susan wiped at her face as her adrenaline gave way to emotion. "How did you stay so calm? I mean—" She trailed off. "I'm used to stressful situations, that's all," David said. "After a while, it becomes muscle memory." The medics lifted Stan into the back of the ambulance, then it tore off down University Way toward Northeast 50th Street. "They're taking him to UW Medical, right?" Susan asked the police officer. He nodded and pulled David's cut pant leg away from a large darkening area on his calf. "Looks like you're going to have one hell of a bruise." "Yeah, I was lucky," David commented. "He threw me out of the way," Susan said. "Saved my life. The police officer gave her a thin smile and placed a large gauze bandage on David's leg. He wrapped it with a compression bandage and stood. I need to get your statements. We'll start with you, Professor. David instantly looked up. How do you know she's a professor? I watch the TV same as anyone, the officer replied. Susan stood, but did not let David's hand go.
We were leaving the restaurant, and the car came out of nowhere.
She looked down at David.
I don't think it ever slowed down. The next thing I knew, David spun me around and launched me forward. When I got up, Stan was just lying there, and the car tore around the corner.
She looked at David again.
You were amazing.
Now the emotions grew in David. His calm outer surface cracked as he took several deep breaths and acknowledged her statement with a smile. The police officer turned to David. Do you have anything to add, Mr. Blake? David Blake. All I have to add is that I think she was the target, he said flatly. The police officer stiffened and jotted a note on his small pad. I see. Do you need further medical attention? David shrugged. Barely broke the skin. Gonna hurt like hell tomorrow. The officer stifled a laugh and turned back to Susan. Can you describe the car? Susan looked at David. Dark-colored Hyundai, an accent, I think. Older model, maybe a few years old. Did you get the plate?
It didn't have a plate,
Susan said. Should have a heck of a smashed window. It hit Stan pretty good. Stan is the other gentleman? The officer asked.
Yes, Dr. Stanislaus Mesmer. He's visiting from Vienna,
Susan said. The officer scribbled more notes. Finally he said, Just let me get your contact information and you can head to the hospital. I won't keep you from your friend. David handed her his car keys. You're driving.
Okay,
she absently replied and accepted his keys with a shaky hand. The world seemed a blur to her, but her mind focused like a laser on an odd set of numbers. 12, 34, and 27. Chapter 28. Can I help you? A nurse asked as Susan and David entered the emergency room of University of Washington Medical Center.
Our friend was brought in earlier tonight.
Susan looked at David.
Stanislaus Mesmer. A car accident, she said.
An older gentleman?
Yes.
David's phone rang. He looked at the caller ID and turned to Susan. I need to take this. She smiled as he limped to one of the nearby rows of chairs. And your name, miss? The nurse asked.
Susan.
Relation to the patient? Susan hesitated.
He's staying with me,
she awkwardly replied.
He's visiting from abroad and doesn't have family here.
I see, the nurse said and typed into a computer.
Yes, Mr. Mesmer is in surgery. I guess I'll wait.
When he's out of surgery, he'll be moved to a recovery room. I doubt you'll be able to see him until tomorrow, ma'am. Susan gave her a wry smile.
All the same, I think I'll wait until he's out of surgery. It would make me feel better. I understand, the nurse said.
Susan moved next to David, still on the phone. Right. Send me his contact information, too, David said. I have to run. We'll talk later. I appreciate your help, brother. He hung up the phone and turned to Susan. How is Stan? Susan took a deep breath.
He's in surgery.
David's lips went thin. May have had some internal bleeding. I'm pretty sure I cracked one of his ribs.
You saved his life,
Susan said in a huff.
You saved all our lives.
David remained silent, bent forward and rubbed his lower leg.
I guess it hurts,
Susan asked. It tingles more than anything. A silent moment passed between them as David rubbed feeling back into his lower leg. Finally, Susan asked,
So, Green Beret, huh?
David sat back. It's the color of the hat, Susan. She laughed. He sighed. I'm proud of my service. I just don't advertise it.
You were pretty amazing tonight.
I just reacted to the situation like I was trained, he said. I figured you two would be here, a familiar voice said from behind them. They turned as Detective Roberson approached. When I heard about the hit and run, I got worried it might be one of you. He walked around the row of chairs and sat next to David. I thought you had an officer watching her, David asked. His orders were to watch the house. He turned to Susan. I had no idea you were planning on going out.
He'll be in the parking lot when you get home. I've also asked for a couple of officers to be placed on protective duty here while your friend recovers."
"Thank you," Susan said.
"Glad you finally came around, Detective."
"I'm sorry it wasn't earlier." He took out his notepad. "We didn't get the person who was blackmailing your research assistant. He was one step ahead of us."
Susan's head sank.
"We'll get him," Roberson said. "I need to get some information from the desk. Excuse me."
"Stan's in surgery,"
Susan said as Roberson turned. David took out his phone, typed out a message, and watched the detective approach the nurse's desk. "Do you think the detective will catch the guy?" David asked. Susan waited for a heartbeat before answering.
"No."
"Neither do I," he agreed. "I'm asking some friends for help."
"Friends?"
David laughed. "Brothers, really." Susan leaned in close.
"Stan thought we should leave," she whispered.
He turned to face her.
"Since being let go from Vienna, he's been watching events and thought he knew who was doing all this."
David remained silent, encouraging her to continue.
"This is going to sound crazy, but he thinks it's an ancient secret society."
She looked at the floor. David shrugged a shoulder. "Sounds just as plausible as anything I've come up with."
"Really? He showed me his evidence, and it all seemed surreal to me."
"Susan, I still don't know what all of this is about, and at this point I don't really care. I just want to—" She cut him off.
"We found a code."
"A code?" he asked.
"How could you not know? It was all over the news. At least their version of it was."
She huffed.
"Ray found a binary code in one of the DNA samples we've been studying. I took the code to the mathematics department, and they discovered the codes were pictograms."
She shook her head.
"It sounds crazy when I say it like that."
"Pictograms of what?"
"They turned out to be ancient Hebrew script."
His eyes got wide. "You're kidding," he announced, loud enough for Roberson to turn and glance at him. Susan shushed him with her expression.
"I wish I were," she said. "Jen and I took them to her dad, a rabbi, and he confirmed they were ancient Hebrew. Well, older than ancient Hebrew."
"What did the Hebrew text say?"
"We don't know. He could only read one word. Life."
David sat back and rubbed a hand over his face. "Whoa."
"Yeah,"
Susan agreed. "Honestly, I can see why someone is trying to stop you. I'd wager this could be seen as evidence of God, which would equal devastation to some people. Who did Stan think is behind it?"
"A group called the Xenophonians,"
Susan said, and looked around the emergency waiting room, expecting everyone in the small row of chairs to be looking at them with sinister expressions. "Never heard of them."
"I hadn't either until today,"
Susan agreed. "That's why Jen wanted the thumb drive. It contains the data?" Susan nodded.
"Stan thought we should finish it."
"Finish what?" She looked around the pale room again.
"The message."
"You said you found letters. You didn't say anything about a message."
"We think it's a message. When we first identified the code, I reached out to several colleagues and asked them for similar data to what we were researching. We still need to verify our data."
She sighed.
"Stan wanted to continue. He believes in the message."
David thought for a moment, then said, "I don't think Stan is going anywhere for a while, Susan. But I think he's right. Something of this magnitude needs to be completed. I believe in God, and if there's concrete evidence of him in our DNA, especially some kind of message, I'm all in."
"David,
Detective Roberson approached them.
"Your friend,"
he looked at his notes,
"Mesmer, won't be out of surgery for hours. When they move him to a recovery room, I'll have an officer outside his door 24 hours a day."
Susan stood and walked to the nurse's desk.
"Thank you, Detective,"
she said, passing him.
"Dr. McCormick, he's in a coma,"
Roberson flatly said. She turned to face him.
"What? A coma?"
David stood and placed a hand on her shoulder.
"The doctors actually think it's for the best right now. He suffered a pretty bad concussion. They've stabilized him, set his leg, and stopped some internal bleeding. Their prognosis is relatively good."
"Susan," David softly said, "let the doctors do what they do best." Tears welled in Susan's eyes. Roberson cleared his throat.
"I have to ask, did he say anything before he lost consciousness?"
No,
Susan quickly said. 12:34:27, she thought. Nothing, Roberson pressed. It could be important. Susan shook her head. The detective folded his notebook and slid it into a pocket. If anything comes to mind, don't hesitate to call, he said, and walked past them to the doors. Susan turned to face David. The tears on her face had vanished, replaced by a look of determination. I'm ready to go, she flatly said. Several blocks away, in the parking lot of her building, Sebastian Brugiere fumed like a pre-eruption volcano. He had failed to secure and destroy the remaining piece of data, failed to eliminate one of the secondary targets, and failed to take the primary target out of play. I still have time, he told himself, attempting to calm down. I will not fail. Chapter 29. Susan pulled David's car past the police cruiser into the lot of her building. David gave the officer a wave, forcing him to put his phone down. I don't think you should stay here tonight, David coldly said. What? Why not? Just a feeling, he replied. Inside the apartment, Susan walked to the kitchen for a glass of water as David limped to the couch. Something doesn't feel right, Susan. I can't explain it, but I think you should pack a bag and find another place to stay tonight. She moved to the dining room table and took up her seat behind the closed laptop. She opened the machine and input her password. I appreciate your concern, but there's an officer outside, and I have a pretty sturdy deadbolt. Like I said, he started. I can't explain it. Susan tried her password again. I think tomorrow we should plan out the route. Stan did a bunch earlier today, but... She trailed off as the thought of him in the hospital struck her. David turned to her. You okay? Yeah, she softly said, and typed in her password a third time. It's just... He stood and moved to a chair at the corner of the table. You're worried about Stan? Yeah, she said as a look of frustration crossed her face. I can't get into my computer. She slowly typed each character into the machine, only to get the referenced account is currently locked out and may not be logged on to message. She slapped the table. And now it's locked. Great. David thinned his eyes and instinctively looked around the apartment's living room. She saw him scanning the room. What? Did you leave your computer open or closed when you and Stan left for dinner? He asked. Susan thought for a moment. Closed. And everything else? Is it where you left it? Susan looked around the room. I don't remember. It all looks right to me. What is it? Nothing, he said. So tell me about this trip you and Stan were planning. I have to reset my password. 1 minute. She typed in the computer as David moved around the house, still wary. Is this Stan's luggage? He asked. Yeah. When he talked about the research, he mentioned that he stopped using his credit cards and... David whistled from the living room chair as banded rolls of currency tumbled from a zipper opening in the bag. Holy cow, he remarked. Susan stood and walked beside him. There must be thousands in there. David stuffed the money deeper in the bag and closed the zipper. You were saying? Stan mentioned that he didn't want anyone to track him, so he stopped using credit cards. He also mentioned a retirement nest egg. This is how you two were going to get the data, David commented and tapped the carry-on bag. Susan returned to her computer. David moved to the door, stood quietly, and shifted his eyes around the room. Susan regarded him, returning to answer security questions and reset her password. Do you trust me? He asked. She looked up at him and smiled. Yes, she softly said. Go pack a bag. You can unlock your computer later. The tone of his voice spurred Susan to move. Without removing her eyes from his, she walked to the bedroom, grabbed a mid-sized suitcase, and quickly packed it with essentials. In the living room, she added her computer and a bottle of water from the refrigerator. She set the bag by the door. Now what? David handed her Stan's luggage. I know this looks bad, but we're going to take Stan's money. Susan frowned at him. We really should take it to the hospital. I know, but he wanted to use it to get the rest of your data. I don't think he'll mind. He shrugged. If he has a problem with it, I'll pay him back. Susan smirked at the thought of David having a similar cachet of money. I'm going to get the car and move it to the other side of the building. I assume there's another exit? Susan nodded.
There are security doors at each end of the hallway.
As soon as I leave, you go out the other door. I'll be there to pick you up.
I think you're overreacting, but okay.
I hope I am, but I've come to trust my suspicions, David remarked through a thin smile. He left the apartment for the car park. Outside, he walked to his car, trying to limp as little as possible. On the way around the building, he waved at the officer again. The officer did not move to acknowledge him. He sat perfectly still in the front seat of his car, staring impassively forward. David narrowed his eyes and steered the car around the building. Brian watched the black man exit the apartment building, get in his car, and leave the parking lot. He slid from his car and walked to the hallway door. Glancing briefly at the police officer, he felt nothing about removing from the playing field. One bump and twist from his lockpick kit, and the door opened for him as though he lived in the building. He moved to the primary target's door, leaned against it, and listened for sounds within the apartment. At the far end of the hallway, a figure flashed past the exit door. "No," he said to himself. Brian walked quickly to the opposite hallway door and watched Susan slip into the car as David tore away from the building. "Merde," Brian said, and ran to his own car. He ripped out of the parking lot, hoping to catch the fleeing car. Before Susan's door slammed shut, David looked back at the face of the man in the doorway. His suspicions proven right again, and sped away from Susan's building. "Did you see him?" he asked.
I saw him come to the other door. That's why I ran. Do you think he's the guy who tried to run us over?
Susan asked through heavy breaths. "I don't know," David admitted. "But the minute I left your building, he showed up. I'm pretty sure the officer is dead. Call Roberson and tell him."
"Oh, my God!"
Susan exclaimed. She dug her phone from her pocket and dialed Detective Roberson. "Don't tell him where we're going," David said. Susan looked at him.
"Where are we going?"
David smiled.
"Hello, Detective Roberson. This is Susan McCormick. A man showed up at my place. We think he did something to your officer," she said, and stopped talking.
David heard a faint commotion through the phone and raised voices.
"We're—"
She paused and looked at David.
"Going somewhere safe,"
he quietly said.
"Going somewhere safe,"
she repeated.
"I'm sorry, Detective. I can't. I don't even know where we're going."
David reached for the phone. "Roberson, I'm taking her somewhere safe. We'll contact you when we're secure." He hung up the call and handed it back to her. "Turn it off," he smoothly said. "If it has a removable SIM card or battery, do it." Susan's hand shook as she took the phone. David felt it. "Sorry," he softly said. "I know I can get kind of intense." Susan smiled.
"It's all right. I'm just not used to this kind of stuff."
She took the phone and removed the battery.
"I think I need a paper clip or something to get the card out."
"We'll handle it later." He handed her his phone. "Dial this number," he said, and reeled off a number. When the phone rang, he took it back. "Hi, Sally. This is Colonel Blake. I'd like to book a room for a couple nights." He waited for the hotel desk clerk to respond. "Yes, please. Thank you." David handed the phone back to Susan. "Now you can take mine apart, too." For the next hour, Susan worked on resetting her computer password. David pulled off Interstate 5 onto Jackson Avenue, heading for the Madigan Gate of Joint Base Lewis McChord.
"We're going on base?"
Susan asked, closing her laptop. David nodded. "You're going to need your ID." Susan pulled out her phone, unclicked the protective case, and pulled her driver's license from within a thin storage compartment. At the gate, he handed his military ID and her license to a waiting uniformed military police officer. The young woman inspected their documents, eyed the woman in the passenger seat, handed them back to David, and snapped a sharp salute. Susan smiled when he handed her the license.
"They do that every time?"
He chuckled. "Yeah."
"Is it bad that I like being saluted?"
she asked with a smirk. "It wears off pretty quick," he admitted, and aimed the car down Wilson Avenue. To Susan, everything on the base looked shiny and new. Well-maintained buildings lined the pristine streets. Immaculately manicured grass and hedges fronted each shiny facade. At every main intersection, deadly-looking static displays of fighter jets or tanks aimed their immense weaponry skyward. She marveled at the sudden stillness of life on base versus the hustle and bustle of life outside the fencing. It seemed quieter and serene. David wound the car along East Lincoln Road and through a roundabout, finally pulling into a long parking lot nearly empty of cars. "Welcome to your safe house," he said, and gestured with a flourish toward the long 3-story buildings outside the windshield.
"What is it?"
"It's a hotel." Susan laughed.
"You called it a safe house."
He got out of the car, removed her bags, and walked around to open her door. "It's a term I used to use a lot. You're much safer here than in your apartment. Plus the rent is cheaper." She followed him into the hotel lobby where he checked in with cash and collected their room keys. In their room, Susan sat on one of the beds and settled in with her computer on her knees.
"I reset my password and finally got back to my desktop. I think someone hacked me."
David put the bags in the small closet. "Probably brute forced your password to get into your drive. Be careful of any new software that seems out of the ordinary. It could be a keylogger. I'd also be leery of connecting to any networks." Susan stared at him.
"And here I thought you were just a high school history teacher."
He smiled and sat at the small desk. "I am just a history teacher."
"Grab a piece of paper," she instructed. "Stan mapped out our route, starting with Singapore."
David scribbled as she spoke.
"From there, we need to make stops in Nairobi, Dubai."
"Dubai, huh?" David commented.
Susan smiled. "Then Stan's house outside Vienna, and Dr. Davenport's lab in Boston."
"Why not Boston first?"
"My colleague in Singapore, Dr. Nam."
Susan's voice hitched, and she struggled to continue. "Ah," David said and nodded. She wiped at her face.
"Stan thought it would be the safest place to start."
David nodded. "I don't consider anything outside the wire safe."
"Outside the wire?"
she questioned, immediately getting the military reference.
"Oh."
He stood. "Let me get my laptop from the car and we'll get to work." She set her laptop aside and met him at the door. She stepped in front of him and pressed herself to his chest. He instinctively wrapped his powerful arms around her frame and sighed. Neither spoke for several heartbeats. Without a word, she rose to her tiptoes and kissed him deeply. David accepted her kiss, deepened it, and lifted her into him.
"Thank you for being in my life,"
she whispered. "Thank you for allowing me in," he replied. Slowly, she slipped from his arms and returned to sit on the bed. "I'll be right back," he said, and shut the door. Susan watched him. She listened for his footfalls in the hallway. When they faded, she flopped back on the bed as an immense smile grew on her face. She wrapped her arms around her chest and immersed herself in the feeling of genuine love and affection she felt from David. Several deep breaths escaped her as she tried to calm her emotions. So many thoughts crashed through her rambling mind she could barely see straight. Soon, his strong, steady steps echoed down the hallway, and with a light rap on the door, he entered the small room carrying his laptop bag. Susan sat up at the first sound of his return. "Here, you could use this," he said, struck by the glow on her face. She snapped her laptop closed and moved to the desk where David set up a workstation.
"Do you think they got into my school account?"
she asked. "Let's just assume they did. Unfortunately, they may also be monitoring your colleagues' accounts as well, but we'll have to chance it."
"Right,"
she agreed.
"They need to know we're coming. Once I send these out, I'll see what we can do as far as airline tickets."
David took a bottle of water from the small refrigerator, popped it open, and took a long pull. "Actually, I think I have that part covered."
"Really?"
He smiled. "Brothers, remember?" Susan returned his smile and got to work sending out messages to the colleagues she had contacted previously. David moved to the bed and dialed out from the hotel phone. "Chris, hey, it's David. Did you get my message?" "I did. Kyle made it sound important," Chris Simmons responded. "What can I do to help, brother?" "I need you to fly me somewhere." "Okay, where?" Chris asked. David did not immediately answer. Chris picked up on the subtle hesitation. I'm in Phoenix. I can meet you at OLM in 30 hours. Thanks, brother. I owe you one. He looked at Susan and smiled. Yes, we have gas money. She smiled back. How long are we looking at? I need to tell Jax. 10 days, maybe? This is an international gig. Understood. I'll need to file a flight plan, but we can do it last minute. That would be best, David asked. Understood. You owe me a steak, Chris chided. David chuckled. That and more, brother. Give my best to Jackie. Will do. See you tomorrow. Roger, David said and hung up the phone.
That sounded promising,
Susan said as she typed out another email. If and when your friends reply, you need to move them away from using their normal email accounts. Random private social media messaging or secure chat rooms are a better option.
You'll need to show me how to do that,
Susan said. No worries, David said, dialed another number and waited. Agent Hernandez, please. He met her eyes, his expression inscrutable. Yes, I'll hold. Chapter 30. The next morning, David awoke to find Susan leaning into the screen of his laptop.
I tried to be quiet. I didn't wake you, did I?
No, he replied. My body is programmed to wake up at the same time every day. It's a curse. Susan laughed and turned back to the computer.
I couldn't sleep.
Understandable, David said, and slid out of bed.
I've been up most of the night researching binary code. That led me all over the place. Linguistics, Hebrew, numerology, you name it.
I'd be careful with what you find online. Most of it can't be trusted. Susan nodded.
I know, but it's a starting point. For example, did you know that bit stands for binary digit?
David smiled. He knew, but enjoyed seeing her discover how computers worked on her own.
Of course you knew. Why am I not surprised? But did you know, she pressed, that bit is very close to bait, the second letter in the Hebrew alphabet, and that is also represented by the number 2?
She paused for dramatic effect. Okay, he questioned.
Bit, bait, binary digit, 2, binary can only be one of 2 possible values? She said, getting more animated.
David remained silent.
According to some linguists, each Hebrew letter has a meaning. Bait, the second letter, is suggested to mean duality. It creates the possibility for all duality and opposites, yes and no, hot and cold, man and woman, up and down.
Sounds plausible.
8 bits make a byte, right?
Susan continued as David walked past her to the bathroom, carrying his bag. She let out a sigh.
But you know this. You're a history teacher, super soldier, computer whiz.
No, keep going, he encouraged, cutting her off.
Well, I bet you didn't know that the 8th letter in Hebrew is het, she said, struggling with the pronunciation of the letter. In Jewish mysticism, it means wisdom or grace.
David made a sound from the bathroom of interested understanding.
Het is made up of 2 other letters, Vav, which means people or others, and Zayin.
Again, she sounded out the name of the letter.
Which means time.
Okay, David said, emerging from the bathroom wearing a fresh shirt.
Well, if you put the letters Vav and Zayin together, you get the meaning of...
She cleared her throat.
To spend time with others.
Did you hear back from any of your colleagues? David asked as he put on his shoes. Susan turned back to his computer and accessed her personal email service.
Nothing from any of them. I hope nothing bad has happened to them.
Are you confident that we can get the data you need if we just show up out of the blue?
I'm hoping that we can connect with them before we arrive. I talked to Zhongwan's husband a few days ago, and he mentioned her data samples. From there, we'll have to hope for the best.
I'd rather pray for the best, David said. She turned in her chair.
That doesn't sound as strange to me today as it has in the past.
Praying? Susan looked at the floor.
Yeah, I've never done much of it.
David's chest tightened as though stepping out on a precipice. Slowly he said, If you want to, I'll do it with you. She looked at him,
and the hint of a girlish smile appeared at the corner of her lips. He closed his eyes and took a deep breath. "Father God," he began. Susan did not know what to do. At first she closed her eyes, then opened them to see if David kept his eyes closed or looked at her. Neither folded their hands together like she had seen in movies. Finally, she allowed herself to sink into the strong sound of his voice. She felt his words reverberate from the walls as he appealed to God on her behalf. He asked for peace and calm in her life. He asked for Stan's miraculous recovery and spoke of trusting the healing abilities of the doctors. He thanked God for the blessing of bringing her into his life and stoking their feelings for each other. He asked God to keep them following his will with regards to her research and for God to be their rear guard during the impromptu quest on which they would soon embark. Susan sat motionless and silent, just watching him pray. Never before had she witnessed such passion and emotion flow from anyone, let alone someone she romantically involved herself with. From across the small hotel room, she felt his energy and love for what one of her more liberal professors at Howard called the invisible sky wizard. The thought made her feel sick. In her mind, amidst David's fervent prayers over her, she vowed to never again mock such devotion and faith. David's prayers to God made her life's struggles feel small and insignificant compared to the magnitude and power of what this Creator could accomplish. Flashes of the ancient Hebrew pictograms appeared in her mind as she watched David. The more he prayed, the more she felt as though someone sat in the room with them. The air felt thick and somehow warmer. Susan's breath hitched as David closed with a whispered, "Amen." He opened his eyes and looked at Susan, who sat at the desk expressionless. "Are you crying?" she whispered. He wiped his eyes and gave her a sheepish smile. "Yeah." He laughed awkwardly and brushed past her to the bathroom. "I'm a weeper," he called. Speechless, Susan sat still. "I cry during the national anthem, the playing of taps, weddings and funerals, those sorts of things." He walked back to the bed. "And every time I pray." She reached out, took his hand, and locked eyes with him. "I think it's one of the most beautiful things I've ever seen. I love that you're a passionate man, David Blake." She leaned in and kissed him. "Thank you for praying with me." David smiled and accepted her affection. Love, he thought.
Chapter 31. Olympia Regional Airport on Old Highway 99 sat 25 miles south of Joint Base Lewis McChord. David and Susan made a stop for provisions at the base exchange, double-checked their bags, and set off for the airport with time to stop for an early dinner. "I'd like to leave the car here for about 10 days, David told the clerk behind a long counter at the ORA main terminal building. "Sure," the young man replied. "It's $14 a day." David dug into his bag for enough cash to cover the parking fee and a full tank of gas for the plane. "Our pilot will also need to refuel the plane," he said, and plopped a wad of cash on the counter. Seeing the money, the man's eyes lit up. "Oh, yes, sir. We'll have it all taken care of. Do you know what type of plane it is?" David shook his head. "No problem, sir. We'll make arrangements with the pilot when he radios in to verify approach and landing instructions." He pointed to a small seating area. "Can I borrow your phone?" Susan asked. The desk clerk regarded her with a strange expression before lifting his phone over the counter. "Local calls only, please?" Susan turned to David. "I want to check in on Jennifer." In his email, he found a response from Agent Hernandez and a message from Chris, the pilot en route to pick them up. Susan approached. "Jen is fine." "You didn't tell her about our trip, right?" David asked. "I started to, but then thought better of it." David's expression softened. "Good. The fewer people know about this craziness, the better." "Craziness?" He stared through the large window onto the tarmac. "We're about to fly around the world to collect data from people that don't know we're coming to possibly validate the actual existence of God." After saying it, he turned and looked at her with a blank expression. "I see what you mean." A radio behind the counter came to life. OLM Tower, November 24 Tango Lima. The young man behind the counter looked at David and Susan. November 24 Tango Lima, this is OLM Tower, go ahead. OLM Tower, November 24 Tango Lima. I'm about 20 miles southeast of the field requesting approach instructions for full stop, fuel, and onboarding of 2 packs. Roger Tango Lima, confirm aircraft type. Tower, I am a Gulf Sierra 280, over. Copy Gulf Sierra 280. November 24 Tango Lima, proceed VFR at or above ILS for runway 17. Maintain flight level 20, intercept glide slope. Winds are 210 at 7, altimeter 2990, report final. Copy VFR at ILS for 17, maintain Angels 20, altimeter 2990, will report final, November 24 Tango Lima. The clerk walked to the end of the counter and motioned for David to join him. Please put your bags on the scale, sir. David hefted their bags onto the large metal platform. We'll take them from here, the young man said. Once we have the plane refueled, one of our porters will get them on the plane for you. Thanks, but I'll keep this one with me, David said, and pulled Stan's bag off the scales. How long will it take to fuel the plane? About 20 minutes, depending on his current load, sir. David nodded. A few minutes later, the radio chirped again. OLM Tower, November 24 Tango Lima on final. 24 Tango Lima cleared to land. David and Susan walked to the large windows overlooking the dark gray tarmac as a sleek white jet appeared over the trees. The jet effortlessly glided onto the runway as the radio behind reported, OLM Tower, November 24 Tango Lima, down and safe. Roger Tango Lima, welcome to Olympia. Taxi on Foxtrot, hold short echo for fuel and 2 packs, report shutdown. Thank you, Tower. Taxi on Foxtrot, hold short echo, will report shutdown. The plane turned on the taxiway and approached the main terminal. It halted on a refueling pad as a tanker truck approached, stopping outside a thick red line painted on the concrete. A few minutes later on the radio, OLM Tower, November 24 Tango Lima is shut down. Roger Tango Lima. The door of the plane opened into a narrow set of stairs and the pilot emerged. He walked to the tanker truck, shook hands with the 2 men unraveling a large hose, and proceeded to the terminal building. Friend of yours? Susan asked. More than that, David replied with a touch of emotion in his voice. As soon as the pilot entered the building, David's mood changed. To Susan, he went from almost brooding to jovial. A wide smile appeared on his chiseled face as he marched to the pilot and pulled him into a long hug. Both men received a fair number of strong pats on the back, like brothers who have not seen each other for several Christmases. David stepped away from his friend, turned, and introduced Susan. Chris, this is Dr. Susan McCormick. Susan, this is Chris Simmons. Susan blushed at her title. Just Susan, please, she said, extending her hand. A pleasure, Susan, Chris responded. Chris served with the 160th SOAR and has flown me into and out of some interesting places, David said, smiling at his friend. I was just there to get you out of trouble, brother, Chris responded. I'm sorry, Susan interjected. SOAR? Oh, David said. Special Operations Aviation Regiment. He patted Chris on the shoulder. Chris was one of the best pilots we flew with, and I've literally trusted him with my life more times than I can count. Chris smiled and laughed. So, what's the mission, Colonel? It's David these days. Let me get on my laptop and I'll show you. The trio walked to the chairs, and David turned on the mapping software, planning out the route. Our plan is to fly from here to Changji in Singapore, most likely for an overnight. From there, we go to Nairobi, Dubai, Vienna, Boston, and back here. Chris whistled. You guys do realize it takes about $9,000 to fill this puppy up, right? Susan looked at David. Chris continued. Just to get to Singapore is a 2-stop trip. I can do about 4,000 miles per leg, so getting there won't be an issue. We'll need to gas up in Hawaii and probably Guam before we arrive. He looked at David. I'll need to pick up some international charts too, but if you have the cash, I can do the flight plan in an hour or so. David looked at the spreadsheet he had put together earlier in the day and did some quick math. That's about $60,000 in fuel alone. He turned to Susan. This is go, no-go time, and it's your call. Give me a minute, she softly said, stood and walked to the large windows. Beyond the thick glass, scattered clouds cast dark shadows over the crisscross runways. Across the airfield, a group of girls warmed up for an evening softball game. Susan closed her eyes. If she doesn't go for it, I'll take care of the gas getting up here. I appreciate you coming, David said.
Anything for you, brother. You look good. Thanks. I'm a high school basketball coach. Running with the girls keeps me in shape. I remember you talking about going into teaching, Chris said and looked at Susan. So, you and the doctor, he trailed off. Yeah, almost 2 months now, David replied. She's an amazing woman. And how's your daughter? Oh, crap, David said at the mention of his daughter. I need to call her. Give me 1 second, he said and walked to the counter to use the phone. Susan opened her eyes. In the distance, brilliant crepuscular rays of sunlight reached through the drifting clouds, and a smile broke on her face at the coincidental invitation. She returned to the chairs as David spoke into the phone. Right, just over a week. Okay, honey, love you too. They all sat around the computer, the 2 men looking intently at Susan. She drew in a long breath and held it. Let's do it, she said, and gave them a wide smile. All right, Chris cheered, hopped up, and headed for the counter. David beamed at Susan. For a second, I thought you were going to give up on the whole thing. What closed the deal for you? She looked deep into his eyes. An answered prayer. OLM Tower, November 24 Tango Lima, ready for departure, Chris called into the radio. November 24 Tango Lima, approved. Taxi Bravo to 17. Winds are 225 at 6. Altimeter 2990. Scattered at 27. Broken at 250. Line up and wait. The tower controller replied. Chris positioned the sleek jet for takeoff and signaled the tower. Tango Lima, you are cleared for departure. Expedite climb at 15 with a 5-mile turnout and contact Seattle Center on 121.9 at freak change. Have a good flight. Chris again repeated the departure instructions. Here we go, he called to his passengers and throttled the powerful engines to takeoff thrust. When the plane leveled at its cruising altitude, Chris called David to the cockpit. Take a seat, he said, indicating for David to take the co-pilot's chair. David slid into the chair and secured the belt. I'm going to need your help since this is an international flight. Did you ever finish your private? I never got the hours, David admitted. No worries. You're close enough to a pilot for my needs, Chris chided. In the back compartment of my flight bag is my International Flight Operations Manual, IFOM. Grab it, will you? David reached in and removed the thick binder. Chris set the cruising speed for the jet and switched to autopilot mode. The screen in front of David displayed a map of their route with a green line curving toward Hawaii. We should touch down in Honolulu in about 5.5 hours, David nodded. I'll need to get some sleep for the long haul to Guam, Chris said. Sure, David agreed. When we land, I'll call and get us a hotel for the night. Why wait? Chris asked and pointed over his shoulder. The phones back there work, and you can join the Wi-Fi network to get online. Nice, David commented. Chris smiled and patted the console. State of the art. I need to brush up on a few things before we get to Guam. I figure I'll use this time on autopilot, he said, reaching for the IFOM. David unbuckled, stood, and stopped halfway out the door. If you need anything up here, just let me know. Will do. David retrieved his computer bag from a storage compartment near the rear of the aircraft and sat at one of the wide desks. He logged on to the plane's network, surprised at the connection speed available at 30,000 feet. Susan spun in her chair. Are you connected? Yeah, I'm looking for a few emails. Did you need to get on? I wanted to see if anyone responded to my emails, she said. Sure, give me a minute and it's all yours, he replied. We'll be in Hawaii in about 5 hours. The plan is to spend the night there and get out early tomorrow for Guam. Susan gave him a thin smile. I still can't really believe we're doing this. We're here because you said yes. We're here because of this, she said, and removed the thumb drive from her pocket. David looked at the small piece of blue plastic. I'm more interested than ever to see what's on that thing. Well, when you're done with your emails, I'll show you. Deal, he said and smiled at her. Oh, hey, if you need to make a call, Chris says the phones back here are live. Really? Yeah, for almost $2,000 an hour, at least they can do is provide phone service at 30,000 feet. Ugh, don't remind me, Susan said and turned to the nearest phone to get an update on Stan's condition. A few minutes later, she sat behind the computer with the blue drive sticking from one of its many ports. David looked on over her shoulder as she moved the pointer around the screen. The program that Ray wrote scans for patterns. He intended it to look through music files, but obviously it does a lot more. He was a pretty big gamer and amateur software developer, but also loved playing his guitar. This little gem put his two passions together in one application. When he first told me what he found, I hardly believed him. She clicked on the program's icon and a window opened on the desktop. Inside the program, a three-dimensional graph appeared extending away from the viewer. A color spectrum appeared on the screen as the last data to be run through the software. Thin red lines on the left of the graph jutted toward the top of the screen. As the graph drew each line, it progressively changed from red to yellow to green and all the colors of the rainbow until thin blue lines rose up the right side of the screen. "This is one of the analyzed DNA samples you ran?" Susan nodded. "We were running samples through as a control to see if the data we received resulted from anomalous input, coding error, or any number of other normal issues we encounter. None of the samples we put through Ray's application came back with a positive binary result." "Can you bring up the positive result?" David asked. Susan let out a breath. "I don't know. I don't think it stores the spectrum graph, if that's what you're asking. I can show you the output result from the Argentinian sample." "That'll work." Susan closed the music scanning software and opened a file containing Ray's initial binary results. The screen scrolled past with strings of ones and zeros in no apparent order or pattern. David watched the numbers flow past from the bottom of the screen. Amazing. This came from human DNA? "Without proper verification, I can't say for certain, but all our indicators appear to suggest that the answer is yes." David looked at her. "You're still holding on to skepticism? Why?" "I'm a scientist. I can't just blindly believe results without independent verification from other respected scientists. Plus, this kind of potential discovery isn't supposed to happen." David pointed to the screen and smiled. But it did. She clicked another folder and a spreadsheet opened displaying an assortment of grid-line-filled boxes. David moved closer and studied the images. "Unreal," he managed. Susan laughed. "Surreal is more like it." "And one of these spelled the word life," he said as more of a question than a statement. "Incredible." Susan sat back in her chair. "What's going to be incredible is if we can verify these findings with other close multi-generational samples. If we can run more samples through Ray's program and get similar results." She paused. "I'm not sure what I'll do." He turned to face her. "Susan, this could be the most important discovery of human history. You have to be thinking on those terms. If this is what I believe it to be, it could change everything." His words came in short, excited bursts. "I can't think that way. If this turns out to be nothing, I have to keep it close. You saw what happened when just the unverified rumor of it leaked to the media." David turned back to the ancient Hebrew letters and shook his head. "This is big. I can feel it. Why else would the Xenophonians be willing to kill over it?" Dr. Mesmer's voice flashed through Susan's memory. "It gets worse. They call it the Obliteration Protocol." She sat forward and took David by the arm. "There's something more I have to tell you. It gets worse." Chapter 32. "My guess is they'll head for Boston," Brian said into the phone. "I can't stress enough the Council's disappointment in this situation. The longer this goes, the more likely it will not end well for us," Sasha replied. "I'm making arrangements to intercept the target in Boston." "We are preparing the virus for deployment in case you continue to fail." Brian's face hardened. "I'm confident it won't come to that." "We'll see," Sasha replied, her voice cold. "We haven't faced a threat like this for centuries, Sebastian. We are counting on you to resolve this, but we'll take every step necessary should the need arise." Brian did not respond. "Have you closed all the loops at your current location?" "Everything will be taken care of before I leave for Boston." "We expect nothing less. Goodbye, Sebastian." Brian hung up the phone as he suppressed a thread of creeping frustration at the recent turn of mission events. After losing his primary target at her building, he spent 2 days in his hotel room searching for signs of her whereabouts. None of her known contacts had received any calls from her, and her university email sat unused. Her laptop's MAC address had vanished from the internet, and the logger he'd installed during his time on her machine also stopped pinging usage. His only lead, a call to the hospital to check on the older man he had hit with the car. That problem will be dealt with soon enough, he thought. One secondary target remained, Jennifer Rosenthal. He found the network security at the registrar's office laughable and easily found all known addresses for Miss Rosenthal. From there, a simple social media search listed all her family and friends, which Brian quickly narrowed to several possible current locations. A few seemingly harmless calls to the social justice warrior groups she frequented led him to the Mercer Island 2-story red brick house on Fur Lane he now sat across the street from. Detective Roberson walked around the body of Andrea Mitchell, Raymond Clarkson's girlfriend. According to his notes, she planned to stay with her parents in Redmond. Now she lay on her apartment floor, dead from a broken neck. No signs of a struggle or forced entry, Clark, his partner, said as they passed in the kitchen. Coroner says it was a clean break from front to back. Front to back? Roberson questioned. Looks like she fell forward and caught the edge of the table. Looks that way, Roberson slowly said. He turned to a forensics technician still kneeling next to the body taking samples. Can you estimate the time of death? He looked at the coroner across the room. He'll know. Roberson moved to the door of the apartment and leaned next to the coroner, waiting for the forensics tech to finish. Any initial estimates on the time of death? The coroner shrugged his shoulders. Without proper testing, I'd guess a few days. I'll know more in the lab. Sure, thanks, Roberson said. He signaled his partner. So, Blake and McCormick put her on a bus to her parents' house. Then for some reason, she comes back here and dies. The boyfriend bought it earlier in the day. Detective? The technician called. What do you have? The technician pointed to the back of Andrea's neck. Virtually imperceptible bruises ran the length of her neck just under her hairline. Roberson leaned in closer. Finger marks? Looks like her face was driven into the edge of the table, the technician answered. Would have taken a pretty strong guy to do this. Somebody with experience, he remarked. Clark! Roberson yelled at his partner. Find Susan McCormick. Chapter 33. Wait, David said. You believe they're planning on releasing some kind of virus or plague against us? I don't know, Susan replied. All I know is what Stan told me about these people. He believes they'll stop at nothing to keep discoveries like this one from being verified and going public. Didn't it already go public in Seattle when they leaked it to the media during the... He trailed off. Information protocol, she finished for him. Right. They leaked your discovery to everyone on the planet. Not really. They leaked what they wanted. They controlled the narrative. We had the actual data, but they were telling the story. That's why everyone came out against it. Basically, they were playing both sides against the middle, knowing that I would never release my data. Their strategy worked. Susan looked at the floor. David suddenly regretted what he said and wanted to change the subject. Have you done any more research into the meaning of the pictograms? It's all subjective, and really rather silly on its surface. He looked around the plane. You have somewhere else to be for the next 4 hours? His attempt to lighten the mood worked. Susan laughed and slid into the chair next to him, taking control of the laptop. I'm not the believer here, so you'll need to fill in the gaps for me as my knowledge of Judaism and Christianity is pretty rudimentary. I'm just an old soldier who teaches history, but I'll do my best, Professor, David said, exaggerating her title. She smiled. We're all basically programmed to speak Hebrew, just different accents and altered expressions. Take the word speech as an example. In English, we add the sounds of the letters together to form the word. David sounded out the word next to her, breaking each syllable apart. Right, she said. Each component sound within the word are read by our subconscious, regardless of the language, as phonemes. Phonemes? Distinct sounds that distinguish one sound from another, she answered. David nodded. In Hebrew, the letter of S, which is shin, equates to word. The P, or peh, means mouth,
and the etch comes out as man. So the meaning of the word speech, broken into its Hebrew components, literally means word, mouth, man.
Interesting.
What struck me as more interesting is that in German, spricht, which means speak, also breaks down into the same Hebrew components.
Wait, this has to be a coincidence, David said, shaking his head.
Well, that's what I initially thought. Then I started looking at other words, especially those genetics-related words I used every day of my career.
What did you find? She laughed.
I started with deoxyribonucleic, the hardest thing I could think of. I never thought it would work with such a clinical word, or the genetic material of all living cells. Deoxy, which in English means containing less oxygen, broke into its Hebrew components, means know your maker.
Wait, what? David sharply asked.
The Latin deus means the same thing when broken down.
You're just messing with me, right? David said, adding a weak laugh.
I wish I was. When broken into Hebrew components, ribon Cl works out to ruler everything.
David sat speechless. He felt like praying, but another thought drove the desire to pray from his mind. Why hasn't this ever come out before? This knowledge could change the world as we know it. Susan returned a thin smile.
You answered your own question,
she softly said. He thought about her words for a moment. Because it could change the world as we know it, he repeated. A silent moment passed between them as their jet screamed over the Pacific Ocean. Susan scrolled to more of her research.
Are you familiar with the Hebrew word Adonai?
David shook his head.
Are you familiar with what the tetragrammaton is?
Again, David shook his head.
I wasn't either until the other night,
Susan admitted.
The word Adonai is the vocal replacement for the name of God by Jews. They feel that the name of God is too sacred to be said, so they use Adonai as a substitute. It typically translates to my lords.
David followed along, silently, still processing.
Adonai is a 3,600-year-old word. Do you notice anything familiar about the sounds used to make the Hebrew word?
DNA, David said.
Broken into its Hebrew components, DNA becomes Judgment God.
David shut the laptop. Susan looked at him, startled.
What is it?
I just need a minute, David answered. Susan stood and walked to the small lavatory as David turned to look out the plane's window. In the bathroom, Susan looked at her reflection in the mirror as tears welled in her eyes. Had she gone too far, too fast? What must David be thinking of her now? Had she alienated this man before their relationship could fully develop? She snatched a tissue from the dispenser and wiped at her face. She looked tired. When she emerged from the bathroom, David smiled at her. She took the seat next to him, suddenly aware of how close they sat, pressed together. David noticed the remnants of tears in her eyes and turned to face her as best he could. I'm sorry, and I didn't mean for you to get upset. It's just that... He paused. As a person of faith, having what I believe opened up to me so completely, so abruptly felt... He paused again, searching for the right word. Uncomfortable. Susan remained silent, looking for something in his eyes. David continued, When I was a soldier, I never wanted to be exposed. Exposure equaled danger. This concept is ingrained in who I am, including my faith. He took a deep breath. What you just showed me was a bit overwhelming and exposing, because it opened up a part of my faith as factual. Susan's expression changed.
I'm not sure I understand.
David smiled. One of the comforting things about faith is there's no proof of it being right and wrong. It's faith. I don't need evidence of God to know He's there. The thought of having proof of His existence is superficially exciting to every believer, but not necessary. When confronted with the mounting evidence you're presenting, I guess it exposed a little too much of Him to me. I don't know if I'm worthy of this knowledge. I don't think that any of us are. sound like you're saying that we don't need to proceed with my research.
No, I want to complete whatever it is you started. I'm just finally coming to grips with the impact this will have on believers and non-believers alike. Susan thought about the impact of her work. As a scientist, the ethical should is often overlooked.
Ability doesn't mean prerogative, she whispered. Just because we can do something doesn't mean we should.
I am become death, the destroyer of worlds, David quoted in a whisper. Susan turned to face him again. Julius Oppenheimer, July 16, 1945, after the first test of the nuclear device he created, David quietly said. Susan walked back to her seat and stared quietly at the ocean for the rest of the flight. Chapter 34. The next morning, following a restless overnight at the Halikoa Hotel and a 35-minute taxi to the airport, Susan and David boarded the jet and stowed their bags. Chris rolled into position, and after receiving clearance from Honolulu Control, the three took off from Oahu, bound for Antonio B. Juan Pat International Airport, Guam. Initially, David and Susan sat on opposite sides of the plane for balance. Once airborne, David moved forward and sat across the aisle from her. I'm headed to the galley. You want something to drink? Susan turned to face him. Sure. Water, please? 1 H2O coming up, he said, and stepped into the narrow kitchen. Tucked into the plane's fuselage, the engineers secured a small refrigerator. David reached inside and took out 2 bottled waters. He turned and tapped on the cockpit door. Hey, Cap, you need anything? Chris turned in his chair and yawned. I could go for a few more hours' sleep, he said. Aren't you on autopilot? Chris nodded. Without a co-pilot, I don't really have time to nod off. Get us to a spot where I can sit in there and just monitor, and you can grab some shut-eye. Chris laughed. It doesn't really work that way, but thanks for offering. With hours of nothing but ocean between us and touchdown, we have plenty of time for you to come up to speed in here. He paused. If you're interested. David smiled. I thought you'd never ask. He walked back into the cabin, took the seat next to Susan, and handed over her water. She sat staring out the window over the vast blue emptiness far below. Can I ask you something? Sure, he replied. It's personal, she softly said. Okay. Why do you believe? What made you that way? David stifled a chuckle. Nothing made me that way. Susan felt silly. Forget it, she curtly said, and returned to the window. No, I want to answer your question. What I meant is that nothing forced me to come to Christ. I didn't grow up in a home surrounded by it all the time. I didn't have deeply devoted family members that introduced me to it at an early age. I didn't grow up going to church or reading the Bible every day. I found my faith on my own and in my own time. When I first met you, I had no idea, Susan said, still looking out over the ocean. Well, David slowly said, it's personal to me. I don't share a lot about myself with cursory acquaintances. I keep my personal life pretty well guarded. She turned back to face him, tears filling her eyes. I really have no personal life to keep guarded. Everything I am is my work. Well, that's not true, he tried. It is, and the more I dig into the meaning of what's on that stupid thumb drive, the more I see how wasted my life has been. Susan. She held up a hand, stopping his words. I never used the word blessed until I met you, David. I hear you use it all the time, and I finally think I understand what it truly means. Last night, I could barely sleep after our conversation, but one thing kept running through my mind. She moved closer and put a hand on his cheek. How blessed I am to have you with me. He smiled at her and gently kissed her. He knew better than to say anything and take the moment away from her. This needed to be her time, and deep inside, he knew she had more to say. I love you, she whispered, and buried her face in his neck. He wrapped his arms around her and pulled her closer. I love you too. They stayed that way until Chris called back from the cockpit. Hey guys, we got some reported turbulence ahead. Buckle up, okay? I'll try to find some smoother air. We're all good back here, David replied as he and Susan secured their belts.
She scrubbed at her eyes with a tissue and held on to the armrest a bit tighter. David took a pull from his water bottle. Can I answer your question now? What? Your question about how I became a believer. Do you want me to answer it, or do you want to kiss some more and tell me you love me? She smiled at his attempted humor. We'll kiss more later, she said, returning his humorous gaze. Go on. Okay. He paused. All right, then. He made a show of clearing his throat to add drama to his next words. God pursued me, he said. Susan sat quietly, waiting for the rest, but nothing came. What? She asked. God pursued me, David repeated. Susan chuckled. That's it? God pursued you? That's it. He pursues all of us. Not to sound preachy, but he wants to have a relationship with us. Why would God want to have a relationship with us? Susan asked. David turned to the computer and opened a Bible application. I don't normally do this, but if you give me a second, he said, and fumbled to find the verse. The book of Genesis says that in that day that God created man, he made him in the likeness of God. He clicked to another verse. So God created man in his own image. In the image of God created him. Male and female he created them. Susan just looked at him, a questioning expression crossing her face. David returned a sheepish smile and flipped to another verse. Leviticus says, I will walk among you and be your God, and you shall be my people. Look, I'm probably not the person to talk to about this, but I know God pursues us and wants to know us personally. Haven't you ever felt the need for something more, something bigger than you and everything around you? Susan thought about it. Yeah, I guess. But there's no proof, no evidence. How can you put so much stock in something that can't be proven? David smiled. Do you know what's in the center of the sun? It sounded like a strange question, especially given the topic, but Susan answered anyway. The sun's core is hot, dense plasma. Prove it, David flatly said. Susan's expression went a bit stern. Okay, I can play that game. Prove to me there's a God, she countered. David's smile widened. Actually, you did that already. What? Think about it, Susan. If God really did put a binary coded message in our DNA, wouldn't it stand to reason that he intended for us to find it? Susan gripped the armrest tighter as the plane passed through a layer of turbulence. God pursues us, David quietly said. Chapter 35. David called back to Susan. Wake up, Chris. We're coming into Changji airspace. Susan moved to the back of the plane where Chris, their pilot, stretched across several seats. Gingerly, she pressed on his shoulder. Without opening his eyes, Chris said, I've been awake since the moment David said, wake. Sorry, Susan instinctively replied. Chris sat up and rubbed his eyes. No, it's not your fault. They taught us to sleep with one eye open, and it's the cross we bear for defending our country, he said with a smile. The cross we bear, Susan thought. God pursues us, David's voice said in the back of her mind. Chris stretched and moved to the small lavatory sink to splash water on his face. Chris, Shang-Chi wants us to state our intentions. We just popped up on their radar, David called. Tell them we want a full stop and fuel with overnight accommodations. He turned to Susan and rubbed his face with a towel. You guys gonna need a car? Most likely, Susan answered. And a car, he called to David. Shang-Chi Tower, November 24 Tango Lima, requesting landing instructions for full stop, fuel, overnight accommodations, and a car, David repeated. He pulled one earphone off his head and yelled over his shoulder. A car? Really? They do that? Chris ambled into the cockpit, took the left seat, yawned, and buckled his belt. They'll do whatever they can to make money, he said through a second yawn. After a quick scan of the instruments, Chris took manual control of the craft and started their initial descent into Shangji Airport, Singapore. David moved back to sit with Susan. Shortly after Chris found smoother air on their previous day's flight to Guam, David spent several hours in the cockpit with Chris, getting familiar with their Gulfstream G280. He felt comfortable with sitting in the co-pilot's seat monitoring the instruments, hopeful that nothing out of the ordinary happened and Chris could get some much-needed sleep. David buckled into the chair next to Susan, who scrolled through several pages on numerology, Hebrew mythology, and genetics. "Brushing up on some light reading?" David asked and pointed to the web page as Chris lowered the plane's flaps slightly and banked right. Susan looked at the screen. "Just doing what I know to do. This is a commentary on the cell. Pretty boring stuff, really," she said and moved to close the page. Stopping her, David asked, "What have you learned, Professor?" "Funny," she said and looked at him. He stared at her. "You really want to know?" she asked. David nodded. "Well, essentially the cell is the smallest and most advanced computer in the world, complete with self-charging batteries and almost unlimited memory. Mainstream science believes the cell emerged on Earth between 3.5 to 4 billion years ago." She looked at him to make sure she still held his interest. He marveled at her. "It's the building block for all life." "You said the cell is a computer?" he asked as the plane made another turn. "We're all made up of cells. Each cell contains our entire programming, basically our DNA." "Interesting," David commented. "If we continue that analogy forward, can the programming be changed?" "Sure," Susan replied. "It splits and creates new strands, but coding changes by the cell is relatively static and has been for billions of years." "Then how does the cell evolve? Natural selection? Biological accidents?" Susan pondered the question. "I'm not an evolutionary biologist, but I'd say probably yes." The plane took another turn as Chris established the pattern around Changji Airport and lined up with the runway. "We're coming in, guys." David closed the laptop and tucked it into a side pocket on the plush seat. "Are we done?" Susan asked. "No," David replied. "We're landing," he said and smiled at her. Chris brought the jet in for a smooth landing and taxied to the private terminal building, where a valet waited with the car they requested. "Now that's service," David said. "And it ain't cheap," Chris called over his shoulder. "Let me get her shut down and we can grab our bags and head to the hotel." "Can I use the plane's phone while on the ground?" Susan called back. "Sure," Chris answered. "I want to check in on Stan and Jen before we get away from the phone and see if anyone's heard from Kayla. I also want to call Mr. Nam to let him know we're here." The 5-hour flight from Guam to Singapore meant the pair arrived in Changji before noon local time. The Mercedes S-Class, provided by the airport service, easily fit the three of them and their baggage for the short drive to the Crown Plaza Hotel, conveniently located in the airport's main terminal. Chris immediately went back to sleep, while David and Susan stretched out in their comfortable room. "We're supposed to meet Mr. Nam at his villa in Rochester Park. It's about a 40-minute drive from here," Susan said as she unpacked for the night. David held up the car keys. "I'm ready when you are." Susan watched him work to get used to the right-hand drive car, nervously watching his movements with one hand securely on the door handle. "Tell me about your friend here," he asked while working to keep the car in the center of the lane. "We've known each other for years. We met at a conference here in Singapore about 10 years ago. She was brilliant." David aimed the car from Airport Boulevard onto the ECP highway that ran through an immaculate golf course and along a beach vista to their left. "Do you think her data will be what you need?" Susan looked past him at the hundreds of ships clogging the waterway. "I won't know until I start running samples through Raymond's program. I'm not sure if I should risk contacting other colleagues if her data doesn't return the results we're looking for." David kept a firm grip on the wheel, still unfamiliar with the disorienting right-hand drive. Susan sighed. "You do realize," she softly said, "that we may never find another sample that returns a binary code?" "Have faith," he replied without looking at her. The ECP highway turned sharply and dove into a tunnel. "I remember this," Susan said. "The viaduct was still under construction the last time I came through here." David focused on staying in his lane. Without looking at her, he said, "The place we're going is called Proteus?" "Yeah," Susan answered. "Kind of funny, don't you think?" She looked at him. "We're searching for data that could corroborate the existence of a creator in a place named for a Greek god?" Susan gave him a pitiful laugh. "God pursues us," she thought.
The viaduct emerged beside two enormous cruise ships and rocketed past rows and rows of waiting containers on a loading dock. Giant ships laden with goods for the United States lined every open port, most stacked high with multicolored shipping containers. The traffic slowed.
"This is a toll road,"
Susan said. "I hate toll roads," David responded, and eased off the gas to funnel into a long toll booth lane.
"I've never been to their home. I've only visited the institute where Zhongwan worked."
She traced the outline of the thumb drive in her pocket. Quietly she said,
"Her husband said she died in her office."
David looked at her. "We're going to have a few minutes to spare. Do you want to go by there?" He paused. "To pay your respects?"
"Could we?"
"I just need the address," he replied. Following another stop-and-go for a toll, David guided the car onto North Buena Vista Road, which sped them toward several looming high-rise buildings.
"That one is the Ministry of Education. Over there is the Health Services Building,"
Susan said, pointing to various buildings.
"Make a right up ahead, and it will take us around to the back side of the Genome Institute. You can park there, and we'll walk to the IMCB."
"IMCB?" David asked as he made the right as instructed.
"Institute of Molecular and Cell Biology."
"I have to admit, I've been all over the world, and when I hear the name Singapore, this is not what I expected. I thought we'd be trudging through stinky rows of dilapidated buildings and catching awkward side glances from street corner hustlers. Outside of the hotter climate, I feel like I'm at home." Susan chuckled.
"Most people think everywhere outside the U.S. is a giant third-world garbage heap."
"Well, I've been to the third-world garbage heaps. This is a pleasant surprise," David remarked. She smiled.
"Don't get your hopes up about Nairobi, then."
David turned the car off in the shade of a tall kahaya grove running the length of a long park and stepped out into the humid air. Susan took in a long breath as she pointed toward an oddly shaped structure just visible through the glass window panels and shiny aluminum buildings.
"That's us over there."
60 Biopolis Drive, otherwise known as the Institute of Molecular and Cell Biology, sat as the last in a long row of ultra-modern buildings. The 10-story building, because of its place along the road, had no right angles, making it a squat, angular pentagon. 3 of the sides faced Biopolis Drive, while the opposite 2 facades faced the expansive park that stretched back to their car. Susan and David walked through the park toward Dr. Nam's former office building as Susan reminisced.
"Zhongwan and I walked the entire length of this path in between sessions at the conference."
David walked beside her quietly.
"They call it the Greenway."
"It's beautiful."
"We can cross up there to the entrance,"
Susan said, and pointed to a side street between the tall buildings. At the corner, a bridge spanned a small creek parallel to the Greenway and Biopolis Drive. Expensive cars lined the street along short, manicured lawns outside each building. They followed a sidewalk to a glass entrance at the corner of the oddly shaped building. Stretched between buildings high over the street, flyover walkways crisscrossed from building to building, and street-level orange markers indicated the inhabitants and work of each structure. Centros, Chromos, Genome, Helios, Immunos, Nanos, Neuros. Outside each building, David identified people from every ethnic background and country. Some waiting at bus stops, some sat on steps working on laptops, and still more hurried from building to building. Outside the glass doors of the Institute of Molecular and Cell Biology, Susan stopped when David's hand touched the long door handle.
"I doubt we can get in,"
she said, and pointed to a small black pedestal next to the door. Atop the pedestal sat a card reader, and below that a well-used keypad. David tugged on the door nonetheless, testing her theory. When it did not open, he smiled and said, "Had to try." He turned back toward the car, offered her his arm, which she accepted easily, and walked back to the corner.
"Dr. McCormick?"
a voice called behind them. Susan turned as a young woman approached, smiling. Susan returned the woman's smile, trying to recall her name. The woman approached and extended her hand.
"Dr. McCormick, this is a surprise,"
she said, and firmly shook David's hand as well. She turned back to Susan.
"You don't remember me. I'm Emily Schroeder, Dr. Nam's assistant. We met the last time you were here."
Realization crested Susan's face.
"Dr. Schroeder, of course, I'm so sorry,"
she said, a bit embarrassed.
"This is David."
Emily smiled and stepped in closer.
I'm sorry you've come. Perhaps you didn't hear that Dr. Nam...
She trailed off and looked at the ground.
I heard, Susan replied and looked at David. We're here to see... She started, then paused awkwardly.
We're here on other business and had some free time. Susan wanted to pay her respects, so we came here to walk the Greenway in memory of Dr. Nam. David filled in for her.
Of course,
Emily said.
The staff erected a small memorial shrine to Dr. Nam. If you'd like to see it, I can get you in.
She pointed back to the glass doors. Susan looked at David again.
Do we have enough time? I'd like to pay my respects properly.
We'll make the time, he replied, and stepped aside so the women could walk together. Dr. Schroeder returned to the door, swiped her badge through the reader's slot, and entered a short code on the keypad. Electromagnets running the top length of the doors disengaged with a clicking sound. David took the handle and opened the door for the ladies. Inside, large blue placards decorated with stylized hexagons lined the windows, touting this breakthrough and that experiment currently in progress. Others heralded the coming conference season and lauded the list of international keynote speakers. The main door led to a guard station where 2 large men sat behind a broad, waist-high desk.
I need 2 visitor badges, please,
Emily said to one of the waiting security guards. I just need to get your identification, please, he asked Susan and David in a pleasant tone. Both reacted slowly, retrieving and handing over their documentation. The guard took down their information on a clipboard, smiling as his counterpart handed over 2 red visitor badges. They clipped the badges to their shirts and followed Emily to a bank of elevators. At the 5th floor, directly across from the elevator, stood a small table. A satin blue cloth draped the table, ornately decorated with looping lace piping. At the center of the table, a large framed portrait of Nam Jung-wan sat on an easel. Every inch of the table held an ornament, a bowl of fruit or a small urn of burning incense. Golden candelabras flanked the picture, and flower-filled vases ran the length of the table behind it. The memorial spread out from the table on both sides and in front of the tablecloth. Flower arrangements stuffed to overflowing encircled the table, also draped in blue ribbons. Directly in front of the picture, a dish of fine sand held several incense sticks, and behind the entire display, an enormous tapestry hung on the wall. Suddenly overcome with emotion, Susan's breath hitched as she stepped from the elevator. Tentatively, she approached the shrine as David and Emily hung back, allowing for a private moment. She looked into the eyes of her friend and colleague from the lifelike portrait as wisps of incense rose, making the air around the table sweet and spicy. Susan removed an extinguished incense rod, held it over the candle's flame until the end reignited, and placed it in the sand, adding her own sweetness to the memorial. After a few heartbeats, Susan stepped away from the makeshift shrine and returned to Emily and David.
Thank you. I needed that closure more than I realized, she softly said.
Without a word, David stepped around her and repeated the short ritual, paying his respects to Dr. Nam. Susan watched him move smoothly to the table and back. Although a large man, possibly the largest in the entire building, he moved with a practiced, fluid motion like a panther through river reeds.
Thank you,
Emily said as he returned.
Her loss was so sudden. We're still getting over the shock of it.
They returned to the elevator.
I heard the news from her husband,
Susan said. Emily looked at her through the reflection of the elevator doors.
You've spoken to Tai Long?
Susan's eyes cut to David and back to Dr. Schroeder.
He called me when she passed. I see.
The bottom 3 floors wordlessly passed. Emily took their badges and returned them to the guard station before escorting them through the main doors. Emily and Susan hugged and exchanged condolences over Dr. Nam before David and Susan set out for their parked car. As they rounded the corner onto Biopolis Drive for the Greenway, David turned and scanned the front of the building. At the far end of the building, a black BMW pulled out from the curb and moved slowly down the street. He took her arm and picked up their pace.
What is it?
She asked as he dragged her along as fast as her legs could carry her. Hopefully nothing.
At the end of the street, they crossed over the bridge, and again David turned back as the black sedan slid into a parking space facing the greenway. "I think we have company," David said. "We need to get to the car and see if they're a tail or a hit." "A hit?" Susan asked between breaths. They walked along the greenway back toward the parked car as the sedan moved slowly behind them, ducking into various parking spaces. "I think they're just a tail," David said. "How do you know the car is following us?" Susan asked. "You haven't turned around once." "Glance across the street at the shop windows. Do you see the black sedan's reflection?" Susan looked into the windows. The angular sides of the building opposite the straight-line path of the greenway allowed an almost unobstructed view of things behind them. As she watched, the shimmering reflection of a black BMW pulled out from a parking space, only to move forward several parked cars and dart into another open space. "What do I need to do?" Admiring the strength in her voice, David explained, "We're going to walk past the car as though it's not ours. I doubt they know what we're driving. As soon as they get even or just past our car, we're going to turn around and get back to it as fast as we can. Don't run. This should force them to either turn around if it's just a tail or engage if it's a hit. If the person gets out of the car, you run. It doesn't matter where. Get back to the plane by any means necessary. I'll engage them, giving you time." "What? No." "Susan, it's okay," David said. By the sheer weight of his voice, Susan knew that to be the end of their conversation. Everything about him changed in an instant. He appeared to stand taller and larger than before. The line of his jaw hardened, and his previously smooth cat-like movements became as sharp and precise as a razor's edge. He released her hand, but kept the same quick pace. She stayed with him, eyeing the car's reflection from the shop windows. They walked briskly past their car, giving it no attention. "Get ready," David flatly said. When the sedan inched past their parked car, David announced, "Now!" The pair spun on their heels and marched in the opposite direction. Susan felt the air thicken around her and could hear her pulse coursing through her ears. The car continued down the street toward them. "When we get level with the car, you're going to make a break for the car," David said. "If they stop, run. Do not make eye contact with them. Just listen for my instructions." Her mind swam with adrenaline as his icy commands rose goosebumps on her arms, and her flushed, heavy breathing from the brisk pace obscured her acknowledgement. David stared down the driver as they passed. A dark-haired man wearing black glasses eyed them as he inched his car down the street. "We're running for the car," David said, pulled the keys from his pockets, and paused a few heartbeats. "Go!" They broke into a sprint, and he repeatedly pressed the unlock button on the key fob. The black sedan swung around into oncoming traffic, eliciting honks and brake squeals from several other drivers. Susan and David slid into the car, and it burst from the parking space, slicing through traffic, passing the black sedan. Susan turned in her seat to see the driver pound the steering wheel and turn sharply into oncoming traffic again. "Looks like he's stuck back there," Susan said. "I got him," David replied, and weaved the car through traffic back toward North Buena Vista Road. "I got him." Chapter 36. "Turn here," Susan said. "Then take your next left." David whipped the car off Dover Road onto Maidstone Road, looking for the next left. "Anything?" he asked. Susan scanned the road behind them. "Nothing." At Deal Road, he turned again. "The last house on the left. The road dead ends. The house is the left building. Jungwon's lab is on the right." A small red marker and several trash receptacles marked the end of Deal Road. David turned into numbers 8 and 9 through a green fence surrounding the property. Each two-story property, enclosed behind a metal gate, gleamed in the sun from white stucco walls. Large potted plants lined the short drive to a covered portico and a welcoming double-doored entrance. A squat, shirtless man in khaki shorts and sandals appeared from the door. He held the car door for Susan as she emerged and closed it behind her. "Tai Lung?" she said. "Welcome back, Dr. McCormick," he said in a Chinese accent. She turned to David as he stepped from the car. "This is David Blake. David, Nam Tai Lung." David nodded to the man. "Please, come inside," Mr. Nom said.
I'm sorry, Mr. Nom, Susan started. We've run into some trouble and don't have a lot of time.
The edges of Nom's mouth turned down. Sir, David said as he came around the front of the car. He stopped as the older man paused and turned to face him. With hands clasped in front of him, David said, We are honored to accept your hospitality, although we regret that we are not able to accept all you have to offer. Mr. Nom nodded his head, smiled, and padded back into the house. Susan followed, eyeing David as she passed. He gave her a short smile and moved in behind her. Inside the house, breezes moved from room to room and thin fabric billowed from open windows. The tiled floor led to an expansive room decorated in dark wood tones and plush furniture. An ancient television on a rolling cart sat in front of a large chair alongside several side tables. Numerous newspapers, a full ashtray, and a tall plastic cup sat on the nearest table. Mr. Nom sat in the chair and offered them a short couch angled to look out over the back garden. Softly, Susan said,
We went to Jung-Wan's office earlier and said a prayer at the shrine there. We're so sorry for her loss.
Mr. Nom nodded and frowned.
She was the light of my world, brilliant and beautiful. I was blessed to be with her for so many years.
Susan and David sat quietly.
She was much healthier than I ever hoped to be. She walked for miles and miles every day. I could hardly keep up with her. To lose her like that,
he trailed off.
It shocked all of us, Susan offered.
She often spoke of you, Susan. She have many professional colleagues, but you stood out to her.
Susan blushed. Mr. Nom, may I use your phone? David asked, pointing to a cordless phone partially buried under a newspaper. Tai Lung smiled and handed over the phone. Please excuse me, David said and walked to the backyard.
Thank you for making offering at her shrine,
Mr. Nom said.
It mean a lot. She was so loved and respected by so many around the world.
She and I worked well together,
Susan replied. Tai Lung smiled.
She was very excited to get your call and said something about putting together a sample for you.
Susan nodded. He looked at the television before continuing.
I haven't been in her lab since...
I understand,
Susan said, and placed a hand on his wrist. He looked at her hand, and although a breach of etiquette, accepted the friendly touch all the same. He looked into her smiling face and sighed.
Let me get key and I take you over,
he said, and flipped on a thin V-neck shirt from the back of the chair. David returned and handed Mr. Nom the phone. We are all good at the airport.
We're going to the lab to get the samples,
Susan said. Tai Lung led them back through the front door, taking a key ring from a pegboard beside the door. They walked along the driveways to a mirror image of the house opposite another gate. Mr. Nom unlocked the front door, and the trio stepped into a gleaming, tiled, sterile foyer. Floor-to-ceiling glass walls separated the foyer from the laboratory area beyond. Long rows of tables held various instruments and computers. Tai Lung stepped to a gray panel next to the entrance door and flipped several switches, causing bright lights to come to life above the tables. The final switch activated a small red light over a sliding glass panel in the middle of the wall.
The motion sensors are on now, Mr. Nom said. I never go in there, but I figure you know your way around such place like this, he said to Susan. Turn off top 4 switches and lock up when you finish.
He handed the keys to Susan, smiled, and left them alone. This is some setup, David commented.
Having a lab like this is the dream of every scientist,
Susan agreed.
The offices are upstairs. I figure that's as good as any place to start.
When they entered Jung-Wan's second-floor office, they realized they had no searching to do. Wrapped in tan paper in the middle of the large desk sat a package addressed to Dr. Susan McCormick. Susan sat in the chair, not immediately taking the bundle, just staring at it. It won't take them long to figure out we came here, Susan, David said, bringing her out of her moment of melancholy. Right, she agreed, and tore open the package. Inside, she found a thick plastic bag containing several conical vials of clear liquid, each meticulously labeled, snapped, and taped closed. In a thick manila envelope, she flipped through the associated nucleotide sequences labeled to correspond with each vial. A lump at the bottom of the envelope made Susan turn it up, and out flopped another thumb drive.
"Thank you, Jung-won,"
she whispered, and looked at David, who nodded. "Let's get moving," he said, his sharp military tone inching back into his calmer demeanor.
"Right."
They quickly shut down the lab, locked the door, and returned the key to Mr. Nam. "I told Chris we'd be most likely coming in hot," David said as the car sped toward the airport. Susan clutched the samples as she eyed every passing car.
"Okay."
"I've a good feeling that we dodged a bullet here." She looked at him.
"Really? Dodged a bullet?"
"Sorry, it's just an expression," he said as they both waited for the other to laugh. Neither did. Throughout the ride back to Chengji Airport, Susan repeatedly scanned the cars behind them, looking for anything out of the ordinary. She glanced in the mirrors, then to David, then out the back window and back at him, realizing just being with him filled her with confidence that they eluded any pursuit. They pulled up to the gate exclusively for private use and used the car's key fob to unlock the sliding gate.
"David,"
Susan said, a tone of nervousness scraping at the edges of her voice.
"I think he was waiting for us."
David looked in the mirror as a black sedan pulled around a hangar and stopped outside the gate. David parked the car as close to the plane as possible, and they hurried to get loaded. Chris looked out the window of the plane as Susan rushed toward the loading door. David spun a knife hand in the air, indicating to his comrade the urgency of their situation. As David lifted the loading door, Chris spun up the engines and rolled the jet toward the taxiways. Susan buckled up in the first row, and David secured himself in the co-pilot's chair. "Chengji Airport, November 24 Tango Lima," Chris called into the radio.
"November 24 Tango Lima, Chengji Tower, stand by."
Chris moved the jet as far as he could, stopping at the nearest holding position painted across the tarmac. David looked out the window as several white vehicles appeared from a distant hangar, rooftop blue lights flashing. He reached over and tapped Chris's arm. "Chengji Tower, November 24 Tango Lima, holding short 20 left, requesting immediate departure," Chris calmly said.
"November 24 Tango Lima, proceed directly Sierra 4 to Chengji APD parking for cargo inspection and manifest verification."
Chris looked out David's window again at the approaching vehicles. "Roger, Chengji Tower, cleared for immediate departure, 20 left," Chris repeated. "Buckle up," he yelled to Susan. "This is not going to be fun." He pressed the engines forward as the radio blared.
"Negative, Tango Lima. You are directed to Sierra 4. Departure 20 not approved. Inbound traffic on approach 20 left."
"Copy, Chengji Tower, November 24 Tango Lima, rolling for immediate departure, 20 left, thank you." Chris lifted the throttle to full power, and the jet rocketed down the runway.
"Qantas 587, execute missed approach and vector 300 when able. Gulfstream 280, executing unapproved departure 20 left,"
the air traffic controller shouted. Chris lifted the nose of the jet off the ground and flipped the handle to raise the landing gear. A few seconds later, he banked left over the top of several hangars, cutting across the expected flight pattern of Chengji Airport. From his window, David watched the underside of a huge aircraft slide past as it veered left to avoid the screaming jet. "Holy God!" he yelled. "Yeah!" Chris agreed and wrenched on the controls. "Come on!" he said through gritted teeth. "Come on!" A red light flared on the warning panel in front of David. "Stall!" a computer voice said in his headphones. "Stall!" the voice repeated. Chris lowered the nose a bit to avoid stalling the plane's lift. The computer voice announced, "Terrain! Terrain! Pull up!" David gripped the arms of his seat. "Come on!" Chris repeated and rolled the plane to lift the left wing, seconds before striking a rooftop. "Yes," he said. "There we go." The jet leveled off and skimmed over the waters of the Singapore Strait. "We're going to need to stay low for a while," Chris said as Chengji Tower demanded his immediate return to the airfield. He laughed. "I hope I have a job when this is all over." "That was some flying, brother," David said. "Nothing but a thing," Chris replied and pointed to a map on their heads-up displays. "Once we get out over the Bay of Bengal, I'll get us up to cruising altitude." "Won't they just radio ahead and be waiting for us?" David asked. "International ATC works a bit differently than in the U.S. Our flight plan has us flying to Kampala." He winked. Our engine issues will have us bring it down in Nairobi for a brief layover before continuing on. David smiled. I'll leave it up to you. Let me know if you need me up here. He paused. I'm going to change my shorts. Chris's laughter followed him into the main cabin where Susan had the laptop set up and Dr. Nam's package open next to it. She chagrined at David while he took the seat next to her. Did we just do what I think we did? She asked. It's better not to ask, he replied and pointed to the laptop. It almost flew to the back of the plane along with everything else back here. She pointed to the dual thumb drives jutting from the computer's side. I was about to start running the sequences through Raymond's program. David nodded and watched as she dropped the first sample's digital nucleotide sequence into the application, causing its import functionality to engage. They both stared in anticipation, expecting an endless string of ones and zeros to appear on the screen. Instead, the screen remained blank. Susan flipped through the paper copies of the sequences, referencing the corresponding labels on the sample containers. This sample is from a family on the Riau archipelago. 4 generations of the mother's side, Susan read. She looked at the screen again, pursed her lips, and sighed. Looks like we found our first negative result. Did you really expect the first sample to give us what we're looking for? David asked. She laughed. I expected all of them to. He smiled and rested his hand on hers, causing her to look at him. We're on his time, Susan, he softly said. She smiled thinly and returned to the computer, sliding another sample file from the thumb drive to the application. Again, they watched the screen. Nothing. Susan licked her finger and flipped through the associated printout. Wait a minute. It looks like the tightest family group we have is a 6th-generation unit, similar to what we had in Argentina. She accessed the thumb drive and navigated to a sample labeled Salomagwai 2006. She slid the sample over to Raymond's pattern recognition application and imported the DNA sample. The laptop's fans whirred into action as the processor crunched the data. From the bottom of the screen, lines of ones and zeros flowed upward. My God, Susan whispered as tears streamed from her eyes. Chapter 37. Nairobi Control, this is November 24 Tango Lima entering your airspace at 120, approximately 200 miles, en route to Kampala. Request short field landing for minor repairs and maintenance check of port engine, Chris called. November 24 Tango Lima, are you declaring an emergency? Negative, Nairobi Control, not at this time, Chris said. David monitored the controls within the all-glass cockpit. Roger, Tango Lima, you are clear for short field runway 24. Field is clear. Proceed at your discretion to Juliet 2. Fire station assets on standby for your arrival. Copy. 2-4 clear. We'll proceed Juliet 2. Thank you for your assistance. Tango Lima. He turned to David. How long do you think we'll be here? I have no idea, David replied. How long can you stay on the ground before they get suspicious? I could probably give you a few hours, Chris replied. We'll go as fast as we can. 20 minutes later, Chris taxied the Gulfstream into the airport fire station's parking tarmac, and several men approached the plane. David and Susan opened the door, smiling at them. A uniformed man approached. Welcome to Kenya. Would you please present your passports for inspection? They handed over their passports and stretched from the long flight. The man walked to a waiting car as technicians and firefighters approached the plane. Chris shut down the engines and emerged from the door to greet them. The uniformed immigration official approached and returned their documents. Thank you, he said, smiling. While your pilot and our mechanics take a look at your aircraft, you are welcome to wait inside. He pointed to the fire station. Is there a printer I can use? Susan asked. I have some documents I need to print off. Of course, the man said, and guided them into the fire station's comfortably appointed waiting area. Susan plugged the laptop into the printer and ran off a hard copy of the binary code from the Salomagwai sample. Before leaving them alone, the man asked, Is there anything else I can do for you? I have a friend that lives near here, a missionary. Since we're going to be here for a few hours, do you think we can get a car for a visit? David asked. Susan looked at him, struck by how convincing he sounded while lying. The officer smiled again and nodded. Of course. Cars are available for hire at the main terminal. One of our men stationed here can drive you to the pickup point for ground transportation.
Thank you, David said and sat near Susan and the printer. A thick stack of binary code soon filled the tray as they both watched the paper pile up.
Do you really have a friend near here? Susan started. Or was that a lie?
Gathering from her tone that a minor integrity interrogation had just commenced, he smiled. I am human, Susan, and capable of quite convincingly lying. Like most people, I avoid it as much as possible. In certain circumstances, it's a tool I'll employ to obfuscate our intentions. However, my friend is actually a missionary in Dar es Salaam, Tanzania. I've financially supported his ministry since my daughter was born.
Sorry, she said.
The printer finished, and the pair hopped a lift across the tarmac from a firefighter to the main terminal. They waited in a short line as recently arriving passengers procured ground transportation from yellow-striped taxis.
The International Livestock Research Institute, please,
Susan told the driver. David looked at her. Livestock?
Dr. Ehetoya is a plant breeder and geneticist, originally from Ethiopia. She's done amazing work in plant genetics to increase yields and livestock health. It's her mission to use genetics to help feed people.
David nodded as the driver pulled away from the curb. Along the A104, Susan pulled the bundle of paper out and read through the lines of code. She flipped the stack over on her lap and drew out a 16 by 16 grid.
So the way this works is that each 1 is a colored block. Each 0 is a blank one.
David nodded. She handed him the first sheet of paper.
Repeat them off to me.
16 zeros, he began. 14 zeros and a 1, then another 0. Susan counted the blocks, coloring in blocks indicated by a 1. At the end of the number block sequence, she had filled in something that resembled a large fish hook. Do you know what letter that is? David asked.
Not a clue, she replied. Let's get through the rest of them. We'll figure all that out later.
He pressed on with calling out 1s and 0s as Susan filled in small blocks on the backs of the paper. They uncovered another circle with a squiggly tail and a pictogram that looked like a dart or the English letter Y. Many of the images resembled pictograms from the Argentinian DNA sample. When they reached the bottom of the stack, each took turns thumbing through the pictures. When we get back in the air, we can look up what these letters are, David remarked.
We really need someone who can put them together into coherent words. It's one thing to resolve them into letters and something else to garner words and meanings from them, she replied.
After a moment, David asked, Doesn't this validate your initial findings? We're holding the proof that the first time wasn't some computer glitch or sequencing error? Susan looked at the pictures, then up at him.
Yes,
is all she could manage. Seeing her emotional reaction, David pressed. What is it?
This undoubtedly proves that someone or something designed or created us.
She trailed off. David remained silent.
It's just that, she started, that I hope I get to know him like you do someday.
David smiled. It's not as hard as you think, he softly said. Susan turned and watched Kenya scroll by as they drove through Nairobi. 40 minutes later, the driver turned off the dusty A104 onto Wayaki Way, through a roundabout and onto Naivashi Road. At the end of Naivashi, the road turned into a bumpy dirt path leading to a single-story building surrounded by rusty animal pens. Susan and David emerged from the taxi, instructing the driver to wait. The building sat abandoned and scorched from fire. A corner of the front portico sat collapsed, and several dead animals lay in the pens decaying.
Al-Shabaab,
Susan whispered. What? David asked.
Al-Shabaab. They recently attacked Nairobi. I heard it on the news or something. I didn't think twice about it.
Well, now what?
We need to find Dr. Ehetoya,
Susan said in a determined tone as they got back into the taxi.
Take us over there,
she said, and pointed to a group of cars near another building. Workmen cleared debris from inside the building, throwing combustibles in a large pile. The taxi driver pulled next to some other vehicles, and again they told him to wait. David and Susan entered the ruins of another building. A sign, hanging at an odd angle on the front of the building, read, ILRI Offices, International Livestock Research Institute. They walked the halls amidst the workers until they found a man cleaning an office at the end of a long hallway.
Excuse me,
Susan said.
The man straightened and placed a basket of debris on the desk.
Yes, may I help you?
I'm looking for a colleague of mine, Dr. Tala Echetoya. She worked at the...
The man nodded, cutting off the remainder of her sentence.
I haven't seen Tala since the attack, the man said. Her building took the brunt of the assault as the farthest in the research compound. He approached and extended his hand. Kwamaka Masumbi.
Susan McCormick. This is David Blake,
Susan replied.
For what it's worth, I'm the director here,
he said and outstretched his hands at the devastation. Was anyone hurt in the attack? David asked.
Dr. Masumbi nodded. Several. Luckily nobody was killed. Al-Shabaab claimed responsibility but didn't give any reason why they would attack our facility.
Susan looked at David, then back to Dr. Musumbi.
Do you have any idea where Dr. Echetoya might be? We've come a long way to find her.
Kwamaka shook his head. I'm sorry. I don't have any idea where she could be. I assume she'll return and resume her research when we get things cleaned up.
Her research? David interjected. It's why we're here. She was preparing samples for Susan. Is there any chance it survived the attack? Again, he shook his head.
Al-Shabaab was very thorough in their destruction. Government forces basically let them have the run of the place for hours, rather than try to drive them off. When they finally retreated, they left most of our data in ruins, even though we were doing livestock research.
Dejected, Susan said.
Thank you, Doctor.
David nodded. In the hallway, Dr. Musumbi stuck his head from his office door.
You might try Rehima, Tala's assistant. She lives in the on-site housing. Al-Shabaab left them mostly intact.
Thank you,
Susan said. Dr. Musumbi drew a crude map of the ILRI grounds, showing the cafeteria and several living units opposite the main compound. Across from a playground, David knocked on the door of a 2-story attached housing unit.
Hello?
A quiet voice asked from behind the door.
Rehima?
Susan asked.
My name is Susan. I'm a friend of Dr. Echetoya.
The door unlocked and opened, stopping at a short length of chain. A thin face peered out behind fearful eyes. Thick, tightly wound braids ran from her hairline to her neck, and a faint scar above her left eye peeked out from her dark skin. She eyed the large man behind the smiling white woman.
Do you know where Tala is?
Susan asked. Rehima closed the door, unlatched the chain, and opened it, only a few inches wider.
I don't know where she is. Why are you looking for her? I'm a colleague from America. I reached out to her for Dogon samples she had from an expedition a few years ago,
Susan answered. Rehima opened the door wider, nodding to Susan that they may enter. Inside the house, each room had a single mattress with decorative sheets hung in the open doorways. Rehima led them to a low table where she sat. They sat opposite her. Behind her, a small hand-hewn wooden cross hung on a bare wall.
I have been Dr. Echetoya's assistant since she went to Mali and met with the Dogon. May I ask, what do you want with the sample?
Susan smiled.
I'm a human geneticist doing research on several groups from around the world. I believe Tala had samples from a tight generational family from her trip to Mali. All of our samples were destroyed in the attack,
Rehima said. Susan and David remained silent. Rehima continued.
They destroyed all our equipment and records. The government forces did nothing as they piled everything up and burned it all. When they were done with our laboratory, they moved to the ILRI buildings, but they were really focused on our research.
A deep frown crossed her face, and she looked at the floor.
Nobody even tried to stop them.
Susan looked at David and sighed.
I'm so sorry for all this happening. Thank you for your time,
she said and stood. David joined her. She looked at Rehima again.
Do you know if Dr. Echetoya kept any backups of her research at another site?
Rehima shook her head.
All of our data was in the lab.
Susan nodded and moved to the door.
Is your research important?
Rehima asked. Susan turned, skimming her eyes past David.
Yes.
Rehima stood and walked past them to one of the small rooms. Inside, she rummaged through a cardboard box, removing a roll of paper. She turned and faced them in the doorway.
My great-great-great-grandfather
grandmother is still alive in Mali. When I first arrived here with Dr. Ehetoya, she sequenced my DNA as part of her research. The rest of my family's sample was destroyed in the attack, but I have had mine here since I started working here."
She extended the paper to Susan. Astonished, Susan declared,
"You're Dogon?"
Rahima smiled.
"I left my tribe with Dr. Ehetoya in search of something better for my life. Soon after I came here, I accepted Jesus and changed my name. I have been by Tala's side ever since. I wish I could help you more, but at least in this small way, your trip hasn't been for nothing."
They walked to the door and Susan opened the paper roll. Rows of letters, TCGA, scrolled across the several sheets. She re-rolled the papers and smiled at Rahima.
"Thank you for this." "You're welcome,"
she replied. David stopped at the road and turned back to the woman standing in her doorway. "You said you changed your name," he loudly said. "What does Rahima mean?" She smiled.
"Mercy, in Swahili."
David nodded and turned to follow Susan. He took a few steps, stopped again, and turned back to her. "What was your name before you changed it?" Susan turned. Rahima stepped out of the door.
"Chekiri,"
she called. "And what does that mean?"
"God created."
Chapter 38. Susan spent the car ride back to Jomo Kenyatta International Airport looking over the jumbled letters on Rahima's rolls of paper. "So what do you think?" David asked as they approached the terminal building. As though waking from a dream, Susan barely acknowledged his question.
"What? Oh, I don't know," she replied.
"What's wrong?" Susan held up the papers.
"I ran every sample through the program from Dr. Nam. Only one came back as a positive result. None of the other multi-gen samples she'd collected in her entire career showed the result we're looking for."
She sighed.
"And now we're leaving here with this."
David just watched her for a moment. "But that's not what's bothering you, is it?"
"No,"
she replied, and put the papers between them.
"I'm more worried about Tala than I am about getting a positive result."
David smiled. "Good. What? You care more about your friend than you do about your research. That says a lot." She held up the roll again.
"What do you think?"
He looked at the ragged ends of the dingy printer paper. "It looks like a test." Susan regarded the paper again.
"A test?"
"Of faith," David continued.
"I guess we'll see,"
Susan whispered. They left the cab, called the fire station from within the terminal, and got a ride back to the jet. Chris waited for them inside the fire station with the uniformed customs agent who stamped their passports again. "All fueled up and ready to go," Chris said. "Did you track down the problem with the engine?" David asked loud enough for everyone to hear. "Oh, it was nothing," Chris replied as he walked out to the tarmac. On board the plane, they strapped into their seats for takeoff, and Chris continued. "I filed a change of itinerary to Sharjah. It'll take them a while to track us. We should be in and out of Dubai before they know we're headed that way." "Nice work," David said.
"We're not putting on an air show this time, are we?"
Susan asked as she buckled in. "No, ma'am," Chris replied. "Should be smooth sailing from here, straight up the Horn of Africa to the Gulf of Aden. I plan to stay east of Somalia and then a straight shot over Saudi Arabia on our approach. Nothing much to see once we get airborne, but desert out one window and ocean out the other." He switched over to the radio. "Nairobi Control, November 24 Tango Lima, ready to depart Juliet 2 for 06 departure."
"Tango Lima, taxi at your discretion. Line up and wait 06,
came the reply. Chris positioned the jet for takeoff and called for final departure clearance. A few minutes later, the Gulf Stream leveled off to the east of Mount Kenya and banked right, running the southern border of Somalia for the coastline. A few miles out to sea and well into Class A airspace, they banked left to follow the Horn of Africa to the northeast and the Arabian Sea. David moved back to sit with Susan, who punched in Rahima's nucleotide sequence. "How's it going?" he asked and handed her a bottle of water from the galley.
"Slow," she said. "I haven't done this since grad school."
"Anything I can do to help?"
"Keep me company,"
she said. "Well, I'm the man for the job. I've been told I'm great company," he chided. She smiled at him and jabbed at the laptop keyboard.
"So, have you been to Dubai?"
David nodded mid-gulp. I've been to most places in the Middle East in one form or another. I did tours in Iraq, Afghanistan, Djibouti, Yemen, Kuwait, Saudi Arabia, and Lebanon.
Whoa, you've been around,
she commented. Just doing my bit for king and country.
What's Dubai like?
Just another desert country filled with people who don't like Americans, David coldly said.
I've heard it's nice there.
They've put a lot of money into making it look like a Western country. You'll see when we get there. The sooner we get your data and leave, the better I'd feel. She looked at him briefly before returning to the laptop. Can I ask you something?
Sure,
she answered. You've already validated your initial finding. You've proven that humans are a created species. Why are you entering that data? She turned to face him.
I'm checking it through the program.
And what will you believe if it turns out to be exactly what you need it to be? What more proof do you need?
She tried and shook her head. It's not about proof anymore.
So you believe? He pressed.
There are still unanswered questions,
she said, avoiding the question. Like what? That little blue drive contains proof, actual evidence of a creator.
But we don't know the words. We don't know the message.
Susan, the message isn't what's important. You've made the greatest discovery in human history. It could be a recipe for God's favorite chicken noodle soup for all I care. He's real. Like really real, Susan. When are you going to accept your own discovery?
What makes you think I haven't accepted it?
He smiled at her.
Done, she announced. Cross your fingers.
David smirked at her. I'll pray for his will to be done. How about that?
That works too,
Susan said, and dragged the completed digital sequence to the pattern recognition program. The screen on the laptop remained blank.
Well, that was expected,
Susan began, as the fans came to life, cooling the laptop's processor. Seconds later, the screen filled with lines of ones and zeros. Praise God, David said, smiled at her, and unbuckled from his chair.
Wait,
Susan said. She pushed the laptop to the edge of the table and turned to face him. He sat back down next to her. She looked down.
You're right. I'm having difficulty coming to terms with the realization that there is a designer.
She looked at him.
A god,
she awkwardly said.
I'm not sure what to do about it. You make it look easy.
David could not help but laugh. Easy? He blurted. I'm a wrecking ball, Susan. I blunder over scripture and barely keep the army side of David bottled up. But I do know this. We're all sinners. None of us are clean in his eyes, and there is nothing we can do to get clean on our own. After the things I've seen and done, he laughed again, and continue to do, I know I can't get clean with God on my own. But I also know that it's through faith that I'm saved. It is through the sacrifice of Jesus that I'm clean in God's eyes. The gift of God's salvation is free to us, all of us. All we have to do is accept it.
I've heard all that before, she quietly said. It was all just religious stuff, but hearing you say it makes it sound important.
It is important. We've all seen images of Jesus nailed to the cross. To believers, those nails are our sins that hold him up there. We did that to him. I did that to him. Every single day of my life, I want to rip those nails from his hands and feet, but I can't. It should be me up there, not him. I should be the one hanging there, paying the price for my sins. But that's not God's plan for us. Jesus took the sins and has paid my debt. Of all the worthless people on this planet, he paid my eternal debt. Someday, I'm going to die, and I believe that's when I get to fall at his feet and thank him for what he did for me. It's not easy, and being a believer doesn't mean I'm perfect or better or anything. I have to work every day to live a better life, a life worthy of the price he paid for me. Here's the worst part. I fail him every day.
What?
I fall short of being worthy of his love and sacrifice every day of my life, David said.
That's how I feel, Susan replied. Why would he want me? I'm not worthy of his love. I've done things I'm so not proud of. I can't believe that he would even want to try and save me.
Emotions and past memories welled in her eyes. That's just it, Susan. He wants all of us. That was his plan all along. None of us are worthy of it, and yet it's ours, freely given and freely accepted. All you have to do is accept it.
What about if...
she started, as tears overran her face. She shook her head. There's nothing too big for God, Susan. Tell him. He already knows. Look at what you're doing. He's pursued you, and he's caught you.
What do you mean?
You found the message. You confirmed the message. And the single piece of DNA you got from the entire African continent is the exact one you need to continue the message. If that's not clear proof that you're following God's plan for you, I don't know what is. She cried harder and buried her face in her hands. David placed a caring hand on her shoulder as she slumped forward, sobbing. Her back heaved as she cried, and David rubbed across her shoulders. Finally, she sat back and looked at him, her face wet.
My first husband and I got pregnant shortly after we were married. Neither of us wanted kids.
She paused as more sobs crashed from her.
And I...
David pulled her close and wrapped his arms around her. He put a strong hand on her head as she buried her face in his chest. There is no sin that his love can't wash away, Susan. Give it to him, grow from it, and become a better person through his grace and mercy.
I want to,
she sobbed. Accept his forgiveness and gift of salvation. He loves you and... He paused as his own emotions came to the surface. And I love you. Her red eyes looked at him when she pulled slightly away.
I love you too. Will you pray with me again?
David pulled her back into his embrace and prayed with her as long strings of binary code flowed up the computer screen. Chapter 39.
This one looks like a square spiral,
Susan said, and held up a 16 by 16 grid with lines of black squares filled in.
I'm still trying to figure out this one,
David said and turned a piece of paper around in front of him. From this angle, it looks like the end of a loaf of bread. He flipped the paper around. But this way makes it look like the end of someone's fingers. Susan looked over at him.
Yeah, that one's pretty weird. Maybe I made a mistake drawing in the boxes?
David turned the paper again. All we can do is find someone to tell us what they actually are.
Yeah,
Susan agreed, and turned back to the computer.
We're coming into Sharjah, guys,
Chris called from the cockpit. That's my cue, David said, and handed over the paper. He leaned over and kissed Susan, unbuckled, and headed for the cockpit. Susan saved her work on the laptop and stowed it in a seat pocket with the papers they printed in Nairobi.
Can I make a call while we're landing?
She called to Chris.
Sure,
he replied. Chris banked the plane out over the Persian Gulf past the Palm Islands, positioning the jet for landing at Sharjah International Airport.
It's better to use one of the smaller landing strips over Dubai International,
he said into the headset.
I don't have to contend with the big jets for runway priorities this way.
David nodded as the Gulf Stream screamed past the World Island and banked right, on a right base approach toward Sharjah.
Sharjah Control, November 24 Tango Lima, turning final for 1-2,
Chris said and clicked off the radio.
On the flight home, I'll make you do all the radio calls,
he said, poking fun at David. I'm game, David replied.
November 24 Tango Lima, clear to land runway 12, the radio called back.
Chris brought the plane in for his smoothest landing yet and taxied to the private aircraft terminal.
I'll get fueled up and ready to go, but I'll need to get some sleep while we're here.
Understood, David said as he unbuckled and moved to the back of the cabin. Susan met him at the plane's loading door.
I called Dr. Almir.
And?
He refused to take my call,
Susan said, a hint of emotion at the edge of her voice. I thought you reached out to him already.
I sent him an email along with the others. I'm not sure what's going on. Maybe he didn't get my email.
After a quick trip through immigration, David and Susan stood on the curb at the ground transportation waiting area. A man approached in a blue military-looking uniform.
"Excuse me, sir," he said to David, who turned to face him.
The bearded man smiled and placed a hand behind his back. In well-practiced English, he said,
"The taxi waiting line for woman is over there,"
and gestured with his free hand. Susan looked in the direction he pointed to a line of women all dressed in black covering from head to toe. She looked around the airport, realizing she stood out as one of the only women with no head covering. Men in long white robes and flowing headscarves milled about, followed by women in floor-length black robes, some with only their eyes visible. "Thank you," David coldly replied. "We'll rent a car."
"Very good, sir. Rental car information is available at the kiosk inside the terminal."
He gave them one more smile and moved on down the sidewalk, looking for more minor infractions. David gave Susan an irritated look as they returned to the terminal.
"I can't stand in a taxi line?"
she asked. "That's just the beginning. We're not married, so I'm pretty sure the taxi driver wouldn't have let us get in the car together."
"What?"
"Don't get me started," David answered with irritation in his voice. They rented a car and, after fighting the intense traffic, pulled onto the E88 highway, headed for downtown Dubai and the center of Arab genomic studies. Everywhere Susan looked, immense multi-story buildings rose into the distance. Cars lined the drives behind ornate gates and manicured lawns. Long open terraces ran the length of the brightly colored buildings.
"Are those apartment buildings?"
David shook his head. "No, those are single-family homes here."
"What?"
"Citizens of the United Arab Emirates all get a piece of the oil revenue. The closer you are to the royal family, the more you get."
"But these are all mansions,"
she announced. "Even the lowliest citizen of Dubai lives like a king by our standards. The houses of the really wealthy are unbelievable." David swung the car off the E88, following the wide curve of an enormous roundabout, onto Sheikh Mohammed bin Zayed Road, which cut through the center of the glimmering city. Lining the road, drab workmen in dirty blue overalls and bright yellow hard hats worked maintaining the roads.
"These men live in those huge houses?"
Susan asked, pointing to a group of them. "No, none of them are citizens," David answered. "The people born here are the only ones allowed to own businesses, serve in the military, and hold official positions, like the immigration officers at the airport. Every other job is done by people that come from other countries."
"How do you know so much about this place?"
"I've been through here a few times. I heard the same story in almost every cab I ever rode in. They came here 30 or so years ago to find work and left their families at home."
"Why don't they just move here?"
Susan asked. "The UAE doesn't allow immigrants to become citizens. The only way to become a citizen is to marry one." Susan contemplated the situation just outside her car window. Finally, she quietly said,
"And let me guess, very few women here marry outsiders."
"The sooner we get this data and get on our way, the better." She turned to face him as he drove.
"You don't like it here."
"Do you see any other black people here?" Susan looked out the window again, scanning the crowd. "There's the main airport," David said as their rental car swept past the long blue-green buildings, their arcing roof lines sloping from one end of the building to the other like the back of a worm. He veered off onto Rabat Road, following the directions on the car's mapping system. "They have gold bar vending machines in there."
"Really?"
"Yep. Anything money can buy is available in that airport, from gold bars to million-dollar sports cars."
"No way."
She tried, not believing a word of it. "When I flew through here from Afghanistan, I couldn't believe my eyes." Susan stared at the glass humps as the car slid by, crossing over a wide river.
"Dr. Almir is from Afghanistan,"
Susan said. "Really?"
"Yeah," she answered. "He once told me about his village. Nasal Keel or something like that."
David's expression tightened into an angry mess. His jawline flared under the force of his clenched teeth. "Niazi Kill," he said in almost a growl. Susan looked at him but said nothing. "It was just outside one of the bases I passed through during my tours."
"Bad place?"
she softly asked. David's eyes fixed on the road ahead of them as a million memories ran through his mind. Finally he sighed and dryly answered, "There's a point when you get tired of running for your life and just wait for the rocket to explode." She put a hand on his shoulder. He turned his icy gaze to face her,
and a chill ran the length of her back. I hate these people, Susan. But this isn't Afghanistan, she tried. He gave a pitiful laugh. They're all the same to me. American-hating Muslims who would rather kill you as an infidel than live in peace with you. She remained quiet, watching his breathing increase. The sooner we leave here, the better. Just past a large mosque, David turned onto Al-Manqul Road and parked alongside a 3-story glass building that looked more like a strip mall than a research lab. Shiny black luxury sedans and SUVs lined the parking lot. Shops ran from end to end on the building's bottom level. Susan searched the building, looking for a sign to the genetics lab. Are you sure you got the address right? David looked at her. I put in what you gave me at the airport. They got out and walked along the shops. High-end clothing stores featuring handmade Italian clothing and shoes, awkwardly crammed next to a computer store and a fast-food delivery restaurant. At the end of the building, a bank occupied all 3 floors. Susan looked at David, who shrugged. After asking for directions from the bored-looking bank security officer, they discovered that a set of doors in the middle of the building took them to a bank of elevators. The Center for Arab Genomic Studies took up the entire top floor. Outside the elevator, a long reception desk and glass security doors welcomed them. Behind the glass, a hallway ran past the lobby, where a smiling receptionist greeted them. Assalamu alaikum. Susan looked at David, who stepped forward and put on a fake smile. And peace be upon you, too, he replied in a dry tone. We're here to see Dr. He paused and looked at Susan. Almir, she blurted, stepping up beside him. He's a colleague of mine. The receptionist regarded them before picking up the phone and saying something in Arabic neither of them understood. Please have a seat, the receptionist offered and hung up the phone. Moments later, a short man appeared from the end of the hallway and looked at Susan without casting a smile in their direction. He pushed open the glass door and approached them as Susan stood. Mahmoud, she said in greeting. Susan, he replied. This is David Blake. The 2 men did not shake hands. We've come about the data I emailed you about. Dr. Almir looked over his shoulder at the receptionist, then back to Susan. I think it would be appropriate if we talked privately. He turned and said something to the receptionist in Arabic. She scanned a computer monitor and nodded to the geneticist. Please follow me, he said. Several doors from the lobby, Dr. Almir led them to a comfortable conference room, shutting the door behind him. Dr. Almir took a seat, removed his glasses, and rubbed his eyes. I'm sorry you've come all this way, Susan, but I can't help you. What? I hoped my silence to your request would be sufficient. I heard about your announcement. Going public like that was poor judgment, Doctor. I didn't go public, Doctor, Susan spat. I would never go public with unverified results. David eyed the bearded man with an icy stare. To David, this man looked like every other Afghan he had ever seen. In the back of his mind, the stench of unwashed people crept inside his nostrils. He remembered the unbearable heat and felt as though impossibly fine dust permeated his very being. The more Dr. Almir spoke, the more David remembered and raged. If I could just get your Saudi samples that you spoke on at the Hong Kong summit, we'll be out of your way, Susan said. It's not going to happen, Susan. I can't in good conscience help you. This man's accent made it impossible for David to hear anything but the pleas of leniency from countless roadside bombers caught in the act of deploying their deadly improvised devices. Somewhere in the back of David's mind, the haunting tone of an incoming alarm blared, causing him to close his eyes against Dr. Almir's rapid-fire refusals and simply wait for the explosion. I won't help you prove the existence of your God, Almir announced. Heated, Susan said, This isn't about my God. She made air quotes as her words slashed across the conference table. This is about scientific discovery. I thought you were a scientist. Behind his eyelids, images of his men streamed by, accompanied by the solemn notes of taps, an almost nightly bugle call that blasted from his forward observation post's loudspeakers. He felt it now throughout his entire body.
Every heartbeat brought another image of a soldier under his command he sent home, draped under an American flag. His fingers curled into weapons, wound so tight his fingernails dug into his palms.
Please,
Susan pleaded. I think it's best that you leave, Susan, Almir said. David slammed his fists on the desk and launched himself at the doctor. Susan, startled, slid away from the conference table as David advanced on Almir. Dr. Almir stumbled over his chair, trying to escape the approaching monster. I'm sick of your excuses, David roared. We've come a long way, and you are going to give her what she wants. By Allah, Almir shouted. David, Susan cried. David latched onto the doctor's lab coat and pressed him against the conference room wall. Listen to me very carefully, Mahmoud, David said, dragging out the name. I've sent a lot of your people to paradise. One more isn't going to affect how I sleep tonight. Shaken, Dr. Elmir looked at Susan, then back in David's stone face. Where's your data? If the government finds out, he started pleading. Insha'Allah, David spat in Arabic. If God wills it. Chapter 40. Following a silent ride back to Sharjah International, Susan stretched out on the airplane's bunk, still shaken by the encounter with Dr. Almir. David sat at one of the desks, staring out onto the tarmac. Chris sprawled across several seats near the lavatory in the rear of the aircraft. I'm sorry you saw that, David softly said. Susan rolled to face him. It's hard to explain, he tried, embarrassment lacing his words. It's something that I'll live with the rest of my life. Usually I can control my anger. Susan sat up and pulled her blanket over her chest. I figured you kept things hidden away from me for a reason, and I knew deep inside that side of you existed. He turned and looked at her. I just didn't expect it to scare me as much as it did. I would never, he started. She slid into the seat next to him, and he put his arm around her. I know, she said. I've lived with it for so long. Most times I can feel it coming on. She looked up at him. It's a part of you that I need to come to terms with. We all have demons, David. But I know the demon that lives within me, he retorted. You've done things most of us can't fathom. You did these things for the rest of us, and I, for one, am grateful. You don't need to justify yourself to me. I appreciate that, but you're different. How am I different? She asked and snuggled against him again. First, I care about you. Second, just yesterday I was the guy telling you about God and salvation, and today I lose control. You're she paused, dynamic person, David Blake. He bobbed his head from side to side. I'll take dynamic. You're also the person who told me that God's forgiveness knows no limits. If he can forgive me, he can forgive you. David smiled. That means I can forgive you. She looked up at him. And you can forgive the people you fought against. I struggle with that level of forgiveness, he admitted. That's because you're not God, she said and smiled. He returned her smile. How'd you get so smart? She put on her best highbrow accent. I went to college. They sat together as the Arabian sun set behind the city skyline. Chris roused from the back of the plane. What time is it? He called. Time for dinner, David called back. Anyone feel like a quick stopover in Turkey? Chris asked. I know this great little place in Mersin, right on the water. We can zip into Adana, rent a Peugeot, and race down the Autobahn at 100 miles an hour. His head popped out into the plane's center aisle. David and Susan simply stared at him. Vienna, please, Christopher, David said as though talking to a chauffeur. Yes, Mr. Blake, Chris chided. Right away, Mr. Blake. He pushed his covers off and staggered to the lavatory. If you go grab something to eat from the terminal, I'll get started on pre-flight, he called from the bathroom. Susan rolled away from David. I'll go, she said, and tossed the blanket into an open seat.
No, you stay and work on the new data. I'll grab us something, he replied. She opened the laptop and smiled at him. Something light for me, please? All this flying has me a bit out of sorts. Chris, David called. You want anything in particular? I could go for a ham and cheese sandwich. If you hadn't noticed, we're in a Muslim country, surrounded by Muslim countries. I doubt there's a pig within 500 miles of here. David gave Susan a funny look. Right. A tuna, I guess, Chris said as he emerged from the restroom. I'm telling you guys, Turkey's a great place to hang out. They make this Indian dish called chicken tawa. He made an exaggerated sound of enjoying his imaginary dinner. They even have a national beer. Tuna sandwich, check, David said, and left the plane. An hour later, the jet lifted off from the United Arab Emirates, headed up the Persian Gulf for Iraq. You feel like visiting anyone while we're this close? Chris asked, tongue-in-cheek. I have no desire to set foot in that country ever again, brother, David said. Chris laughed. I know how you feel. Can I ask you something? David asked into the private channel on their cockpit headsets. Anything, you know that. Have you ever thought about forgiveness when it comes to the people we fought and killed? Chris looked at him. What? It's something that happened in Dubai. The doctor we went to visit was from outside of Shank. Dude, I hated that place. David nodded, remembering the concrete bunkers and almost constant rocket bombardment. The minute I saw this guy, all I could think about was how much I hated those people. Every word from his mouth was like a nail being driven into my skull. It just got me angrier and angrier. I could even smell the... Oh, don't remind me, Chris said. David pursed his lips. Anyway, I lost control, and he was my target of opportunity. She saw the whole thing, didn't she? Chris asked and tilted his head to Susan, working in the main cabin. David nodded. Ouch. Jackie is used to my episodes. But since I travel so much, it doesn't impact our relationship like it did when I first got home. I haven't had one in a good while. Focusing on teaching my students and coaching basketball kind of took me out of all that. But I fall back into it too easily? Chris asked, cutting him off. Something like that. It bothers me, to be honest. How did she take it? We're still working through it, I guess. Chris nodded. That's all you can do. You know I'm here if you need to talk. David gave him a friendly smile. I appreciate that. Susan popped in between them. Wow, she gaped, looking out the front window. No wonder you guys like being up here. What a view. Swap seats with my co-pilot, and I'll give you a crash course in flying the old girl, Chris said. Why do pilots always talk about a crash course? Here, you take the seat, David said. No, thanks. I'll stick to genetics and life-changing scientific discoveries and leave the flying to you two, Susan remarked. David laughed. He's flying the plane, dear, not this guy. Susan tilted her head toward the main cabin. Hey, come back here when you're free. I got the data in the program. The two of them moved to the main cabin where the laptop sat spitting out binary code. You got another positive result? She nodded. I ran through about 30 samples Mahmoud had, then finally hit pay dirt. Another relatively isolated, long-generational family. Praise God, David said. Susan smiled, still a little uncomfortable with her new faith. Noticing her discomfort, David said, You'll get used to giving him credit for all kinds of things. I didn't notice them before I became a believer. It takes time, but trust me, eventually you'll see his hand all around you. I'm trying, she replied. Have you started working on the pictograms? A few. It goes faster with both of us working on it, she admitted. Is that a passive-aggressive way of asking for my help? He chided. If it's that obvious, I'll work on being more passive. They laughed and moved to sit behind the computer. Susan grabbed a blank sheet of paper from a previous binary run, and David moved the laptop to read off the ones and zeros. A lot of these look the same, she said a few minutes later. Well, that makes sense, as these represent letters. Every word in English is made up of just 26 letters. How many letters does Hebrew have? She spun the laptop around to face her. 22, she answered. A few are used differently at the end of the word, though. She looked back at the pictograms. So the maximum number of pictograms we're going to find is 22, I guess. Unless God used letters that we don't know exist, David said, smiling. Susan laughed. Wouldn't that be a thing? Not only do we find a message in our DNA, but letters to an unknown alphabet.
The good news is that we keep finding new letters in each sample you process. She spun the laptop back around to face him. That means each sample only contained a few words, not the complete message. Susan put a hand to her mouth.
The complete message requires more than one sequence of DNA.
David nodded. He works in mysterious ways. Chapter 41. The drive out of Vienna on the A21 to Sittendorf by Wein gave Susan time to think more about David's revelation the night before.
God works in mysterious ways,
she thought, as David sliced through city traffic. After poring through Dr. Almir's data, he surrendered to them under duress. Susan slept. Just the few hours between Dubai and Vienna refreshed her as though she had not slept for days.
God works in mysterious ways.
The thought filled her mind as she dreamt about her staff. In her dream, Kayla, Jen, and Raymond stood around Drumheller Fountain on the university campus. She waded knee-deep in the middle of the water, calling to them, but they did not respond. They only stared at her. She tried walking to them, but the liquid felt more like quicksand than water. The expressions on their faces were like death masks. Their eyes stared blankly at her as she struggled to break free of the fountain, the glassy, smooth water rippling away from her as she fought against it. Suddenly her perspective changed, and she felt herself spinning around the edge of the fountain. Their blank, cold faces spun past her until she felt nauseous, and the death masks they wore turned into pictograms of ancient Hebrew letters. Faster and faster she spun until the water sloshing around her burst into flame. Splashing fire sprayed out from the fountain, now an orange and yellow inferno. The fire engulfed her assistants and their writhing pictogram faces. When she awoke from the nightmare, David sat across the plain, scrolling through the laptop. Now, not far outside the city, the tall glass and aluminum buildings gave way to rolling, forested hills and farmland. Susan rolled down her window and pulled in the clean, fresh forest air. Her life had changed drastically in under 2 weeks. The thought made her laugh. "Something funny?" David asked.
Just thinking about the fact that just a few days ago we were sitting in Seattle. Now we've almost completely flown around the globe in a matter of days.
David sped the sleek Mercedes up to Autobahn speeds when he passed the outer speed marker for Vienna proper. "This is where it gets fun," he said, and made a show of gripping the wheel.
Not too fast, okay, Mario?
David regripped the steering wheel and gave her a sly smile. "How do you intend to get into Stan's house when we get there?"
I have no earthly idea, she admitted. I guess we'll just break in.
2 Americans caught breaking into the summer house of a man currently lying comatose in Seattle. He laughed. "That'll make for a good headline."
Don't forget, those 2 Americans discovered a message inside human DNA proving the existence of an intelligent designer.
"Oh, no, ma'am. Don't drag me into your discovery. I'm the hired help."
"Well, I wouldn't be here if it wasn't for you,"
she said with a soft tone in her voice. "I wouldn't be here without you either. Just remember that." A silent moment passed between them while she returned her gaze to the tilled farms zipping past her window.
"Do you remember the night Stan was hit by the car?" she asked.
David glanced at her. "Yeah, why?"
"Before he lost consciousness, he kept repeating a series of numbers."
"Really? Do you know what they mean?"
"Not a clue. But the closer we get to his house, the more I think they're important."
"I guess we'll see." Their sedan sliced across the Austrian countryside until David slowed and took the spiraling exit at Sparbach toward Sittendorf. Outside of town, on Heiligenkreuzerstrasse, sat Stanislaus Mesmer's summer house. David pulled slowly into the driveway, which wrapped around a small, unused cottage facing the road. Behind the cottage, the driveway widened into a multi-car parking space facing a large modern house. The house looked almost completely destroyed. The windows were broken, and the door lay in the front grass. Spray-painted swastikas adorned the front of the house, along with the crudely scrolled words, Bruderschweigen. "Looks like we missed the party," David said, closing his car door. "This looks like it happened a while ago." Red and white striped Polizei tape slashed across the front of the house as a warning to unauthorized visitors.
"What does Bruderschweigen mean?" Susan asked, slowly sounding out the words. David shook his head. I don't know. You wait here. I'll go in and make sure it's clear. I appreciate that, but I'd rather be with you. It tends to be the safest place. He smiled, moved to the front door, and removed the police tape. The damage outside the house paled in comparison to the interior, the main target of the attack. Nothing missed the wrath of the vandals. Pictures lay bent on the floor, smashed over toppled and broken chairs. Stan's living room looked like a landfill with his possessions piled to the ceiling from every room in the house. It looks like they planned to burn the house, but didn't get around to it, David commented. Maybe the police came before they could set the fire, Susan added. The attackers pulled doors from their hinges, and every piece of glass in the house sat in shards. David turned to Susan among the rotting food from the refrigerator. He said, Where do you propose we start? 12:34:27, Stan's scratchy voice said in her mind. Let's look for a safe, or a keypad, she replied. I'll start upstairs. You check this level. Got it, David said, and moved into the living room. None of Stan's pictures remained on the walls, so David looked in the closets for a floor safe. In Stan's office lay the remnants of a large wooden desk. The vandals looked to be pulling it apart for pyre kindling. He moved large chunks of the desk and scanned the floor for any signs of a safe. Upstairs, Susan checked the bedroom closets and hallway nooks. 12:34:27, she thought over and over, looking for anything with a keypad. Stan's guest rooms looked like debris-filled, third-world brothel rooms. She met David at the bottom of the stairs. Anything? Nothing, he replied. They stood in the living room, spinning in circles. What about an outbuilding? David asked. Maybe he gave you the combination to a shed or something. He moved to the remains of the sliding glass door and looked out over Stan's pool. Debris littered the water. Does this house have a basement? Susan asked. David turned and pointed to a small, unobtrusive door in the kitchen, the only one left attached to its frame. Maybe there? The door opened to a small flight of stairs which descended into darkness. Susan flipped the light switch just inside the door with no success. After you, she said and turned to David. Now I know why you brought me along, he said, and worked his way down the narrow staircase. Anything? She called when he vanished into the darkness. Well, it's dark, he called back. It smells like every other musty dirt cellar I've ever been in, which, if my count is right, stands at 1. Susan laughed. A light emerged at the bottom of the stairs. Come on down, he said, holding a candle. The cellar looked relatively intact and spared the vandals' ire. They searched the small space by candlelight, which twinkled off rows of wine bottles neatly stacked on a large wrought iron rack. Bundles of dried herbs hung from lines of string running the length of the ceiling, and musty shelves of wooden trays added to the earthy aroma. Quite a collection, David said, eyeing the many bottles. Susan smiled. Stan was always kind of snobbish when it came to wine. They wound their way around the staircase, peering into the dark corners and along the rough-hewn walls. Directly under the stairs, a dusty box sat on a low table. Written across the top of the box were the words, Property of the European Society of Human Genetics. Susan opened the box and dug through the contents while David held the candle over her shoulder. Nothing, she said, and placed the box on the floor, considering the table. She pulled the dusty sheet over one corner, revealing an ancient safe. Nicely done, Professor, David said, and moved the candle to the combination dial. Susan mouthed the numbers as she turned the old black dial. 12, 24, 37, she whispered. On the final number, a soft click filled the room. She turned the rusty handle and swung the door open. David moved the candle into a better position to look inside the safe. The top shelf held a red leather-coated box, latched at the front by a shiny clasp. On the next shelf, neatly stacked papers and several tan envelopes filled the space. Below the two shelves, a small cardboard box pressed against the left wall, and a thin black velvet box stood on its end against the right. Susan pulled the papers out and held them to the light. She flipped through family documents, numerous award certificates, stock certificates, and legal documents written in German. In a manila envelope marked Crescenzo, she pulled out reams of paper listing rows and columns of handwritten letters. A-T-C-A. and G. She smiled up at David, who eyed the tan envelope. What is Crescenzo? A tiny Danish island in the Baltic Sea, she answered. Why? Interesting name, don't you think? She flipped the envelope over in her hands and smiled at Stan's handwriting. Coincidence? Providence, he flatly replied. I'm dying to know what else is in here. She stood. We've got what we came for. His house has been ransacked. We might as well take him these possessions. Who's to say someone else doesn't come along and steal all his stuff? He replied, still looking in the safe. Susan thought about it. I guess they would be safer with us than here. She looked around the dingy cellar. They cleaned out a box and sealed the treasure inside. After closing the safe door and replacing the sheet, they returned to the car. Stan's box went into the trunk, and David pulled the car down the drive back toward Heiligenkreuzstrasse. When we get back to the plane, I have a few calls to make, and then I'll get us a hotel for the night, he said. Susan turned the envelope over in her hands. Do you think he knew? What? Stan, do you think he knew this data might contain something amazing? Why else keep it locked in that safe? How could he know? If he did, why not publish it? David asked and looked at her. She did not answer for most of the drive back to Vienna International Airport. At the interchange of A21 and E59, where the Autobahn became an inner-city highway, she said, There's no guarantee that we'll get a code from these sequences anyway. David looked past her again after sliding the car into the Vosendorf tunnel. You can't really believe that. We've been all over the world looking for pieces of the message. How can you now start to doubt what's happening? She gave him a thin smile. It's the scientist in me. I look for negative results in every sample. What does the believer in you say? He asked. Susan looked out the window as the car emerged from the short tunnel, curving along the S1 toward the Danube River. How should she answer? It all felt so new to her. I don't know yet, she whispered. On board the plane, David pulled his laptop from the seat pocket and opened a search window. Susan opened the envelope and slid the stack of papers onto the desk in front of her seat. At the top of the first sheet, a header read, Crescenzo Island, Denmark, 1962. Below this, a short paragraph explained that the survey of native-born islanders conducted in the early 60s resulted in several multi-generational sequences, which were broken down in 2001 after the Human Genome Project first published their findings. Further down, a list of names started and continued for several pages. On page 3, a note in the margin next to the name Nielsen read, Ausbruch der Sequenz 298J für möglich genetische Anomalies. The initials SM were scrolled under the note. Susan looked at David. Can you bring up a translator and check something for me? Sure, he replied. She handed him the page. What does that note say? David typed the letters into the computer. Breakout of sequence 298J for possible genetic anomaly, he read to her. Susan flipped to the sequence noted by Dr. Mesmer. This looks like Stan was already narrowing in on the Nielsen family. She shook her head. He must have known that something about their non-coding sequence looked unusual. David handed back the page and typed something else into the translation program. He sat back in his seat and looked at the screen. What's that? Susan asked. I translated the words scrolled across Stan's house. I'm afraid it's exactly what I thought it was. Susan leaned over to look at the screen. Bruderschweigen. Silent brotherhood, David coldly said. Chapter 42. Sounds like a plan, David said into the phone. Susan sat across the plane, napping against the window. She had spent the morning after takeoff entering nucleotide sequences from Stan's Crescenzo Island data. As expected, the Nielsen's family data covered the laptop screen with binary code. To be sure, Susan entered several of the other test cases, which all proved to be negative results. Around noon, over the Atlantic, she and David plotted the data points revealed in the binary code, again only finding a few new pictograms. Following a lunch of snack mix and water, she snuggled into her seat and pulled a blanket over her shoulders to rest her eyes. I appreciate the support on this, Ed. Susan roused and cracked an eye at him. Right. See you then, he said, and hung the phone up. Good morning, he greeted with a smile. Well, afternoon, really. It's hard to judge because we're moving with the sunrise and losing hours at the same time. She yawned and stretched. I was more tired than I thought. David closed the laptop and removed the thumb drive from the side of the machine, handing it to her. I've been going over everything I can find on ancient Hebrew. I think we should just find an expert and see if we can piece the letters together.
You haven't been able to put them together at all?
He shook his head. I assume they were intended to come in a specific logical order, but I can't make heads or tails of them.
Rabbi Rosenthal said he thought the first word we found was life, because of two of the same letters being side by side.
David smiled. Like I said, I think we should find an expert. After we meet with your colleague, it shouldn't be too hard to find a rabbi in Boston. She gave him a thin smile.
How much longer before we land?
David unbuckled and moved to the cockpit. Are we getting close? We should be coming into Logan's airspace pretty soon, Chris replied. I need you to divert to Manchester Regional, David flatly ordered. Chris looked at him. David returned a stony stare. You got it, Colonel, he said and resumed flying the plane. David patted his shoulder and walked back to the main cabin. We should be landing in an hour or so, he said to Susan on his way to the lavatory. She finished folding the blanket and smiled at him as he passed on his way back to the cockpit. An hour later, David called into the radio. Manchester Tower, this is November 24 Tango Lima. Chris smiled at him from the left seat. Manchester Tower, go ahead, Tango Lima. David looked at Chris. Request landing instructions for a full stop and fuel, Chris said. David repeated his words into the radio. Roger, Tango Lima. Proceed vector 240 and descend en route. Report right base for runway 35. Now just repeat that back to them and end with our call letters, Chris said. Copy, vector 240, descend en route. We'll report right base for runway 35, November 24 Tango Lima. The radio clicked twice, and Chris turned to his friend. I'll make a pilot out of you yet, sir. David felt out of breath. Make sure Susan is buckled in and everything is stowed for landing, will you? David nodded and went to check the cabin. Before he even left the small cockpit, Susan gave him a thumbs up. Does this mean we're getting used to this? He asked. She smiled and shrugged. As soon as the wheels of the jet hit the tarmac, the radio squawked in David's ears. November 24 Tango Lima, taxi directly to Signature Hangar 4. Do not deviate from hotel, report shutdown. Chris looked at David, who nodded. Chris followed the explicit instructions and taxied directly to a dark blue hangar at the end of the airport. Without slowing, he pulled into the building and the doors shut behind the plane automatically. Manchester Tower, Tango Lima shutdown, Chris called and powered down the engines. David headed for the door.
What are we doing?
Susan asked, unbuckling and meeting him at the door. Wait here. The two of you stay on the plane. Close the door behind me, David flatly said, before opening the door and stepping down from the plane. Susan closed the door and moved to watch him from a window. 3 men appeared from the hangar's small office and met him halfway. What's going on? Chris asked, joining her at the window.
I wish I knew,
she quietly answered. David and the men shook hands. He talked with animated gestures and pointed to the plane several times. The men nodded. David pulled his phone from his pocket and waved it in the air. The man in the middle brought out his own phone, tapped on the screen, and showed David the result. David nodded, pointed to the phone, and then to his wristwatch. They all nodded to each other, and the 3 men looked at the plane, making eye contact with Susan and Chris. I've seen the middle guy before, Chris said. Susan looked at him.
One of his army buddies, maybe?
Chris nodded. Carries himself like an operator. The other 2 don't. Susan regarded the trio, finally seeing what Chris pointed out. David shook their hands again and returned to the plane. The 3 suited men returned to the hangar office, disappearing through an exterior door. Chris opened the plane's staircase for David. What's up, Chief? He asked. Susan slumped back into her seat, anticipating an answer. OPSEC, David answered. Take us to Logan. Roger, Chris replied.
What does OPSEC mean?
Susan asked. It means it's better if you don't know, David replied.
How is it better if I don't know?
She questioned in a sharp tone. This is the last piece of data we're after. He locked eyes with her. I'm positioning pieces on the board in what I believe is a very dangerous game. You're going to have to trust me.
I don't like not knowing,
she said with a touch of aggravation in her voice. He smiled. I know you don't. But I would never put you in danger, and I don't know if anything is going to happen or not. I'm simply planning for the worst and hoping for the best. He chuckled. It's what I was trained to do. You ready, boss? Chris called from the cockpit.
They're letting us out.
Trust me, David said, and leaned in to kiss her cheek. Trust me, she replied flatly before accepting his kiss.
Chapter 43. Chris pulled the Gulfstream into parking slot 15 Alpha near the signature terminal at Logan International. Great flying, brother, David acknowledged. It's what I do, Chris said, smiling. Get us fueled up for the leg back to Seattle, and we'll meet you back here when we're done. He unbuckled and slid out of the co-pilot's chair. Chris grabbed his arm. Are you expecting trouble? I don't know what to expect, David admitted. Better to have backup then, Chris said, and pulled a Beretta from his flight bag. David smiled at the gesture. It's tempting, but I think we'll be good. Get us ready for the flight home. Chris nodded and replaced the pistol. You got it, boss. Susan met him at the loading door. Ready, Mr. I'm keeping secrets from his girlfriend? David sighed. How about Mr. trying to protect his girlfriend in the only way he knows how instead? Tomato, tomato, she replied, saying both words with alternating inflections. She lowered the door to the ground and made a show of holding it open for him. After you. Make sure it's safe for me. Susan, he said in a sharp tone, I'm on your side. This attitude isn't necessary. What attitude? She flippantly replied. He shook his head and marched down the stairs. Is it safe? She called. Oh, come on, he yelled. The beginning of the drive passed silently until they cruised on I-90 past Fenway Park. We probably should have called Warren from the plane, Susan remarked. Are you thinking he won't be in his office? She shrugged. Most likely he's there. If not, he may be in class. She pursed her lips. Either way, we'll find him. They fought afternoon traffic across the Western Avenue Bridge, turning north on Memorial Drive. The next 2 miles of surface streets were a complete standstill. Should his data pan out, how are you going to announce your findings? David asked as they inched their way across Massachusetts Avenue. Susan sighed. I haven't given it much thought. You have plenty of supporting information, and once we find someone who can piece the pictograms together, there won't be anything more for you to do, right? In situations like this, we author papers and submit them for peer review in the appropriate journals. Others in the field do their own experiments looking for similar results. If they find corroborating data, they publish their findings in support of the hypothesis. If they don't, the hypothesis goes the way of the dodo. Turning right at the end of Kirkland Street onto Oxford Street, David commented, Like cold fusion? I remember the blow-up about cold fusion. Nobody could replicate those guys' experiments. Susan nodded. That's a fair example. Except... She paused. David looked at her. Except what? This is already such a controversial subject that... She paused again, unable to finish her sentence. David understandingly nodded. That you're afraid it will be roundly dismissed and hurt your career even more. Something like that, she agreed. He pulled the car into a parking space on Oxford Street in front of the Engineering Science Building's white facade. Warren's office is around the corner, Susan announced, pointing down the street. They walked under the green canopy along Oxford Street, turning right on Hammond. The glass and brick buildings gave way to smaller, single-family residential homes that looked out of place on an Ivy League campus. Susan led him to a nondescript 2-story yellow house randomly positioned between the 3-story red brick of the Department of Molecular and Cellular Biology and the off-white facade of the Electrical Engineering Department. A small sign to the side of the red door read, Harvard University Lab. A bell attached to the door's frame jingled when David opened it for Susan. They stepped into a finely appointed lobby of dark polished wood tones. A woman sitting behind a desk rose when she recognized Susan. Dr. McCormick, she said. I wasn't expecting you. Susan approached the desk and put out her hand. Rebecca. They drew each other into a friendly hug. It's good to see you. She smiled and introduced David. We've come to see Warren. Is he in? Rebecca's expression went sullen. You didn't get the news? She softly answered. Dr. Davenport. She paused as tears welled in her eyes. Rebecca, what is it? Susan asked and helped her to sit. He was in a car accident a few weeks ago, a few days after you talked to him, Rebecca recounted. It was so sudden. Susan looked at David but remained silent. She hugged Rebecca again, whispering in her ear.
I'm so sorry. I can't believe he's gone, Rebecca sobbed. Tell me what happened. He said he was going to the post office and then to his granddaughter's piano recital. She sniffled and reached for a tissue. He never made it to the recital. Oh, no. Rebecca nodded. The accident happened on Western. You know where the river comes right up to the road? Susan nodded. He turned off Greenaw and got hit hard enough to push him into the river. That's what the police said. People get hit there all the time, they said. Susan handed her another tissue. David walked to the window and looked up and down the street. Susan shot him a concerned look. Rebecca, did he say anything about our phone call? Anything about my research? Rebecca shook her head. Nothing. He had some sequence samples I needed. She shook her head again. The school cleaned out his office a few days ago. I don't know where anything is. I'm still here because they said Dr. Franklin is replacing him. So the school took his papers and drives? No, Rebecca answered. They shredded his papers and took them out in large plastic bags. Shredded his papers? Yeah. The computers and drives, too. They had a huge truck out front for a couple days, grinding it all up. Everything but the furniture went into it. It felt like a violation, she said, as fresh tears flowed down her face. My God, Susan whispered. She stood and locked eyes with David. I think we need to get back to the plane, he flatly announced. Across the road at number 17 Hammond Street, Sebastian Brugere watched from the living room window. The primary target predictably arrived at her colleague's office and hopefully by now had received the sad news of his demise. The cleaning team moved in and eradicated all the data stored in the professor's office. In his mind, the final scenario played out perfectly. No matter that he had lost track of them after Singapore, he had reacquired the target, and now the end game could proceed. Are you ready? He asked his guest, sitting across the living room. The girl nodded. We're going to follow them. I suspect they'll lead me to the rest of the data. Once I have what I want, you may leave. Sebastian returned to the window. I'm sorry I had to drag you into this, but she left me no choice. You know that, right? The girl said nothing. Sebastian smiled. In his mind, his mission's successful outcome continued to its inevitable end. Chapter 44. The phone on Rebecca's desk rang. She wiped a tissue across her face and composed herself before answering. Harvard University Lab. Rebecca speaking. May I help you? She answered in a practiced tone. I'm sorry, but Dr. Davenport passed away recently. She paused and looked at Susan. Thank you. He meant a lot to many people. She nodded. He will be missed. Yes, arrangements are being made, and the tentative date is the 23rd. No, a time hasn't been set. I'm happy to take your information and send you the details. Sure, one moment. Rebecca smiled apologetically up at David and Susan, who motioned their intent to leave. They passed silent goodbyes through smiles and hand gestures. Rebecca continued. May I have your name? Okay, and where can I reach you? Perfect. David opened the door for Susan, and Rebecca waved a final time. Okay, Kayla. As soon as I get more information on the viewing, I'll get it right out to you. Susan whirled and marched back to the desk. She leaned over, read the name Rebecca had written down, and grabbed the phone. Kayla? Susan yelled. Professor? Kayla asked from the other end of the phone. Oh my God, where are you? Are you okay? I'm fine. I'm in Boston staying with family. I had to get away from all the craziness at UW, Kayla said, emotion growing in her voice. We thought something had happened to you. Where are you now? Susan asked, calming down a bit. At my uncle's house near Broad Sound. I can meet you somewhere, Kayla offered. Yes, Susan said and looked at David. That's not too far from the airport, he whispered. We've got a plane at Logan. Can you meet us somewhere near there? Sure, Kayla answered. There's a coffee shop by a hotel on 1A right by the airport. It'll take me about an hour to get there. We're about 2 hours away if the traffic's light, Susan responded. Okay, Kayla said, her voice growing somber. I'm sorry to hear about Dr. Davenport. Yeah, Susan agreed. He was a great man. She paused. I'm looking forward to seeing you, Kayla. We have a story to tell you. I'm looking forward to seeing you too, Professor, Kayla replied.
2 hours later, David and Susan pulled into the parking lot of the coffee shop off Highway 1A. Kayla sat behind a large front window, sipping a drink, and smiled when she saw Susan exit the car. The two hugged deeply at the table.
I'm sorry I left,
Kayla said, buried in Susan's shoulder.
We were afraid when we didn't hear from you,
Susan replied and sat across from her research assistant.
How did you get here? My uncle lives here, and when everything started happening, I got scared and ran. There's no other way of putting it. It took me a while to work up enough nerve to call Dr. Davenport's office. I remember you mentioning that you reached out to him, and I was looking for...
She trailed off.
A safe place?
Susan finished for her. Kayla nodded and took another sip of coffee.
Are you here to go to Dr. Davenport's viewing?
Susan shook her head.
I didn't know he'd been in an accident. We came to get some sequence data from him.
Kayla leaned in closer and cut her eyes from side to side.
You're still working on the project? We've been all over the world collecting data.
Susan looked at David and smiled.
You're not going to believe what we found. You flew around the planet in a week? Whoa,
she exclaimed. Susan nodded.
It's been a whirlwind trip in more ways than one. Where all did you go?
Kayla asked, showing growing interest in their travels.
We flew to Singapore, then Nairobi, Dubai, Vienna, and then here. And you got data everywhere you went?
Susan nodded.
And the results?
Kayla whispered.
Like I said, you're not going to believe what we found.
Excuse me, a man's voice said from behind David. They turned to see a well-dressed man step beside Kayla and slide into her seat.
Excuse me,
Kayla said as the man slid her against the window. David gripped the edge of the table and prepared to slide out of the stall when the man removed his hand from inside his jacket and placed the barrel of the black gun against Kayla's ribs.
Hey,
Kayla protested. Susan and David eyed the pistol. Dr. McCormick, the man said, and shifted his eyes to David. Mr. Blake, we are all going to calmly leave this establishment and get in your rental car. You, he nodded to David, will drive us to where you're storing your research data. There you will hand over all your data to me. His voice remained calm, without a hint of anxiety or trepidation. They all remained silent and stared at the man. He sighed and tugged Kayla closer to him. Now, please. He nodded for David to proceed to the exit. David and Susan moved slowly to the door, followed several paces behind Kayla and the gun-wielding man. He positioned Kayla behind Susan and took the seat behind David, out of view in the mirror. Cool metal pressed against the back of David's neck. Susan drew in a quick breath. You will drive normally to Jeffrey's Point. There is an abandoned hangar there not far from where your plane is parked. Should you deviate from the most direct route, I will hurt one of the women. Do you understand? David nodded and eased the car out of the parking lot. A few blocks from the coffee shop, David slid off the East Boston Expressway onto the Coughlin Bypass and turned onto Prescott Street. Behind a row of large white storage tanks, the man directed him into an abandoned hangar where they exited the car. He tugged Kayla from the car and forced her to kneel in front of him facing Susan. Kayla protested but said nothing. He placed the gun to the back of her head and locked eyes with Susan. Professor, you will go to your plane and return with every piece of data you've collected on your junket. Susan, David sharply said. Don't.
What?
She whispered. Professor, if you please, the man said and pressed the gun harder into Kayla's head, who whined in pain. As soon as he has the data, he's going to kill us. Don't cooperate with him. Eliminating one more of your research assistants means nothing to me, the man said and looked directly at Susan. But I'll make you a deal. Bring me the data, and I'll let this one live. Susan took another step toward the door. Don't do it, David said, never taking his eyes from the man. He's not going to hurt her. We're his targets. You, sir, are an annoyance, the man said to David. He pointed the pistol at Susan. She was my target. At this stage of the game, All I want is the data.
He's lying, Susan,
David tried.
Susan looked from the gun against Kayla's head to David and back to the man. I bring you everything we have, and you let her go?
The man nodded. That is my current offer, yes.
What assurance do I have that you'll keep your word?
Susan asked. Madam, I'm a professional, he replied, causing David to laugh.
And what about us?
David asked. The man sighed. Your fate was sealed the minute you made your discovery, he said to Susan. Yours, Mr. Blake, is a classic mistake of being in the wrong place at the wrong time.
David, I have to try,
Susan said, and turned to leave. All of your data, Professor, the man called after her. You killed Raymond, David said, as more of a statement than a question. The man nodded. And the rest? He nodded again. You set the lab on fire as well, I guess. Thermite is easier to make than most people realize. I found it has many uses. You got a bit sloppy with the hit and run, David chided. Desperate times, the man said and cocked his head. But I thought you were a professional. Everyone makes mistakes, Mr. Blake. The trick is to learn from those mistakes. A history teacher would know that.
You've done your homework, David admitted.
The man smiled. In my profession, information is key. David nodded. If you'd be so kind as to pick up that gas can, the man asked, shifting his eyes to one of the hangar walls behind David. David turned and retrieved a small red container filled with gasoline. When your lady friend returns, that will come in handy. David thought about throwing the gas can at him. Plastic can against pistol, not the best odds, he thought. Susan emerged through the door carrying an armload of papers and materials smashed to her chest. She huffed out a breath and returned to stand beside David. Good, Professor. Please bring your materials over here. He indicated for her to put it in front of Kayla. I'm trusting that is all the data you've collected. Susan nodded. Good. Kayla, you will please verify that everything is there. Kayla inched forward and thumbed through the pages of nucleotide sequences. She set aside the thumb drives and opened the numerous envelopes.
I guess so, she said. I wasn't with them, so I can't be certain.
The man looked at Susan. For the sake of her life, he started. This is all your data, correct?
Yes,
Susan said, her breath returning to normal.
Wait,
she blurted and dug into her pocket. She took out the blue thumb drive and tossed it on the pile.
Raymond's original drive.
Very good, Professor. Please retrieve the gas can from Mr. Blake. Susan turned and took the container from David, who eyed her warily. The man backed away from Kayla, but kept the pistol pointed at her head. It won't take much, so please be careful pouring that on the papers. Susan uncapped the nozzle and poured the gas over her research. Good, the man said. Now, Kayla, if you please. He tossed a book of matches to her side. Susan returned to stand near David as Kayla struck a match and set the stack of materials ablaze. She set David's computer on top of the burning papers and backed away from the fire. Susan watched the paper char and curl at the edges. The plastic thumb drives cooked and melted beneath the dripping laptop cases. In the orange flames, everything they'd worked to collect and analyze charred and crumbled to ash. She set the can on the ground and moved closer to David, who put an arm around her. Satisfied, the man returned to stand behind Kayla. You may go, he said. I doubt you want to stay for this next part. Kayla stood and looked at the man. Good work, she said, and faced Susan.
What?
Susan gasped and took a step forward. Her voice hitched with emotion and bewilderment. The man raised the gun as she advanced. Kayla?
My name isn't Kayla, Professor.
She looked to the man, still pointing the pistol at Susan.
When we got word you were working on non-coding DNA, we knew something had to be done. We can't allow this ancient knowledge to be released.
Susan's expression went from puzzlement to anger in an instant.
You were spying on me? On us?
She shouted.
I'm not a college student. My young appearance is why I was chosen for this mission. Mission?
Susan roared and started pacing in front of them.
You're who leaked the discovery to the media. You're who kept us one step behind.
You're who set up Raymond, David added.
And the others, Kayla said. My mission was to infiltrate, mislead, and report. Infiltrate,
Susan whispered as a memory sliced through her head.
They start by sending in an agent or a sympathetic person. They call it the Infiltration Protocol.
Stanislaus Mesmer's voice echoed in the back of her mind.
Infiltration Protocol,
Susan said, causing Kayla and the man to look at each other.
I'm sorry about the many sacrifices this mission required. Believe me, they were necessary, Kayla tried. Necessary sacrifices? What kind of person are you? Susan growled. Whatever your name is. One who believes in her mission. She turned to David. You at least can understand that.
Before she could answer, the man stepped forward. Go. Send in your report that we have successfully completed the mission. Moving to the next protocol won't be necessary. Kayla nodded and gave Susan a final glance. Chapter 45.
FBI, nobody move!
A voice shouted from the hangar door.
Drop your weapon!
Another ordered from the opposite side of the building. Sebastian whirled toward the first voice, scanning for a target. He fired once at the door, knelt and rotated in line with the second voice. David grabbed Susan and muscled her to the front of the car. Kayla turned to the man as gunfire erupted from both sides of the hangar. Sebastian struck one agent, kneeling inside the thin-walled office built against the back wall. Bullets whizzed past him as he continued to spin and fire. Kayla turned to run. Amid the pistol explosions, a soft thud briefly filled the hangar. Kayla fell to the ground, motionless next to Sebastian, her blouse darkening. David and Susan lay prone under the front of the car, their ears ringing. He rolled away from her and spun around to peek out behind the front tire. Sebastian launched himself over Kayla's body toward the office and the wounded agent inside. Just outside the office door, he took aim at the wounded agent, realizing that his pistol's bolt had locked to the rear, empty. David rose to his knees, then up onto his feet like a sprinter waiting for the starter's signal. The instant Sebastian vanished from sight, David set off at full sprint. "Are you okay?" he asked, sliding beside the agent who clutched at his shoulder. "I'm good. Go!" David stood and ran for the door, bursting into a parking lot outside the hangar's exit door. Across the parking lot, he spotted Sebastian angling between cars. David set off in pursuit toward Franklin Street. He lost sight of the man when he ducked into a walking tunnel running underneath the East Boston Expressway. David slowed on the sidewalk for traffic to stop at the Lovell street light before splitting the cars and heading for the tunnel. He scanned the dark area inside the tunnel as best he could, in case the killer waited just inside, planning to ambush him. He emerged from the tunnel on the opposite side of the expressway, panting. He looked for any sign of the man running through the park. Just around the corner of the Excel Academy building, David caught sight of him, rounding the corner and looking back for any sign of pursuit. David burst into a run, chasing the man around an auto parts store, across Bennington Street to Chelsea. In the distance, bells and klaxons rang out as a ship approached the Chelsea Street Bridge. David picked up speed and felt himself gaining on the man. The pair raced behind a warehouse along the Chelsea River, and as David rounded the corner, he watched his quarry vault a low fence, scramble around barricades, and leap onto the rising bridge deck. David scampered over the fence, slashed around the barricades, and launched himself at the bottom of the bridge supports. Like a gymnast on a horizontal bar, he spun himself upright and brought his feet underneath him. The man backed away from the edge, panting. David climbed onto the road's surface as cars honked at the two crazy men on top of the elevating bridge. Bridge attendants yelled at them and signaled the control tower to immediately lower the structure. The tower attendant pointed to an approaching ship and did not stop the drawbridge's ascent. Gasping for breath, Sebastian yelled, "It doesn't matter what happens now. I've completed my mission. The knowledge will remain hidden as it has since the dawn of time." His thick French accent came through, no longer hidden behind the facade of one of his many personas. David's face screwed into a ball of rage. "You're not getting away from me. The game's over. You lost." Sebastian cut his eyes from side to side as the bridge reached its full height over the water and clanged to a stop.
"The game is never over," he shouted. "We will never stop."
He laughed.
"Funny part is that you're both dead. You just don't know it."
David moved closer. Sebastian stood his ground.
"No matter what happens here, I win,"
Sebastian said, and settled into a practiced fighting stance. "You don't have to do it this way," David said, raising his fists in response.
"Please, Mr. Blake, you don't really expect me to surrender willingly, do you?"
David smiled. "Not in the slightest." He stepped forward, closing the distance. The two men rounded each other, looking for an opening or advantage.
"I fought bigger men than you,"
Sebastian said. "But you've never fought me." Sebastian lunged forward with a lightning-fast jab, perfectly timed to catch David off balance in mid-step. David dropped his right shoulder, thrust his left forearm upward, deflecting the slashing fist. Simultaneously, he twisted his hips forward like a coiled snake, spun up on his right heel, and drove his right fist into Sebastian's exposed left ribcage. Sebastian staggered backward from the sharp blow, buckling slightly to his left. He snarled at David and his underestimation of this history teacher's hand-to-hand skills. David bounced on the balls of his feet like a boxer waiting for the opening bell. He lunged in with a volley of left jabs and powerful rights, which Sebastian blocked or parried, finally delivering a hard shot to David's chin when the two separated. David shook off the punch and launched himself back into the fray against Sebastian. They grappled in close, delivering fists and elbows to unprotected areas, neither gaining any considerable advantage. David kicked at Sebastian's knees, missing by inches and causing them both to fall out of balance. They crashed to the roadway, spinning over each other to gain position. Sebastian wrapped David's wrist in both hands and swung his legs over the larger man's shoulders, trying to dislocate his shoulder. David reinforced his fist with his free hand and wrenched his wrist free of the attempted armbar. A hammering heel kick landed on David's face before he brought his hands back up in a defensive position. Sebastian spun on his knees while David rolled away from Sebastian's powerful kicking legs. Sebastian dove for his opponent's back. David fell forward with Sebastian's arm around his neck, locking in a chokehold. David kicked upward, vaulting them both into the air and landing hard on Sebastian's back, the full force of David's 6'3" frame crashing on top of him. The arms around David's neck loosened, allowing him to break free of the chokehold and rock side to side, driving his elbow into Sebastian's ribs. Sebastian rolled out from under the onslaught of crushing elbows. David rolled in the opposite direction, separating the fighting men. David stood and stalked back into the melee. Sebastian scampered away like a wounded animal, wincing from the pain in his side. A lumbering cargo ship slid down the river, its bow just beginning its pass under the elevated roadway. Sebastian stopped when he reached the looming edge of the elevated platform and looked over his shoulder at the dark water below. A trickle of blood ran from his nose. David stopped his advance and looked past him at the precipice. Sebastian inched closer to the drop.
"No matter what happens, Mr. Blake, I win," he laughed. "You have no idea what is coming."
David spat out a wad of blood and shook his head.
"You'll never make it. Ce n'est pas fini,"
he yelled and launched himself over the side of the bridge. David lunged to grab him, but missed by inches. Sebastian fell, his eyes locked on David, who knelt on the edge. The cargo ship's whistle delivered a powerful blast as Sebastian splashed into the water and vanished. The hangar filled with FBI agents, some tending to the wounded, others in pursuit of David and the suspected hitman. Susan rolled out from under the front of the car when the gunfire ended. Kayla lay prostrate behind a smoldering pile of ash.
"Kayla,"
Susan said, and rushed to her side. A large red spot made the girl's shirt sticky and wet. Susan flipped her over, jabbed 2 fingers at her neck, and felt for a pulse. A smaller red spot on the front of Kayla's shirt glazed Susan's hand in red blood. Susan looked at her face, the face of a spy, a traitor, an infiltrator on a mission. She had done her job well enough, and Susan realized this girl was not who Susan thought she was. She had been an accomplice to the deaths of her research assistants and countless others. Susan withdrew her blood-slicked hand.
Perhaps this is a fitting end for her,
Susan thought. Something inside her moved her hands almost uncontrollably to her own shirt, where she tore a large swatch free. She stuffed the cloth under her patient and yanked off her left sleeve. She pressed this to the woman's chest.
Whatever your name is, you don't get to die today. You're going to pay for what you did,
Susan said. She pressed her hand over Kayla's chest and interlocked her fingers. FBI agents secured the scene as Susan softly sang to herself in a steady rhythm with her chest compressions.
Staying alive.
Ambulance sirens sounded in the distance as Susan kept the beat, compressing Kayla's chest carefully not to press down too hard. With each life-saving pump of Kayla's chest, fresh blood oozed into the makeshift bandage. Susan looked up as an FBI agent approached and knelt opposite from her. He put 2 fingers to her neck.
It's pretty weak, but it looks like you brought her back. You were in Manchester,
Susan said, recognizing the agent. He nodded and checked the wound and bloody cloth.
She's losing blood pretty quick. The bullet went all the way through.
Medics should be here shortly. I suppose you're who told Chris to contact the local office? This time Susan nodded. An ambulance pulled to the open hangar door. The agent smiled. Blake's been wearing a locator since we met upstate. Good thinking. Susan sat back as medical personnel rushed toward them.
Where is he?
The agent pulled a phone from his pocket and checked the locator application. He's close. Moments later, David entered the hangar. As soon as they saw each other, Susan lost control of her composure. David ran to her as the paramedic loaded Kayla on a stretcher and ran her to the ambulance.
Ed,
David said and shook his friend's hand.
Colonel,
Ed replied. Susan hit David lightly on the shoulder.
A locator beacon?
David smiled and turned to Agent Hernandez. I passed a few of your men heading to the bridge. I lost him in the water. Ed nodded and pointed to the ambulance. If she makes it, we'll keep her in protective custody and get as much from her as we can. Before he jumped from the bridge, he yelled something in French. C'est n'est pas fini? He fumbled through the words. This isn't over, Hernandez answered. A brief pause flashed between them before Susan whispered,
The Obliteration Protocol.
The what? Agent Hernandez asked, taking out a pad.
Something Stanislas said about their group. The last stage of their mission,
she made air quotes with her fingers,
is something called the Obliteration Protocol. They release a virus or something.
Ed scribbled notes in his book. I'm going to need your statements about all this. Our plane is just over there, David said. Why don't we do this in there? Susan turned back to the pile of melted plastic and ash. I'm sorry, Professor, Ed said. Once we got word from your pilot, we got here as fast as we could.
I'm sure there are more samples out there.
She looked at David.
We'll just have to find them.
He gave her a thin smile. Chris jogged up behind them. I see the cavalry got here just in the nick of time. David smiled. Ed Hernandez, Chris Simmons, our pilot, former 160th SOAR. Ed smiled and the two shook hands. In another lifetime, Ed and I served together, David continued. We're going to need the plane for a bit. Sure, no problem, Chris said. They settled into the plane, giving Agent Hernandez the chair in front of the desk. How about we start from the beginning, he said. Susan and David could not control their laughter. Chapter 46. Sasha disliked being summoned to the council chambers. It felt like being called to the headmaster's office during her years at preparatory school in Brandenburg. It is my understanding that Sebastian failed to eliminate the primary target, Sasha, a voice said from the shadows.
Apparently so, Director,
the sharply dressed woman answered, keeping her eyes on the floor in front of her. She stood in the middle of a wide, ornate carpet surrounded by high-backed thrones. The center of the room bathed in directed light, casting shadows on the faces of those sitting in the chairs interrogating her.
And the infiltration asset?
A woman asked from her right.
Wounded, possibly alive. Her whereabouts are currently unknown, Your Highness,
Sasha answered in her German accent. And Sebastian?
There has been no contact, Minister.
We must take into account that he is still working to complete his assignment, a voice to her left loudly said.
That is a possibility, Minister. It's just as likely that he's dead,
a gruff man said in a thick Spanish accent.
That is also a possibility, El Presidente. What is the status of the primary target? Congresswoman, as of my last report, the primary target is en route back to Seattle. What kind of yield are we looking at if we deploy from Puget Sound? Congresswoman, given the population density in the Seattle area and the effective communicability of this particular weapon, the yield is most likely going to reach into the millions. Furthermore, it is highly unlikely that once the outbreak reaches full intensity, anyone with knowledge of the primary target's research will survive.
And we're certain Sebastian destroyed the primary target's data.
Yes, sir. We've also deployed into the village in Argentina where the data originated. I can confirm that the sequences in question have been eradicated.
Very good, the director said. I feel as though Sebastian deserves more time. He's never failed us and has succeeded in destroying the target's research. He is a resourceful asset and doesn't know how to lose.
With all due respect, Director,
the woman said,
I agree that giving Sebastian more time is prudent, given his long track record of success with this organization. But wouldn't it also be prudent to stage the weapon, should we get unfortunate news regarding Sebastian?
Many voices around the circle spoke in agreement with the proposal. Some grumbled about not giving Sebastian more time. A reasonable suggestion, the director said. I put it to a voice vote that we give Sebastian more time to complete the final stage of his mission. We stage the weapon as suggested, and 48 hours after the target's return, we vote again on escalating to the Obliteration Protocol. The vote went around the room as each member gave their vote, returning to the front of the dark circle of thrones. It is so approved by this council, the director said. Sasha, we leave it to you. What is your plan for staging the weapon?
Council members, as detailed in Sebastian's mission brief, the weapon will be flown to Severokursk on Sakhalin Island, where it will be loaded aboard a cargo vessel. We divert there under the guise of routine maintenance. It will take several days to arrive at the northwestern coast of the United States.
Can you meet our timeline?
Yes, Minister. Once the weapon is staged, it can be deployed within hours of your approval.
After a brief silence, the director spoke. Very well. I don't believe there is any other business. We will convene 48 hours after you've reported the target's arrival in Seattle. I pray Sebastian has reported in by then. If not, we will have no choice but to vote on escalation to the Obliteration Protocol. Sasha bowed and remained bent as the members of the Xenophinian Council rose, exiting the room through private doors behind each throne. When the room fell silent, she exited the circle of light to carry out her orders. Chapter 47. Susan snuggled against David as the Gulf Stream screamed over the Rockies inbound for Olympia Regional Airport.
I know we've only been gone for a few days, but it feels like weeks,
she remarked and adjusted her blanket. We've been on the move almost constantly.
It'll be nice to sleep in my own bed,
she cooed. I've been looking forward to getting back to work. She sighed.
I don't know if I have any work to get back to.
I have a good feeling that UW will welcome you back.
What makes you say that?
Just a hunch, he said and rubbed her shoulder. She looked out the window on the opposite side of the plane.
I wonder if Kayla made it.
Her name wasn't Kayla, David flatly said.
I know,
Susan whispered. She snuggled again, pressing herself against him, sucking up his body heat. She cocked her head to look up at him.
You were pretty amazing, you know.
He smiled down at her. You were pretty amazing yourself.
I wish I could have done more for Kayla.
She caught herself.
Or whatever her name is.
All we can do now is pray for her, David said. Susan sat up.
Can we?
Right now? She nodded. Sure, go ahead.
What? I don't...
She trailed off. Just pray for her.
I don't know what to say,
she admitted. Say whatever you want. Say what's in your heart,
She sat up straight in her chair like a student on the first day of class and clasped her hands in front of her. David closed his eyes while Susan kept one open, watching him. She started, waiting for David to laugh at her. He did not. God, I want to pray for the woman I know as Kayla Farmer. I guess you know her real name, Susan said, opening her eyes to slits to make sure David kept his shut before continuing. I pray she lives and that she, Father God, David began. To Susan, his voice filled the jet's compartment. We lift up Kayla and place her at the foot of your mighty throne. Susan could not keep her eyes closed. She stared at him in awe and his ability to speak so beautifully to God. We pray for your will to be done in her life. We lift up the doctors working to save her life and the FBI agents protecting her. Susan longed to grow in her new faith to such a degree that she eventually prayed like David. Lord, we believe in your ability to make a miraculous transformation in her life, and that she would come to know you as we know you. She liked that he did not ask for selfish things to enrich himself, but prayed for God's will and for the strength and blessings of others. Bring people into her life to remove the scales from her eyes so that she will see the truth of your creation. The interior of the plane felt warmer to her when David prayed, as though the air grew thicker. David paused and took several deep breaths. Father, we thank you for your amazing creation. We're humbled to be part of your great plan to share with your creation a message. We ask for discernment in reading your words, and we ask that your children accept it with open minds and open hearts. Susan closed her eyes, and deep within her felt something stirring. As though someone else spoke for her, she whispered, "Yes, Lord." Father, thank you for the many blessings you have given throughout our lives. Thank you for boundless grace, mercy, and forgiveness. Thank you for your eternal plan of salvation. Thank you for sending your Son to take away our sins and pay our debt. Tears started their journey down Susan's cheeks as images of Jesus flowed through her memory. Jesus on the mountainside, Jesus in a wooden boat, Jesus in the temple, and Jesus on the cross. Memories of images from books and movies cascaded through her mind. Some looked similar to the others, some stylized renditions of the Son of God. A single thought stitched the pictures together. David's last words. Thank you for sending your Son to take on our sins and pay our debt. All of this we pray in the precious name of Jesus. Amen, he softly said. Amen, Susan repeated. She leaned over and gently kissed him. Thank you. Thank you, he replied. She fished a tissue from the seat pocket and dabbed at her eyes. David did the same. Someday I hope to pray like that, she admitted. David smiled and nodded, his dark cheeks hiding his blush. Hey guys, Chris called from the cockpit. We're going to be landing in about an hour. Not to be a pain, but I'm going to need a tank of gas and to settle up before you get away scot-free. Don't worry, flyboy, Susan yelled back. You'll get your money. About that, David started. She gave him a questioning look. I'm going to take about $1,000 of what's left over. You'll need to pay it back to Stan. What? Susan blurted, her voice growing annoyed. What for? David gave her a thin smile, but did not answer right away. The edges of her mouth curled into a wry smile. Okay, why do you need the money? She asked again, calmer this time. Because you burned up my laptop, he said, and started laughing. Chapter 48. Chris brought the plane into a smooth landing at Olympia and taxied to the large transient parking in front of the main terminal. David and Susan gathered what belongings they had left and moved to the loading door while Chris shut down the engines. I appreciate your hard work, brother, David said when he emerged from the cockpit. Ain't nothing but a thing, Chris replied. Let's get inside and we'll settle up. David lowered the stairs and let Susan take the lead off the plane, followed by Chris. They each stretched, glad to be out of the opulent but cramped plane.
Inside the terminal, David paid the desk attendant for boarding his car during the trip, topped off the plane's tank, and handed the bulk of Stan's remaining cash to Chris for services rendered. "Don't spend it all in one place," he chided. Chris smiled. "This will go a long way to keeping me from getting fired. I'm just hoping nobody filed a report about our takeoff incident in Singapore." Susan hugged Chris and kissed him on the cheek before heading to the car with David. In the parking lot, Susan stopped and drew in a long breath. "It's good to be home," she said. David smiled, put their baggage in the trunk, and opened the car door for her. On the drive north to Seattle toward her apartment, Susan watched civilization scroll by and sighed. To fill the car's awkward silence, David switched on the radio. We turn now to our top story. As the death toll from the explosion in Johannesburg continues to rise, experts are asking what could have caused such a massive and widespread... David changed the channel. "Knows what caused the tanker to suddenly explode. The crew was rescued by the Coast Guard's 13th District, but the entire ship and its cargo were lost." David turned the radio to a soft rock music station, and the car filled with Lionel Richie. Susan turned to face him. "Can we check on Stan before we go to my apartment?" "Sure," he answered. "I also need to get a new phone. Someone basically broke mine," she said and smiled. "Yeah, I need a new one as well," he replied. "While we're there, I can look for a new laptop." Susan rolled her eyes. "I have a feeling I'm not going to live that one down for a while." "Whatever do you mean?" David asked. 90 minutes later, David steered the car off Northeast Pacific Street into the parking lot of UW Medical Center. Inside, Susan spoke to the receptionist. "I'm sorry, Dr. McCormick. That patient was released a few days ago." "Well, that's good news," David said. "How do we contact him?" "I don't know. I guess we wait until he contacts us." "How will he know we've returned?" David shrugged. "He found you once." "I guess. What if he left and went back to Vienna? His house is trashed, and we have his stuff." They headed back to the car. "I want to make sure he's all right." "They wouldn't have released him if he wasn't all right." "I guess." They visited an electronics store where they both got new phones, and David picked up a replacement laptop. He impressed Susan by not picking the most expensive model on the shelf. Once back in the car, David immediately called his daughter. "I'm fine, honey. Yeah, this is my new number." "No, I'm pretty sure I'll be home tonight," he said and looked at Susan. She returned his look and nodded. "I'll definitely be home tonight," he repeated with a hint of a smile on his voice. "Okay, I love you too. See you tonight." When they arrived at her apartment, David called Agent Hernandez. "Please tell me you have good news," he asked. "Sure, we're here at her apartment." David put the phone on the table and turned on its speakerphone. "We're all here, Ed." Susan removed her laptop from the bag they left in David's car at the airport, replaced the battery, and opened it at the end of the table. "I want to let you know that your research assistant, Kayla, pulled through. Her real name is Julian. As soon as she regained consciousness and was told that Susan saved her life, she started giving us all kinds of information. I've never seen such a thing. She almost wouldn't shut up long enough for us to write things down." David looked at Susan and pointed at the ceiling. Hernandez continued. "She gave us everything she knows about her group, the Xenophinians. We've got some great leads to follow up on from her testimony." "Good," David said. "Well, the real credit goes to Dr. McCormick. We'll never know how many lives she saved by keeping Julian alive. She's a treasure of information. We've placed her in protective custody, and she understands that she's going to be charged as an accessory in all this." David and Susan both nodded. "What about the other guy?" Susan asked. Hernandez laughed. "Pretty slick move planting the locator beacon on him, Colonel. He led us to his Boston safe house where we apprehended him." "I hope he was worth it," David remarked. "He gave us everything we needed to call in the airstrike on the tanker." Susan looked at David. "That's good news, brother." "I don't think there's anything else you need to worry about from this group. I wish it wouldn't have taken us so many lives to get to this point." Susan's head sank. "I'm also sorry you lost your research, Doctor," Hernandez continued. A knock on the door made them jump. "Professor?" a voice called. "It's Detective Roberson. Are you in there?" Susan walked to the door and looked out the security hole. Detective Roberson held his badge next to his smiling face. "Come on in, Detective," she said and opened the door. "We were just talking to the FBI." "The FBI?" Roberson questioned and eyed David. Agent Hernandez, Detective Roberson from Seattle Police just arrived. I imagine you two have a lot to talk about. Detective, this is Special Agent Ed Hernandez. Mr. Blake and I served together, and he called me in over a week ago. We worked with him and his team to apprehend the people responsible for the murders you're currently investigating. I'll be contacting you later to go over the details, and I'm certain I can close all the loops in your investigation.
Thank you, Agent Hernandez, Roberson said. I look forward to your report.
David, if there's anything I need from you, I'll call. I assume you got a new phone? Hernandez asked.
You know me too well, Ed, David admitted. They swapped numbers and hung up the phone.
All I want to know is where you went, Roberson asked Susan. 1 minute we knew where you were, and the next you vanished.
Susan turned to David. Yeah, about that, he started. That was my fault.
He spirited me away, Susan said. Kind of a knight in shining armor thing.
David smiled. The true hero here is Susan. She saved the life of a key witness for the feds and exposed the entire organization that's been working against us from the beginning.
No,
Susan flatly denied.
The heroes are the ones that had to pay for my research. It wasn't worth their lives.
Roberson somberly nodded. Just for my education, what did you learn about them? They're called Xenophonians. They've worked for centuries to hide or destroy evidence of a creator, David said, and opened the lid of his new laptop.
You mean evidence of God? Roberson asked.
God? A creator? Intelligent designer? Or whatever label you want to put on him. She paused. Or them.
David shook his head, smiling. Always the scientist. Susan curtsied. Roberson turned to face her.
So, the reports were true. You actually did find evidence of God?
Susan smiled, looked at David and back to the detective.
Yes, she announced. Yes, I did.
Chapter 49. Another knock came from the door, this one softer.
Susan? Stan?
Susan called and bounded for the door. Instead of checking the peephole, she threw the door open and crashed into Stanislaus, embracing him in a hug. He staggered backward before catching himself in her arms. "Oh, my goodness," he said in his thick accent.
"I was so worried about you,"
Susan gushed.
"I'm fine, dear. I wasn't as bad off as they initially thought,"
he said, and smiled into the apartment at David and Detective Roberson.
"Well," Roberson said, "I've got a call with the FBI to get through. If I need anything from any of you, I'll call."
He tapped his notepad.
"Now that I have all your phone numbers again."
He looked at David.
"No stealing people from my protective custody, Mr. Blake."
David saluted.
"No more hospital visits, please,"
Roberson said, and patted Stan on the shoulder.
"I don't plan on it,"
Stan replied and sank to the couch.
"And you,"
Roberson said to Susan,
"I look forward to reading about your discovery."
She gave him a thin smile.
"Thank you,"
she softly said, and sat behind her laptop.
"I have about 1,000 emails,"
Susan remarked.
"I can only imagine what my mailbox looks like."
She stood and moved to the door, removing her keys from beside it. "I'll go," David said. "You stay here with Stan."
"Thank you."
"I like him,"
Stan said when the door shut behind David.
"I do too,"
Susan agreed.
"He brings out the best in you."
Susan pondered that for a moment before Stan excitedly asked,
"Well?"
"Well, what?"
she replied.
"The data, the message, where is it?"
Susan sighed.
"We lost it all. The Xenophonians destroyed it in Boston."
"Everything? You actually found more sequences and binary code?"
"Stan, it was amazing. We corroborated my findings."
Her elation quickly faded.
"But it's gone now."
"There have to be more samples," he encouraged.
"You can't quit now."
David returned, carrying a large stack of mail. He flopped it onto the table in front of Susan. Her eyes got wide.
"Hey, there's an email here from Rabbi Rosenthal."
"What?" David asked, sifting through the parcels and separating out obvious junk mail.
"It says he figured out the second word and thinks he knows where it came from."
Stan approached the table. Stan, we brought you the stuff from the safe in your basement. Hopefully it's important, David said. I'll run out to the car and grab it. Susan moved around the table to inspect the pile of mail. Her eyes went immediately to a large tan envelope folded almost in half. My God, she whispered. What is it? Stan asked. It's from Warren Davenport. It's his data, Susan said, a note of anxiety in her voice. David returned carrying the worn brown box from Stan's basement. He nodded at the papers Susan flipped through. What's that? She turned to him, almost dumbfounded. Dr. Davenport's data. That's a start, Stan said, and opened the box, inspecting the treasures inside. He removed the black velvet box and shook it. It rattled in his hands. Diamonds, he said nonchalantly and tossed the box on the table amid the letters and advertisements. David and Susan looked at each other as he pulled out the red leather box. But we don't have anything else, Susan said. I don't even have Raymond's original program to run this data through. That's not entirely accurate, David said. What? I felt that my job was to protect you, and I knew having one set of data was a single point of failure. So, in Dubai, I bought a thumb drive and made a backup of your data on the flight to Boston while you slept. Susan's face went blank when he pulled a green plastic thumb drive from his pocket and held it out to her. But, she stammered, but you told me not to give over my data when I thought he was going to kill Julian. You sounded so convincing, and you knew you had the data. Well, I knew he would kill us after we turned over the data anyway. Plus, when he had the gun to her head, his finger wasn't on the trigger. It's a trained response not to put your finger on the trigger until you're ready to fire. The entire time he was threatening her, he kept his finger straight against the side of the pistol. Also, your reactions had to be believable. She marched to her computer and plugged the drive in. Tears welled in her eyes as her folders appeared on the screen. Half crying and half laughing, she asked, Anything else you want to tell me? Just that I'm sorry for not keeping you in the loop, and that I love you. Stan pulled out the red leather box. Oh, my friends, he said with an exaggerated tone. Susan clicked the mouse on her laptop and sat back. I don't think we need Warren's data. What? Stanislaus asked. Thanks to Rabbi Rosenthal's email, I think I know what the message is. David and Stan approached. It's part of the book of Genesis, chapter 2, verse 7. But the grammar is wrong. Genesis? David asked, and pulled up the verse on his phone. And the Lord God formed man of dust from the ground, and he breathed into his nostrils the soul of life, and man became a living soul, he read. You said the grammar is wrong? Stan asked. Yeah, look, Susan answered and turned the laptop to face them. On the screen, an online translation program showed the Hebrew in a box set to the left of the screen. On the right of the screen, another box read, Created you from the dust, and breathed into you the breath of life, and gave you a soul. It's in first person, David whispered. There's a fragment still missing, Stan said. Susan placed a hand on the package from Dr. Davenport, thought of her friend, and let out a heavy breath. Stan tapped the leather box under his arm. I can't think of a more fitting time to use this. What is it? David asked. My friend, I was once gifted a bottle of Remy Martin Louis XIII's cognac from the Queen of England herself. David's eyes grew wide. What? Susan looked from Stan to David and back to Stan. What's so special about cognac? My dear, Louis XIII is aged for almost 100 years and sells for over $5,000 a bottle, Stan replied. He set the red box on the table and unlatched its ornate clasp. Inside, a glimmering decanter shined in the lights of her apartment, and the brown liquid inside swirled to life. David went to the kitchen and returned with 3 glasses and ice. Stan pulled the glass stopper from the top of the crystal and filled each glass half full. He spun the ice inside the glass and inhaled the sweet fragrance of the cognac.
He raised his glass and said, "To the Creator, for giving us the breath of life. To the message and its messenger." He nodded to Susan, who blushed at the accolade. "And to the night and the successful completion of his quest." They clinked their glasses and sipped together, each relishing the flavor in their own way. David smiled at Susan. Amen. The end. Genesis 2, verse 7. And the Lord God formed man of dust from the earth, and he breathed into his nostrils the breath of life, and man became a living soul. Epilogue. Tomorrow's quiz on Unit 3 will cover pages 284 through 295, so read up tonight. David called over the classroom as students packed up, ending their final period of the day. A buzzer sounded, sending the kids flowing into the hallways following another day of classes at Roosevelt High School in Seattle. David lifted a stack of history books from the corner of his desk and walked to a low bookshelf running under the windows of his second-story classroom. Students streamed out the main doors onto Northeast 66th Street, some looking for their rides and others walking to their cars. The door to his classroom opened. David turned to see a tall man enter. "Can I help you?" David asked. "Colonel Blake," the man asked. "I'm Mr. Blake these days, or Coach if you prefer," David replied. The man stepped to David's desk and placed a thick folder on its corner. "Colonel, my name is Wright. I read Agent Hernandez's report on your recent activities, and after looking over your military records, believe you're just the kind of man I've been looking for." "I don't know what he told you, but I'm just a history teacher," David replied, and waved a hand around the classroom. Wright nodded and smiled. "Of course you are. I'm going to leave this here for you to read over. My card is in the back. When you're done reading through it, I suspect you'll need my number." David picked up the folder and handed it back to the man without opening it. "I'm not interested." Wright glanced over his shoulder and smirked. "Yes, you are," he said. Stopping halfway out the door, he continued, "This offer will only come once, Colonel. I'm looking forward to your call." The door shut behind him as David sat in his desk chair. A wide red ribbon sealed the thick folder around its middle. He cut the red ribbon and opened the folder, immediately sitting back in his chair and deeply sighing. Large red letters across the middle of the page read, "Mission Brief, Top Secret." Below that, in even larger letters, read the words, "Red Mercury." We hope you enjoyed Obliteration Protocol by E.G. Rowley, read by the author and produced by Jumpmaster Press. Copyright 2019, all rights reserved. No portion of this presentation may be rebroadcast or transmitted without prior written approval of the copyright owner. Explore the entire catalog of Jumpmaster Press titles in paperback, Jump Card ID for instant download, and Jump Card at jumpmasterpress.com and wherever fine books are sold.